Chapter 28, Part 1 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Naumann. The Trauerode in the St. Matthew Passion. Bachgesellschaft 13, the Trauerode. Bachgesellschaft 4, the St. Matthew Passion. When Queen Christiane Eberhardine died on the 7th September 1727, all Saxony mourned for her, not merely in the 4 months' public mourning ordered by the court, but with sincere personal grief. After her husband had become a Roman Catholic in 1697, in order to gain the crown of Poland, she had lived far from him in quiet seclusion. The people had venerated the sufferer almost like a saint. The memorial ceremony, which took place on the 17th of October in St. Paul's Church, was not arranged by the town council or even the consistory, but had its origin in a private impulse. A certain Hans Karl von Kirchbach, assessor to the upper court of Mainz at Freiberg, had asked permission of the court to hold an ovation for the deceased. As St. Paul's Church, in which the ceremony was to take place, was the university church, the invitations came from the rector. The organizer of the ceremony had commissioned the text for the Trauerode from Gottsched. For the music, he should really have gone to Görner, the director of the service at the university church. When the Senate heard that he had ordered it of the St. Thomas cantor, it tried to force him to cancel the order. The end of the matter was that Bach received permission to write the composition, but it was expressly laid down that the permission was granted for that occasion only, and that he was not to deduce from it the right to compose the music for academic festivals, and Herr von Kirchbach was to give Görner 12 thalers in compensation. The title of Bach's score runs thus. Translation. Funeral music given on the occasion of Herr von Kirchbach's address of praise and mourning for Her Royal Majesty Christiane Eberhardine, Queen of Poland, and Electoral Princess of Saxony, née Margravine of Brandenburg-Bayreuth, in St. Paul's Church at Leipzig, performed by Johann Sebastian Bach, 18th of October, 1727. End of title. This date is wrong. It should be the 17th of October. At the end of the score, there is the date 15th October, so that Bach finished his work only 2 days before the performance. It could therefore not have had much rehearsal. Gottsched's ode is correct, but without poetry or depth. It is noteworthy that it does not voice the grief of the husband of the dead queen. The poet could not enlarge upon this, for everyone knew how unhappy the marriage had been, and how grievously the queen had been wronged by her husband. Although the text was in strophic form, Bach resolved to handle it in a modern fashion, and compose the strophes in the form of Italian recitatives and arias. He very dexterously surmounted the technical difficulties thus placed in his way. Forkel was enchanted with the music of the Trauerode. Quote, "The choruses of this work," he says, "are so attractive that no one who has begun to play through them can stop till he has gone to the end." Unquote. The rhythm of solemnity runs through the first chorus, "Lass, Fürstin, lass noch einen Strahl," from beginning to end. The hearer is so affected by the majestic and somber harmonies that he is unconscious of the length of the movement. The 2 following movements are dominated by the motif of noble grief. In the aria "Verstummt ihr roten Saiten," the violins maintain a continual sobbing and sighing. The recitative that speaks of the tolling of the funeral bells. Quote, "Der Glocken bebendes Getön soll unsere trüben Seelen schrecken, durch ihr geschwungenes Erze wecken und uns durch Mark und Adern gehen. O, konnte nur dies bange klingen, davon das Ohr uns täglich gellt, der ganzen Europäerwelt ein Zeugnis unseres Jammers bringen." End quote. It is exceedingly affecting. While the alto sings these words, the bells are heard in the orchestra, first of all the very small ones, then the larger ones descending through the registers to the bass. Then the peals cease, the flutes and oboes being silenced in turn, then the violins and violas, until just the two gambas give out the tones, and finally the bass alone. This representation of the beginning and the ending of a peal of bells is as realistic as that of the rapid waves of a river in the cantata Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, No. 7. On the other hand, the tolling of the funeral bells in the cantata Liebster Gott, wann werd ich sterben, No. 8, is a more idealized picture, which allows Bach to expand it into a large movement. In the Trauerode, the brevity is an essential part of the effect of the picture, which comprises only 11 bars. At the moment when the bell's quivering tones die away, death and its pangs are conquered, and henceforth the music is, as it were, transfigured. The theme of the gambas in the aria, "Wie starb die Heldin so vergnügt," "How happy was she in her death," is like a smile of celestial serenity. The succeeding recitative ends with the words, "Ach, selig, wessen großer Geist sich über die Natur erhebt, vor Gruft und Särgen nicht erbebet, wenn ihn sein Schöpfer scheiden heißt." Happy he whose great spirit is raised above nature, and is not terrified by the tomb when his Maker bids him depart. The peace that falls upon these victorious ones when they reach the shore of eternity is described by Bach in a wonderful tranquil figure in the bass that persists from the beginning to the end of the movement. The figures in the two obi, d'amore, above these tranquil waves look like a transfiguration of the joy motif. In the aria, "Der Ewigkeit Sapphirnes Haus zieht, Fürsten, deine heitern Blicke von unserer Niedrigkeit zurücke." From the sapphire house of eternity turn, O Princess, thy serene glance on our lowliness. Bach's mysticism finds exuberant expression. Over a simple accompaniment, the flute has an arabesque that is like a saintly dance. Besides these soli, the work contains two splendid choruses. The one, "An dir, du Vorbild großer Frauen," is in fugal form. The other, the final chorus, "O Königin, du stirbst nicht," is in simple song form, flowing along in gentle triplets. In the orchestration of the Trauerode, Bach endeavors, by the use of the oboe d'amore, gambas, and lutes, to obtain a peculiar color, which, however, is rarely realized in present-day performances, since gamba and lute players are scarce, and the parts have to be given to the ordinary strings. It is very interesting to note that, having the lutes there, Bach employs them, when they're not playing obbligato parts, in strengthening the orchestral basses. This shows how much importance he attached to the prominence of these fundamental figures. Had he always had the lutes at his disposal, he would often have used them in the cantatas to reinforce the continuo. The figured organ part has unfortunately been lost with the original parts of the score. The autograph score is almost illegible, and has evidently been written in great haste, as was to be expected in the case of so large a work composed in 2 or 3 weeks. Rust did this splendid work the great service of adding to it, in the Bach Gesellschaft edition, a new poetical version of his own for All Souls' Day, which is now generally used, for every performance of the Trauerode cannot be given in memory of Christian Eberhardin. When Bach began the composition of the St. Matthew Passion in the autumn of 1728, he received in the middle of November the news of the death of his friend Prince Leopold of Cöthen, and a commission for some music for the funeral ceremonies. These apparently took place some 3 months after the death of the prince. The exact date is not known. Bach, of course, could not compose a new work so quickly at a time when he had the St. Matthew Passion on hand, so he asked Picander to write the text for the morning ode in such a way that it could be adapted to the movements already written of the Passion. The work performed in honor of the prince was thus made up of 8 arias and the final chorus of the St. Matthew Passion. For the text of the opening chorus, Klaget, Kinder, klaget aus aller Welt, Bach used the first chorus of the Trauerode, which indicates that the opening chorus of the Passion was not finished at that time. This was the morning music for double chorus, the score of which Forkel possessed. It is noteworthy that he does not seem to have observed the identity of this music with that of the St. Matthew Passion, for otherwise he would surely have remarked upon it. Spitta conjectures that Forkel had only a very superficial knowledge of the Passion. When an inventory was made of his musical manuscripts after his death in 1818, the autograph of the Cöthen morning music was missing, nor has it since been found. The loss of one of Bach's finest works was long deplored, until Rust, in the preface to Bachgesellschaft 20, 1870, proved from the nature of the text that we have the music in the St. Matthew Passion. If we compare the two texts, we are astounded to find with what superficial agreement Bach was satisfied. Imagine, for example, the words Geh, Leopold, zu deiner Ruhe, Go, Leopold, to thy rest, sung to the melody of the tenor aria, Ich will bei meinem Jesu wachen, I will watch by my Jesus, from the Passion. With the declamation treated in this way, we can easily understand that the new poem took not the least account of the poetic and pictorial intentions of the music. It is almost incredible that the Bach who had written the St. Matthew Passion is the same Bach who took this music with all it expresses and parodied it so grievously. The text of the St. Matthew Passion has been put together with the greatest care. Bach may have had too poor an opinion of the Passion poem that Picander wrote for him in 1725 to give him a free hand on this occasion. We get the impression that he sketched the plan of the work in all its details, and that Picander worked literally under his observation. From Rock's Passion he took the Daughter of Zion. For the texts of the arias, Picander was allowed to employ certain poetic ideas from the poems of Bach's Weimar librettist Frank. Some ideas from the Passion of 1725 were also taken up again and improved. The dramatic plan is at once simple and ingenious. The story of the Passion is cast into the form of a series of pictures. At the characteristic points, the narrative breaks off and the scene that has just passed is made the subject of a pious meditation. This is effected in arias that are usually led up to by an arioso-like recitative. At minor resting points, the feelings of the Christian spectators are expressed in chorale verses. The choice of these fell to Bach, since no poet of that epoch who had any respect for himself would be troubled with a secondary task of that kind. It is just in the insertion of these chorale strophes that the full depth of Bach's poetic sense is revealed. It would be impossible to find in the whole of the hymns of the German Church a verse better fitted to its particular purpose than the one Bach has selected. End of chapter 28, part 1, read by Czandra, 2021. Chapter 28, part 2 of J.S. Bach, volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Neumann. The Trauerode and the St. Matthew Passion, Part 2. Altogether, the St. Matthew Passion falls into about 24 scenes, 12 smaller ones indicated by chorales, and 12 larger ones marked by arias. The problem of representing the action of the Passion and at the same time of giving due weight to the devotional element is solved in the most perfect way imaginable. The more we realize the dramatic plan of the St. Matthew Passion, the more we are convinced that it is a masterpiece. Bach's cooperation was an excellent stimulus to Picander. In the St. Matthew Passion he has produced his best poem. The diction is animated and extremely rich in pictures, and there are few of those insipidities of his that annoy us in his other works. The situations are concisely described, and the reflections are simple but often really profound. The texts of the Arioso recitatives are indeed the best he ever wrote. They have a musical effect even when we merely read them. Experience of the St. Matthew Passion makes us regret that Bach and Picander did not write a year's set of cantatas in collaboration, the one contributing the depth of his devotion, the other the dexterity and the wealth of his diction. Even when the text was completed, Bach made alterations in it. Picander had cast the opening in the form of an aria with chorus, like the first movement in the second part. He thought the words, quote, "Kommt, ihr Töchter, helft mir klagen," "Come, ye daughters, help me to mourn," and "Sehet den Bräutigam," "Seht ihn als wie ein Lamm," "See the bridegroom like a lamb," end quote, should be sung by the daughter of Zion, while the chorus should only interject the whom, how, what. Bach's musical sense made him think otherwise. He saw Jesus being led through the town to the cross. His eye caught sight of the crowd surging through the streets. He heard them calling to and answering each other. It was this vision that prompted him to cast the introduction to the Passion in the form of a great double chorus. The singular pronoun remains, "Kommt, ihr Töchter, helft mir klagen," as if to testify to the violence done to the text. It is thus a mistake to conceive this double chorus as an expression of ideal grief, and to render it delicately and slowly. It is realistic in intention and depicts a crowd moving excitedly about, crying aloud, roaring. The vocal parts are not coloratura, but a reproduction of the conflicting voices of a large crowd. This is evident from the nature of the first phrase for the sopranos. If this conception be the right one, the orchestral prelude should also be played with heavy accents and a certain inward unrest, so that an impression of uneasiness may come from the pauses of the bass on the same notes and the dreadful inexorability of the harmonies. In any case, the tempo here is usually too dragging, and the more we study the chorus, the more we are convinced that the effect should come mainly from the drastic quality of the declamation, rather than from factitious dynamic shading. We have the same experience with the chorale chorus, quote, "O Mensch, bewein dein Sünde groß, O man, thy grievous sin lament," end quote, at the end of the first part. The orchestral accompaniment is based on the motif of noble grief. If we look at the instrumental part alone, we are tempted to take the movement in a somewhat solemn tempo, but if we have regard to the chorus, we shall accelerate the tempo considerably. On closer examination, we discover that the figuration of the separate lines of the chorale is most moving, and the effect of it is quite lost if it is not taken with some animation. So we are led to choose a tempo that appears perhaps too fast for the orchestral part, but at once justifies itself on the entry of the chorus. As the problem throughout is to reconcile two different tempi, the utmost possible flexibility is needed. It is therefore advisable to dispense with the usual rallentandi and diminuendi in order to avoid breaking up the text unnecessarily and preventing the hearer from perceiving the logical unity of the movement. The tempo should be slackened only where the words and the musical phrase demand it. For example, the words, quote, "Unsere Sünde schwere Bürde," the heavy burden of our sins, end quote. How the end of the movement should be rendered is doubtful. The adagiosissimo that Bach has noted in the last bar of the chorale prelude, "O Mensch, bewein dein Sünde groß," Peters 5, number 45, leads us to think that chorus and orchestra should here also die away softly in a slow rallentando. The final chorus of the second part, like that of the St. John Passion, is conceived as a piece of burial music. Here also the peculiar falling motifs determine the character of the movement. The eye seems to follow the body into the grave. To bring out the full magic of the movement, the bass figures of this type should be brought out softly but clearly. In the choruses of the people, we see the great difference between the narratives of the Passion in John and Matthew, a difference which Bach has reproduced in his music. In the St. John Passion, their predominant feeling is one of dramatic excitement. In the St. Matthew Passion, the choruses have a certain epic tranquility. They are shorter and in some respects more musical, their objects not being, as in parts of the other passions, to create the effect of long-drawn and conflicting cries. In the St. John Passion, the people's choruses are the bearer of the action. In the St. Matthew Passion, they are only a part of the narrative. Compare the Crucify Him in the two works, and note that Bach has not written any chorus upon the Barabbas passage. In the choruses round the cross, quote, Der du den Tempel Gottes zerbrichst, thou who destroyest the temple of God, and andern hat geholfen, he helped others, end quote, there is more of the demonic quality of the choruses of the St. John Passion. The words, quote, So steig herab vom Kreuz, then descend from the cross, end quote, are very effectively illustrated in the music. The bass figure runs thus. Unfortunately, much of the fine instrumental detail of these choruses of the people is generally lost in performance, our orchestras being much too weak in comparison with our choruses. Who can hear the arrogant laughter in the flutes at the words, quote, Wahrlich, du bist auch einer von denen, truly thou art also one of them, end quote. Who can hear them in Crucify Him, in the prophecy unto us, in What is that unto us, in His blood be upon us? Whereas the other instruments more or less agree with the voice parts, Bach in these choruses assigns a quite independent part to the united flutes. A good effect would often be made here, as in many of the choruses of the St. John Passion, by adding a piccolo. It is strange how little thought is taken for the dramatic situation in our present-day arrangement of the choir. We actually hear 400 singers giving out such passages as, quote, Where wilt thou that we prepare the Passover? Lord, it is I, unquote, spoken by the 12 disciples. The Truly thou art also one of them, spoken by the 2 soldiers and the maid. And Truly this man was the Son of God, spoken by the centurion and the guard at the cross. Bach had 3 or at most 4 voices to each part. For the whole of the St. Matthew Passion with its double choruses, he had to copy out only 8 voice parts. None was doubled, though the violin parts were in both choruses. Thus, for Bach, the question never arose of whether he should employ the whole or only a part of the choir, but it is decidedly a question for us in view of the enormous choirs of today. Perhaps it will become the general practice to allot the above-mentioned choruses to a small choir of 5 or 6 voices to a part, for the sake not only of the dramatic situation but of the musical effect. We must get rid of the erroneous notion that only a large choir is effective in a church. No analysis could do justice to the beauty and the consummate expressiveness of the recitatives of Christ and the evangelist in the narrative of the Passion. It will be noticed that the words of Christ are set in a more arioso-like recitative than those of the evangelist. They are also accompanied by the strings alone. At the entry of the soft and luminous harmonies of the violins, we seem to see the halo round the head of the Saviour. The declamation of the evangelist is, as a rule, quite plain in character and objective in its painting. This gives all the greater effect to certain words that are underlined in the accompaniment or delivered in a melisma, such as, quote, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy, and fell on his face and prayed, end quote, in the Gethsemane scene, and that wept bitterly after the denial of Peter. The words of Jesus are set more elaborately, yet here again we wonder at the simplicity of the means employed. As a rule, Bach needs only a simple cadence in order to throw a particular word into strong relief. Only rarely does the orchestral picture attract attention on its own account. The words of the crowd as it is dispersing are reproduced in a few diverging harmonies. In the verse, quote, and when they had sung a hymn, they went out into the Mount of Olives, end quote, some heavy steps in the bass symbolize the Saviour setting out upon his path of sorrow. His gait is quite different later when he has put off earthly form and appears transfigured. The orchestra suggests this buoyant tread in the moment when the Arisen One promises his disciples that he will go before them into Galilee. If these pictorial details are not clearly and expressively brought out in the orchestra, the hearer cannot be conscious of them, for example in the accompaniment to the words of Jesus to the sleeping disciples at Gethsemane. In the motif, we should be made to see the Lord, his heart full of anguish, shaking his disciples to rouse them from their sleep. As a rule, however, the violins take the passage and the trill so softly that none of the proper excitement is communicated to the audience. Again, in the passage in which Jesus prophesies to the judge, quote, "Ye shall see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming in the clouds of heaven," end quote, the semiquaver figure that depicts the clouds that are to be his throne accumulating on the horizon hardly ever makes its proper effect. The accompaniment to Christ's words at the supper does not express grief, but the triumphant confidence of the Lord, who at this mournful Last Supper promises his disciples that he will again drink of the fruit of the vine with them in heaven. For the performance of 1829, Mendelssohn orchestrated the accompaniment to "And behold, the veil of the temple was rent." This is contrary to Bach's intentions. All he is concerned with are the scale figures that represent the tearing. The organist should cooperate in these, as they never come out clearly enough in the violoncellos and basses alone. The chords should be played on another manual, with stops of an intense but not too strong quality. The widespread opinion that the organist here must indulge in a fortissimo fantasia has neither historical nor artistic foundation. In this place, as in the whole of the evangelist's part, the chief thing is and must be the declamation of the narrative of the Passion. The accompaniment must only cooperate by means of suggestion. In the arias, on the other hand, the music is self-subsistent. It expresses ideas and represents events. Here we may almost say that the instrumental part is not an accompaniment to the voice part, but vice versa. On closer consideration of these movements, two things strike us. In the first place, the pictorial intention of the themes is unmistakable. In the second place, there is a thematic connection between the arias and the arioso-like recitatives. In many cases, the theme of the aria is derived from the same musical idea as the accompaniment to the preceding arioso recitative. It goes without saying that these peculiarities of the reflective music in the St. Matthew Passion are not always equally evident. Where the text and the situation offer nothing that is specially pictorial, the music of pure feeling enters into its rights. This is particularly the case in the first and last solo pieces. In the arioso, quote, "Am Abend, da es kühle war," when evening brought the cooling shade, end quote, Bach expresses the tranquil peace of the falling twilight. The aria, quote, "Mache dich mein Herz rein," O my heart, now make thee pure, end quote, expresses a joy that is exuberant and calm by turns. These two movements are unique of their kind. Again and again we ask ourselves what it is in these tones that makes them so perfectly suggest all that is mysterious and inexpressible in the holy mood that descends upon us when we think of the descent from the cross. There is a thematic affinity between the earlier solo movements of the St. Matthew Passion, the arioso, Du lieber Heiland, and the aria, Buß und Reue, and the aria, Blute nur, du liebes Herz. In all three, the text speaks of tears, sighs, laments. The music is therefore dominated by the sighing motif that is so characteristic of Bach. Arioso recitative, Du lieber Heiland, du. Aria, Buß und Reue. Aria, Blute nur, du liebes Herz. The music here should really sob. To achieve this, however, the instrumentalists should bring out the tied notes and make them sound like veritable sighs, and generally realize all that Bach meant by this phrasing here. The singers indeed must bear their share of the guilt for the wrongful rendering of these movements. As a rule, they take the tempo so slowly and make the rhythm so uncertain with their rallentandi that it is impossible to give the orchestral part its proper meaning. In the aria Blutanur, the tempo should be moderately fast. Particular care must be taken that the orchestra does not accent the theme on the strong beats, but brings out in the first bar the second quaver and the last crotchet, in the second bar the second and last crotchets, in the sixth bar the second and sixth quavers, and this in such a way that the other notes are almost lost by the side of them. This music, in virtue of its fundamental motive and its affecting quality, stands on the borderline between the art of pure feeling and the art of representation. How quick Bach's imagination is, even here, to seize upon the slightest pretext for tone painting may be seen from the fact that in the aria Bus und Reue he employs a motif characteristic of the dropping of tears at the words, quote, "dass die Tropfen meiner Zähren," that my teardrops. In the accompaniment to the arioso, quote, "Wie wohl mein Herz in Tränen schwimmt, although my heart with tears overflow," end quote, the orchestra depicts the flood of tears. The accents should not fall on the strong beats, but on the second, fourth, sixth, and last quavers each time. In the bright aria in G major, quote, "Ich will dir mein Herze schenken," Lord, to thee my heart I offer, end quote, the laments for Jesus that fill the earlier contemplative scenes of the St. Matthew Passion terminate in a joyous confession. In Gethsemane, there are three scenes mainly characterized by devotional meditation: Jesus' arrival with his disciples, his prayer, his capture. The contemplative element enters in the verse, quote, "Meine Seele ist betrübt bis in den Tod, bleibet hier und wachet mit mir." My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry here and watch with me. End quote. The first half of the text dealing with the agony of Jesus' soul is expressed in the recitative, quote, "O Schmerz, hier zittert das gequälte Herz." O grief, his tortured heart at last doth quail. End quote. The second half, the prayer that they will stay and watch with him, is devoted to the aria, quote, "Ich will bei meinem Jesu wachen." I stand beside my Saviour, watching. End quote. The first aria is accompanied by the anguished sighs of the flutes and oboes. This is accompanied by a persistent semiquaver throbbing of the basses on the one tone. That these semiquavers express terror and trembling is shown by their employment in the cantata O Ewigkeit du Donnerwort, No. 60. Moreover, they merely continue the throbbing of the quavers that a moment before accompanied the words of Jesus, quote, "My soul is exceeding sorrowful unto death." End quote. The sense of the passage will only be properly conveyed in performance when the woodwind have learned that the quavers are not to be played evenly, but with accents on two quavers only in each bar, the third and the seventh, all the rest, even those coming on a strong beat of the bar, being taken merely as preliminary or supplementary to these. Then not only shall we hear the sighs, but the accompaniment will become so transparent that the voice part can make itself heard without straining. Instead of being buried under the flutes and oboes, as it generally is, if the bass is to be effective, it must be phrased thus. It is the antagonism between the accentuation of the bass and that of the flutes that gives the music the pained unrest that Bach intended to suggest. In the fine interjectory chorale again, quote, "Was ist die Ursache aller solcher Plagen?" Why does he suffer all these bitter pains? End quote. We must be conscious of the anguish and grief in the words of the faithful. It should be sung pianissimo, with a certain urgency of movement, the words being given out, as it were, in excited whispers. The chorus, quote, "So schlafen unsere Sünden ein," and laid to rest our sins will be, in the following aria must be breathed softly as if in a dream, but care must be taken that the tempo is not too slow. It is determined not by the chorus but by the watchman's signal. The significance of this motif will of course only be clear to the hearer when the wind emphasize not the semiquavers but the 4 constituent notes of the signal. The last note taking the chief accent, the semiquavers being merely the filling in of the pause. The prayer in Gethsemane is treated in a recitative arioso and aria. In the arioso, Der Heiland fällt vor seinem Vater nieder, the Saviour low before his Father falleth, the orchestra has an accompaniment of falling semiquavers. Only after the words, Dadurch erhebt mich und alle von unserem Falle hinauf zu Gottes Gnade wieder, and thus by his own tribulation for our salvation our souls to God's great mercy calleth, is there a momentary reversion to ascending figures. The theme of the aria, Gerne, ich will mich bequemen, Kreuz und Becher anzunehmen. Gladly will I leave him never, cross and cup be mine forever, runs thus. It symbolizes humble obeisance. First, there's a descent, then an attempt to rise, ending in a final descent. Similar motifs with the same symbolical purpose frequently appear in the cantatas. The whole nature of the structure of the theme indicates that it's to be rendered, especially in the final descending passage, with a certain heaviness. Then the hearer will really see before him a human body descending lower and lower. End of chapter 28, part 2. Read by Sandra. Chapter 28, Part 3 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Norman. Chapter 28, Part 3, the Trauerode and the St. Matthew Passion, continued. In the duet, So ist mein Jesus nun gefangen, betrayed is Jesus now, my Saviour. We must start out from the conception that Bach's music is, before everything else, the painting of a situation. His musical picture is decided by the words, Sie führen ihn, ist gefangen, in bondage held, away they bear him, He sees the crowd moving about among the gloomy trees of Gethsemane, driving before it Jesus in bonds, and he imagines a number of the faithful following him, with their laments and cries of, Lasst ihn, haltet, bindet nicht, leave him, bind him not, The music thus depicts a scene full of motion. Its 2 chief motives are so constructed that their cooperation gives a tense 4/4 rhythm. Wind instruments. Strings. The almost march-like character of the whole piece is accentuated by the regular quaver movement that relieves the syncopated motif and dominates the long-drawn unisono of the strings. Most decisive, however, are the crotchets, also in unison in the strings, that suggest the sound of footsteps. If we hear at the words Sie führen ihn, ist gefangen, this progression clearly brought out, the meaning of the music is at once evident. As it is usually performed, however, we do not hear these steps and are not made aware of the peculiar march-like movement of the piece. The excessive rallentandi that the singers spread over it deprive it of all rhythm. It has a merely vacillating effect, and the separate instruments tumble over each other, till everyone longs for the grateful moment when the chorus, quote, "Sind Blitze, sind Donner," are lightnings and thunder, end quote, puts an end to the intolerable sound. The intended effect comes at once, however, if a firm and somewhat urgent rhythm be adopted that carries the voices along with it. On closer examination, one is even tempted to believe that the coloratura is meant to imitate the cries and laments upon the way. To achieve a proper performance again, we must restore to its rights the directions in the autograph score, violoncelli concordant violis. Greaves almost inexcusably suppressed this indication in the edition of the St. Matthew Passion he brought out for the Bach Gesellschaft, only mentioning it in a note in the preface, where he could be sure that it would not be seen. He omitted it from his score because he could not find a violoncello part for this chorus among the original orchestral parts. He never considered that Bach's cellists could play the part an octave lower from the viola copies. The violoncellos must therefore be added to the unisono of the other strings in this duet if it is to have its proper foundation. The aria, quote, "Ach, windet euch nicht so, geplagte Seelen, ah, writhe not so, tormented souls," unquote, that was at one time in the St. John Passion. Note, it will be found in Bach Gesellschaft 12, pages 148 to 151, end of note, gives us a remarkable commentary upon this duet in the St. Matthew Passion. It has an exact parallel to the syncopated motif of the latter in this form. Here there can be no doubt that the motif is meant to symbolize the winden, writhing. We may therefore assume that when Bach used it in the St. Matthew Passion, he saw before him the captive Saviour writhing in his fetters. The disappointment we so frequently experience in the chorus, quote, "Sind Blitze, sind Donner," are lightnings and thunders, end quote, is generally the fault of the organist, who overwhelms everything with his continual fortissimo chords and makes the strongest choir seem impotent. Of course, the rolling semiquavers that suggest distant thunder that are the foundation of the movement are completely lost. The chief duty of the organist, Bach's own score prescribes it to him, is to bring out these semiquaver runs. Long-held chords should be played strongly on the third manual, and short chords that are effective in holding the whole together on the first. If the bass figure comes out clearly, the effect of the chorus is assured. The second part of the St. Matthew Passion opens again in Gethsemane. The tumult has died away. Night has fallen. The daughter of Zion wanders through the lonely garden seeking her Lord. Quote, "Ach, nun ist mein Jesu hin," she wails. "Ah, now is my Saviour gone." End quote. The chorus of the faithful follow her and strive to console her. Bach reproduces this situation in his theme. It consists of two motifs. The first, depicts the steps of the daughter of Zion as she rushes hither and thither, pauses, turns in another direction, again rushes forward, and again stands still and looks around. The meaning of the motif is assured by its affinity with many step motifs in the cantatas. A conclusive proof may be had by comparing it with the bass theme of the aria, quote, "Ach, wo hol ich armer Rat? Ah, where shall I, wretched one, take counsel?" End quote. In the cantata Es ist nicht Gesundes an meinem Liebe, number 25, in which Bach is again depicting someone rushing about distractedly. Notice also the steps in the accompaniment. For example, The second motif, which is attached to the first, reproduces the laments and cries of the daughter of Zion. In its first part we have the chromatic grief motif. Intensified and made more dreadful by the insertion here and there of intervals of the seventh, and sighs that culminate in wild shrieks. The passage runs thus. The explanation of the theme gives the clue, otherwise missing, to the way in which it should be performed. At the commencement, the first two quavers, as Bach himself indicates in his phrasing, must be detached from each other, the second receiving the main accent. Only in this way, and played heavily, will it suggest the steps. Later on, the trills are to be played vehemently. The penultimate note of the ascending run cannot be emphasized too strongly, so that the audience may really hear the awful sequences. The end should not be played languishingly, but harshly, with a crescendo and a forward impulse. The tempo should be restless and urgent. Wherever the voice is silent, Bach has indicated forte. In the introductory bars, the hearer should be horror-struck. He should see the distracted woman rushing about and wringing her hands in the gloomy wood. Nor should the characteristic rhythms and intervals be obscured even in the piano accompaniment to the voice. Conceived in this way, not only is the instrumental accompaniment made more effective, but the solo and chorus make a finer effect if they are sung with some animation and a sense of anguish instead of sentimental rallentandi and accelerandi. The theme of the aria, quote, Geduld, Geduld, wenn mich falsche Zungen stecken, endure, endure, though lying tongues upbraid me, end quote, is also composed of two motifs. The tranquil quavers symbolize the word Geduld in the following bars. We see the sharp tongues shooting forth. The theme of the aria, quote, Erbarme dich, thy mercy show, O God, end quote, is derived from the melisma of the preceding recitative, and wept bitterly. Recitative. Aria, Erbarme dich. The contemplative words are thus sung to music in which we can recognize the weeping of Peter. The aria, quote, Gebt mir meinen Jesum wieder, give me back my Lord beloved, end quote, affords us almost the best proof of how bent Bach is on reproducing in his music whatever the eye sees and the ear hears. The joyous music, G major, has apparently nothing to do with the reflections upon Judas' betrayal. Bach, however, has really derived it from his text. He fastens on the words, quote, Seht das Geld, den Mörderlohn, wirft euch der verlorene Sohn zu den Füßen nieder. Lo, the price for murder paid, now in guilty tribute laid. End quote. In accordance with this, he first of all writes a rapid ascending figure that suggests the entry of Judas and the motion of the hand with which he throws away the money, and then the rolling and clinking of the silver on the stone floor of the temple. Thus this theme also is a bipartite one. In estimating the first motif, we must not forget that in the aria, quote, Kein Frucht das Weizenkörnlein bringt, es fall den in die Erde. The wheat brings forth no fruit, let it fall then to the earth. End quote. In the cantata Ach lieben Christen seid getrost, number 114, Bach represents the motion of the sewer's arm. In performance, Bach's own phrasing should be noted and the music accented in accordance with it. Aria, Gebt mir meinen Jesum wieder, first motive. Ditto, aria, second motive. When once the meaning of the music has been grasped, performers will not attempt to give the orchestral accompaniment an elegiac tinge by playing it tenderly and sentimentally. They will play it with the freshness and naturalness that belong to it, bringing out the staccati and the intermediary scale passages. The recitative arioso, quote, hat uns allen wohlgetan, the Lord for all men good hath done, end quote, and the aria, quote, aus Liebe will mein Heiland sterben, through loving my dear Saviour dieth, end quote, form a point of repose in this succession of very animated and pictorial movements. How Bach wished the aria to be performed is doubtful. Should it be sung tranquilly and radiantly, or more like a rhapsody with a certain pathos in the declamation? The three following contemplative movements relate to the scourging of Jesus, his falling under the weight of the cross, and the hour of death on Golgotha. All are pictorial in conception. The motifs of the recitative ariosos and those of the arias depict the same situation. First scene, quote, then released he Barabbas unto them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified, end quote. During the arioso, quote, Erbarmes Gott, hier steht der Heiland angebunden. O Geißelung, O Schlag, O Wunden. Have mercy, God. Lo, hand and foot their chains have bound him. With cruel lash and scourge they wound him. End quote. We hear in the orchestra the falling of the scourge. As the aria, quote, können Tränen meiner Wangen nichts erlangen, O so nehmt mein Herz hinein, though in vain be all my wailing, not availing, O receive this heart of mine, end quote, is also sung during the scourging. Its theme contains a motif that likewise depicts the blows. Mingled with it now, however, are the imploring cries of the faithful soul. To the motif of scourging is appended a sequence of semiquavers that embody a shriek. This explains the peculiar form of the theme. The significance resides in the final intervals. The two last notes cannot be thrown into too high relief, so that the cries may literally pierce the hearer's soul. The meaning of the second motif is indicated in the fact that the vocal part is founded on it. The tempo should be as animated as possible, even when the accompaniment is toned down at the entry of the voice. The proper force must be given to the characteristic rhythms and intervals. The singer must let the orchestra carry her with it. Then the movement will be most impressive in its effect. Second scene, quote, and as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross. End quote. The accompaniment to the recitative arioso, quote, ja freilich will ich uns das Fleisch und Blut zum Kreuz gezwungen sein. Aye, surely now can flesh and blood atone, if the cross hold them bound, end quote, depicts the last tottering steps of Jesus under the cross. We see him stumbling forward and at last falling. For the motif to express what it's intended to, the quavers that follow the two semiquavers must of course be strongly accented. In the aria, Komm, süßes Kreuz, so will ich sagen, mein Jesu gib es immer her. O blessed cross, be mine to share it, my Saviour grant this evermore. End quote. The motif of falling notes is transformed into one of strength. Simon of Cyrene has taken the burden on himself and strides out energetically under it. The continuo accompaniment gives the music a march-like character. That tempo is right that suggests a heavy measured walk. The gamba solo should be played with a certain vigor, and the demi-semi-quavers properly accented. Third scene, And sitting down they watched him there. The thieves also which were crucified with him cast the same in his teeth. End quote. The mocking crowd has disappeared. The jeering thieves are silent. All is still around the cross. A great darkness rises towards heaven. The hour of death draws nigh, and just as on other occasions Bach represents the end by means of funeral bells, so here in the recitative arioso, Ach, Golgotha, unselges Golgotha, O Golgotha, unholy Golgotha. The death of the Saviour is announced by the gloomy tolling of bells. Then a ray of sunlight breaks through the clouds. A radiance of love and pity streams from the dying Redeemer. Sehet, Jesus hat die Hand uns zu fassen ausgespannt. Behold, Jesus doth put forth his hand, giving strength whereby we stand, sings the believing soul. The funeral bells are silenced, and the clear, glad sound of the bells of salvation spreads over the earth. At the same time we see, in the figures mounting from the depths to the heights, the motion with which the Saviour draws mankind to him on his cross. From the fact that the text of the St. Matthew Passion appears in the second part of Pikander's ernst, scherzhaften und satirischen Gedichten, which was published at Easter 1729, we may conclude that Bach's work was produced on Good Friday, 15th of April in that year. The autograph score gives us no chronological clue. It was made for a later performance about the beginning of the 1740s. We also possess the original parts in which Bach has marked the dynamics and the phrasing. The parts include 2 complete sets for the organ, so that each choir had its own organist. The accompaniments could not have been given in this way, however, until after the positive of the St. Thomas's organ had been adapted for separate playing. At the first performance of the Passion, the same organ accompanied both choirs. If Bach placed the choirs with their respective orchestras on the 2 sides of the organ, we should have to assume that he placed the second choir in the little gallery opposite the great organ, the accompaniment being undertaken by the small organ that was situated there. This, however, is not very likely. The great distance between the 2 choirs would have put insurmountable difficulties in the way of their ensemble. As the St. Matthew Passion cannot well be given entire at one performance, an afternoon should be devoted to it with an interval of an hour or 2 between the 2 parts. A method that is strongly recommended is to give the first part on the Saturday evening and the second part on the Sunday afternoon, a Sunday during the Passion being selected if possible. The most appropriate way of all is to give the first part on the evening of Holy Thursday and the second part on Good Friday afternoon. If the work must be performed in one piece, none of the contemplative recitative ariosos and none of the chorales should be cut out. We do not know what impression the St. Matthew Passion made at its first performance. In all probability, the work attracted no notice. On the same Good Friday, at the same hour, there was performed at the new church a Passion by a certain Gottlieb Fröbe, a candidate for the vacant post of cantor there. For the Leipzig public, that was probably the event of the day, not the Passion of the cantor of St. Thomas's. End of chapter 28, part 3. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021.
Chapter 29 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. The Cantatas of the years 1728 to 1734, Part 1. We have not many cantatas belonging to the years 1728 and 1729. This may partly be because a particularly large number belonging to those years have been lost. On the other hand, it is possible that Bach had not much time for new cantatas while he was at work on the St. Matthew Passion. In any case, he composed music to only a part of the cycle that Picander wrote for the church year 1728 to 1729. Of the 9 cantatas belonging to this series that we possess, 5, according to Spitta, fall into the period 1729 to 1730, and 4 in 1731. The cantata for Christmas, Ehre sei Gott, has not come down to us in that form, Bach having incorporated the greater part of it in the wedding cantata Gott ist unsere Zuversicht, Bach Gesellschaft 13, No. 3. One wishes that at any rate the bass aria, O du angenehmes Paar, might be restored to Christmas music, for there is no cradle song anywhere else like this. It is scored for bassoon, oboe, and 2 muted violins. Footnote: the aria might be inserted in some other Christmas cantata. Its original text runs thus: O du angenehmer Schatz, hebe dich aus deinen Krippen, nimm davor auf meinen Lippen und in meinem Herzen Platz. The aria Vergnügen und Lust likewise comes from this Christmas cantata. The first part of a wedding cantata also seems to have been derived from some other source. End of footnote. For the New Year feast of 1730, Bach wrote the cantata Gott wie dein Name, No. 171. Its vigorous opening chorus pleased him so greatly that he afterwards turned it into the Patrum Omnipotentem of the B minor Mass. The figures in the 2 violins in the aria, Herr, so weit die Wolken gehen, geht deines Namens Ruhm, Lord, the glory of thy name goes as far as the clouds, interlock so charmingly that we seem to see the white strips of cloud trailing across the heavens. The final chorale, Dein ist allein die Ehre, with the interludes for the wind instruments, ought to figure in every New Year service. Footnote: the soprano aria, Fort und Fort, is an adaptation of a number, Angenehmer Zephyrus, from the secular cantata Der zufriedengestellte Aeolus, Bach Gesellschaft 11, page 189 and following. End of footnote. The cantata for the 3rd Sunday after Epiphany, Ich steh mit einem Fuß im Grabe, No. 156, gives a characteristic example of Bach's method of representing motion. In the introductory symphonia, the strings suggest the steps of a man going to the grave. The bass has continual variants of the motive. In the aria, the descent into the tomb is depicted by a syncopated form of this motive. The upper strings repeat it constantly with all possible rhythmical nuances. So as to express quite clearly the picture suggested in the words, I stand with one foot in the grave, soon will my sick body descend into it. We could imagine that Bach had before his eyes Pigaul's celebrated memorial to the Maréchal de Saxe at St. Thomas's, Strasbourg, where the motion of a hero stepping into the sarcophagus is so wonderfully portrayed. In order to mitigate the rhythmical unrest, Bach accompanies the song with the chorale Mach's mit mir Gott nach deiner Güte. The introductory duet arioso of the cantata for Quinquagesima, Seht, wir gehen hinauf nach Jerusalem, No. 159, is also founded on a step motive. The interruption after the interval of the 7th is very impressive. Jesus pauses in his walk, turns to the disciples, and tells them of his approaching death. In the interludes for the alto, the reflective soul accompanies the Saviour on the way to the cross. A splendid bass aria ends the work, which has a finely conceived text. The first chorus of the Easter cantata, So du mit deinem Munde bekennest Jesum, dass der Herr sei, number 145, is one of the most interesting specimens of Bach's declamation. See, for example, how he brings out the word Herr. We may assume that the tutti of the chorus enters at the final passage, So wirst du selig, where the orchestra breaks out into the joy motive. The cantata for Septuagesima, Ich bin vergnügt, number 84, certainly belongs to the year 1731. It consists of two magnificent arias, one of them founded on the same rhythm of felicity, that expresses in the cantata Halt im Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, number 67, the words Peace be unto you. In the second aria, Ich esse mit Freuden mein wenig Brot, I eat my scanty bread with joy, the sentiment of cheerful carelessness is expressed in a merry dialogue between the oboe and the violin. The text of this fine cantata is an adaptation of Picanda's Ich bin vergnügt mit meinem Stande. Schweitzer thinks that it was originally composed as a piece of domestic religious music for Anna Magdalena. The cantata for the second day in Whit, Ich liebe den Höchsten von ganzem Gemüte, number 174, is also written for solo voices only. To compensate the hearers for the absence of a chorus, Bach uses the first movement of a third Brandenburg concerto, Bach Gesellschaft 19, page 59 and following, as an introduction to the work. As the movement was originally written for strings only, he adds 2 obligati horns and 3 oboes in the most effective way. The theme of the aria, Greift das Heil, ihr Glaubenshände, seize upon salvation, ye hands of faith, is of deliberate rigidity, as it is meant to symbolize the steadfastness of faith. The basses move along in steady quavers. The movement is animated by the interposition of the joy motive, the music thus really expressing the joyous confidence of faith of which the poem speaks. We have a thematic sketch for the first chorus of a Michaelmas cantata, Man singet mit Freuden vom Sieg, number 149, on a leaf of a score of Phoebus und Pan, 1731. As there was hardly time, however, to work out an original composition, Bach had recourse to the music of the last chorus of the Weimar secular cantata, Was mir behagt, ist nur die muntere Jagd, Bach Gesellschaft 29, page 29 and following, to which he added the new text. Footnote: for a performance of the secular cantata, the figured bass can be played as in the later arrangement. End of footnote. The duet Seid wachsam, ihr heiligen Wächter, die Nacht ist schier dahin is accompanied only by an obbligato bassoon. We seem to see strips of light flickering about in a deep twilight. The aria Gottes Engel weichen nie is a masterpiece of musical charm. According to a note on the score, the introduction to the cantata for the 21st Sunday after Trinity, Ich habe meine Zuversicht, number 188, is to be an organ arrangement of the concerto for clavier and orchestra in D minor. The organ has an obbligato part also in the final chorus. What prompted Bach to use the organ in this way? It was formerly supposed that it was just at this time that the Rückpositiv of the organ at St. Thomas's was fitted with a separate manual that allowed it to be played independently of a great organ. It was thought that Bach seized the opportunity to accompany on this manual the more difficult numbers in his cantatas and to add extra parts to them. This was Schweitzer's conjecture. He founded it on an account that showed that in 1730 50 thalers were expended in repairing the organ, and he imagined that this money was devoted to providing the new manual. In the Bach Jahrbuch for 1908, however, B.F. Richter shows that this view is wrong. The archives of the town council show that the 50 thalers were expended merely on the cleaning and better voicing of the instrument. Moreover, if Richter's chronology is correct, the cantatas with the obbligato organ part were not performed at St. Thomas's, but at St. Nicholas's. Bach therefore wrote them to give the organist of that church, Johann Schneider, whom he esteemed highly, an opportunity to display his art. Besides the cantata Ich habe meine Zuversicht, number 188, he wrote about the same time 7 other cantatas for obbligato organ. Footnote: Erschallet ihr Lieder, number 172, Whitsuntide. This is an arrangement of an earlier work. Geist und Seele wird verwehret, number 35, 12th Sunday after Trinity, solo cantata for alto. Gott soll allein mein Herz haben, number 169, 18th Sunday after Trinity, solo cantata for alto. Ich geh und suche mein Verlangen, number 49, 20th Sunday after Trinity, solo cantata for soprano and bass. Wir danken dir Gott, number 29, RothwellChris for the 27th August 1731. Wer weiß wie nahe mir mein Ende, number 27, 16th Sunday after Trinity. Vergnügte Ruhe, beliebte Seelenlust, number 170, 6th Sunday after Trinity, solo cantata for alto. See B.F. Richter's article über Sebastian Bach's Kantaten mit obligater Orgel in the Bach Jahrbuch for 1908, pages 49 to 63. For further light on the problem, see the section on the figured bass parts in the last chapter of the present book. End of footnote. If we come to these works with special expectations, we are to some extent disappointed. In the first place, they contain many movements that have been taken from the instrumental works. Most of the pieces for organ and orchestra are derived from clavier concertos. Footnote. The cantata Ich habe meine Zuversicht, number 188, has for overture of a D minor concerto, which itself is merely an arrangement of a violin concerto. The Symphonia of a cantata Gott soll allein mein Herz haben, number 167, derives from the clavier concerto in E major. The finale of the same concerto becomes the Symphonia of a cantata Ich geh und suche mit Verlangen, number 49. The prelude to the Rothwell cantata Wir danken dir Gott, number 29, is an arrangement of a first movement of a suite in E major for solo violin. End of footnote. Even some of the arias are derived from instrumental movements. The aria Stirb in mir, for example, from the cantata Gott soll allein mein Herz haben, number 169, is merely the Siciliano of the clavier concerto in E major, to which Bach has added a vocal part. The arrangement is most masterly, but the music does not sound well, however fine it looks on paper. The cantata Geist und Seele wird verwehret, number 35, is wholly made up out of previous instrumental movements, of the provenance of which, however, we cannot now be sure. This seems to be the case also with the numbers of the cantata Ich geh und suche mit Verlangen, number 49, in which the concertizing organ is employed. Even the duet Dich hab ich je und je geliebet is a rearrangement, as may be seen from the imperfect declamation.
Dich hab ich je und je geliebet.
The alto aria Willkommen will ich sagen from the cantata Wer weiß wie nahe mir mein Ende, number 27, is also anything but a model in this respect. The solo cantata for alto, Vergnügte Ruhe, beliebte Seelenlust, number 170, seems to be composed mostly of original matter. The trio accompaniment to the aria Wie jammern mich doch is very interesting. The organ plays in two parts, and the united violins and violas take the third. There is no bass foundation. It is unfortunate that the text of this work is utterly unsatisfactory. The disappointing effect of these cantatas comes, however, from the way in which Bach has introduced the organ. It plays in two parts only. As the lower part is identical with the orchestral bass, it has really only one obbligato part, which runs from beginning to end with hardly any interruption. This quite uninteresting employment of the organ is not what we expect from Bach. There is no dramatic alteration between organ and orchestra, or any use of the effect to be derived from the opposition of the two so characteristic timbres. We ask ourselves how the master who, in his preludes and fugues, has revealed the special polyphony of the organ in all its richness, could here allot it so subordinate a task. And we are astounded that he did not think of making use, if only occasionally, of the effects derivable from a combination of organ and orchestra. This does not imply that the works cannot be made effective. The preludes to Gott soll allein mein Herz haben, number 169, and Wir danken dir Gott, number 29, for example, sound extremely well on the organ with a clear registration, with some silvery mixtures. In the accompaniment to the arias, however, the organ is less satisfactory, since it really only replaces a flute, and that not very profitably. Even the uncritical hearer feels, after a few bars, the inexpressiveness of this accompaniment. Besides the concertizing organ, there was, of course, the great organ, which accompanied and played the figured bass. Thus, the cantatas for obbligato organ really require two organs. Where only one is available, the concertizing one must also play the figured basses. In this case, it will be best to give the bass part to the pedal and play the chords with the left hand and the obbligato part with the right. When Bach gave these cantatas at St. Nicholas's, where the rückpositiv was not available, both organ parts would have to be played on one instrument. We know positively that this was the case with the Rothwell cantata Wir danken dir Gott, No. 29. We have a textbook for a later performance of the work at St. Nicholas's in 1749. The first chorus is one of those in which he writes in a simple style resembling that of Handel. Whether the aria Gedenk an uns is or is not derived from a Siciliano of some instrumental concerto cannot now be settled. The chorus of a cantata Wer weiß wie nahe mir mein Ende, No. 27, is very impressive. The strings and the bass illustrate the words Hin geht die Zeit, time passes away, by means of the rhythm of a slow, inexorable pendulum. Mingled with the choral voices as they sing of this flight of time are the wailing sighs of the oboes. Footnote: time is symbolized by pendulum beats again in the cantata Alles nur nach Gottes Willen, No. 72. End of footnote. The accompaniment to the final aria, Gute Nacht, du Weltgetümmel, Good Night, thou tumult of the world, is symphonic in character. The words Gute Nacht and Weltgetümmel are illustrated alternately, the form by means of a tranquil theme, the latter by means of a familiar tumult motive. The movement thus runs on exactly the same lines as the aria Friede sei mit euch from the cantata Halt im Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, No. 67. In the end, the obbligato use of the organ does not seem in the long run to have satisfied Bach himself. He wrote no more cantatas of this kind. About the beginning of the 30s, too, he seems to have become conscious of the inadequacy of his cantata texts. He goes back to the chorale cantata. Picander first of all tries to effect a compromise between the free modern cantata and the chorale cantata, and to persuade Bach to compose texts in which the chorale verses are joined together by free poems. He interrupts, for example, the first verse of Wer weiß wie nah mir mein Ende, No. 27, with contemplative recitatives. In the cantata for the fifth Sunday after Trinity, Wer nur den lieben Gott lässt walten, No. 93, he adopted this procedure in two verses of the hymn. One of them is couched in this form, recitative with chorale. What help to us are all our heavy cares? They only oppress the heart with 1,000 pains and sorrows. What help to us are all our sighs of woe? They bring us only dire calamity. Bach here treats the melody as Picander has treated the text. The themes of the soli are all formed out of the first notes of a cantus firmus. Even the volatile motive that expresses gay insouciance in the aria Man halte nur ein wenig Stille is derived from the commencement of the melody. The device may be very ingenious, but it gives no artistic satisfaction. It amounts to a disfigurement of the melody and negates Bach's most individual principle. Nowhere else does he handle the chorale verses in this way. He gets a particularly fine effect in the chorus by first of all giving out each line in freestyle in a couple of voices, and then bringing in the whole choir with the same line. In the recitative Was helfen uns die schweren Sorgen, the bass figure seems to be crushed under a heavy mass. Yet Bach does not seem to have found much pleasure in this hybrid cantata. He now turns again to the simple chorale cantata. We have 15 of these that appear to date from that epoch. Footnote 1. Christus, der ist mein Leben, No. 95, for the 16th Sunday after Trinity. 2. Der Herr ist mein getreuter Hirt, number 112, for the second Sunday after Easter. 3. Eine feste Burg ist unser Gott, number 80, for the Reformation Festival. 4. Es ist das Heil uns kommen her, number 9, for the sixth Sunday after Trinity. 5. Gelobet sei der Herr, number 129, for Trinity Sunday. 6. Ich ruf zu dir, Herr Jesu Christ, number 177, for the fourth Sunday after Trinity. 7. In allen meinen Taten, number 97, for no fixed Sunday, perhaps used also as a wedding cantata. 8. Lobe den Herrn, number 137, for the 12th Sunday after Trinity. 9. Nun komm der Heiden Heiland, second composition, number 62, for the first Sunday in Advent. 10. Sei Lob und number 117, for no fixed Sunday. 11. Wachet auf, ruft uns die Stimme, number 140, for the 27th Sunday after Trinity. 12. Was willst du dich betrüben, number 107, for the 7th Sunday after Trinity. 13. Was Gott tut, das ist wohl getan, first composition, number 98, for the 21st Sunday after Trinity. 14. Was Gott tut, das ist wohl getan, second composition, number 99, for the 15th Sunday after Trinity. And 15. Was Gott tut, das ist wohl getan, third composition, number 100. The opening chorus of a third arrangement of Was Gott tut, das ist wohl getan is identical with that of a second. The third arrangement was probably used as a wedding cantata. The first two seem to have been composed at periods not far removed from each other. Another chorale cantata, Nun danket alle Gott, number 191, Bach-Gesellschaft, 41, exists only in an incomplete form. The overture form employed in the opening chorus of a cantata, In allen meinen Taten, number 97, makes it probable that it is based on a Weimar or Köthen cantata. End of footnote. Some can be attributed with certainty to this period by reason of the quality of their organ parts, the arias and recitatives not being figured, but marked tacit. This does not mean that the organ does not cooperate here, but simply that the player on the great organ ceased, and Bach played the accompaniment from the score on the separate positive. When the cantatas were repeated at St. Nicholas's, however, he had to supply the figuring in the chief organ parts, and he figured the continuo in full from the beginning. But at St. Thomas's he would, as before, accompany the solos on his positive. All these cantatas have splendid choruses, especially Was Gott tut, das ist wohl getan, number 99, Sei Lob und number 117, Lobe den Herrn, number 137, and Gelobet sei der Herr, number 129. The last-named cantato has also a final chorale with an imposing accompaniment. These choruses all follow the same type. The soprano takes the cantus firmus, and the other voices the figuration. There is an independent orchestral accompaniment, though the motives of it are reminiscent of a chorale melody. Here Bach's inexhaustible faculty of invention is plainly evident. He can write a number of choruses on the same principle and yet give each of them such individuality that the similarity seems only destined to bring out more sharply the characteristic features of each of them. The arias in these cantatas are not so pleasing. Bach is contending with impossible texts. In a number of cases he tries to compose recitatives and arias to chorale verses. In this, however, he is unsuccessful. The regular form of a strophe is opposed to the plan of the aria, and its uniform metre admits of no proper theme. It goes without saying, also, that the strophic aria is wearisomely long. Footnote: the chorale strophes in cantatas numbers 97, 100, 107, 112, 117, 129, 137, and 177 are composed in the form of arias and recitatives. End of footnote. At other times Bach employs texts that are written round a choral strophe. There are also free verses, though these do not appear to be by Picander, as they are remarkably heavy and unsuitable for music. Thus, few of the solo numbers of these cantatas make an immediate effect on the hearer. One of the very finest is the alto aria Ich will dich all mein Leben lang, o Gott, von nun an ehren, in the cantata Sei Lob und number 117. In the bass aria in Was Gott tut, das ist wohl getan, number 100, the music in itself is splendid, but the declamation is somewhat banal. Its faults are all the more noticeable as the declamation of a following alto aria is of a perfection rarely attained, even by Bach. The solos of these chorale cantatas are, however, extraordinarily rich in characteristic pictorial music. In the bass aria of the cantata Was willst du dich betrüben, number 107, the solo violin has a series of wild-scale passages, the tempo of which Bach has placed beyond doubt by his marking of vivace. The text runs thus: Auf ihn magst du es wagen, du wirst mit ihm erjagen, was dir ist nütz und gut. Thou mayst venture on it with him, thou wilt win with him what is good for thee. This example shows how, when Bach is fascinated by an image, he cannot resist the temptation to illustrate it, and for the sake of this he will pass over the general mood of the poem that he ought to be expressing in his music. The following tenor aria, Wenn auch gleich aus der Höllen, der Satan wollte sich dir selbst entgegenstellen, even though Satan himself should rise from hell and oppose thee, gives him an opportunity to depict the contortions of the body of the huge dragon. The text of the aria, Leg ich mich später nieder, erwache früher wieder, I lay me down late and awaken early, in the cantata In allen meinen Taten, number 97, is expressed by a motive suggestive of sinking down and rising again. If a majority of these chorale cantatas do not make an effective whole, the fault lies in the texts, which consist of a string of strophes without any inner dramatic coherence, and without sufficient musical distinction between them. Moreover, there are too many strophes in most of the chorales. Cantatas worked out on these chorale lines require short hymns, in which every verse suggests a different musical characterization. These ideal chorales are very few in number. When, however, Bach finds a text of this order, we get a dramatic artwork of the most perfect kind imaginable, as in the cantatas Ein feste Burg, number 80, and Wachet auf, ruft uns die Stimme, number 140. Ein feste Burg was probably written for the Reformation Festival of 1730. As this happened to be the bicentenary of the delivery of the Augsburg Confession, the festival was a particularly brilliant one. In the first chorus, Bach builds up the stronghold shore on mighty lines symbolizing it by a gigantic choral fugue in the style of Pachelbel. Each of the separate fugues ends with a canon with the theme in augmentation reaching from the pedal trombones of the organ to the trumpets of the orchestra. The movement runs to 228 bars. In the second verse, the fight on our behalf of the man whom God has chosen is depicted by the familiar tumult motive. The sopranos join in with a chorale verse, Mit unserer Macht ist nichts getan, with our own strength we can do nothing. As if calling the hero to their aid, he answers with the song of triumph, Alles was von Gott geboren ist zum Siegen auserkoren. Everything that is born of God is chosen for victory. The third strophe depicts the assault of the devil on the citadel of God. There peals out a signal formed from the opening notes of a melody, whereupon a host of horrid contorted bodies throws itself on the walls. They mount, sink back again, recover themselves once more, again make the assault, again fall back into the depths, a wildly agitated mass, of the kind that Bach has painted also in the cantata Es erhub sich ein Streit, number 19. Every now and then we hear shattering trumpet fanfares. From the battlements ring out the exultant song of the faithful. Und wenn die Welt voll Teufel wär und wollt uns gar verschlingen, so fürchten wir uns nicht so sehr. After a final effort, the furious assault falls to pieces. This chorale verse is framed between the mystical movements Komm in mein Herzenshaus and Wie selig sind doch die, from a Weimar cantata Alles was von Gott geboren. Footnote: this cantata was intended for the third Sunday in Lent. Bach was unable to use it in Leipzig, as no cantatas were given there during the Passion time. End of footnote. Lutheranism and mysticism, this was the confession of faith that the cantor of St. Thomas's brought to the Reformation festival. End of chapter 29, part 1. Chapter 29 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. The Cantatas of the years 1728 to 1734, continued. The cantata Wachet auf, ruft uns die Stimme, number 140, deals with the parable of the 10 virgins, the Gospel for the 27th Sunday after Trinity. This Sunday comes into the church year only when Easter falls very early. As a rule, there are only 26 Sundays after Trinity. The first chorus depicts the awakening. All is animation, the bridegroom comes. The virgins start up in dismay from their slumber, one raising the other. In this chorus we can see very clearly the changes that have come over our conception of Bach's music. Julius Stockhausen of Frankfurt used to bring in the orchestra pianissimo and work it up through a slow crescendo as if distant noises were gradually coming nearer. Siegfried Ochs begins forte and with a very quick tempo so as to suggest the sudden confusion caused by the Wachet auf, awake. This is certainly the right way. To get the proper effect, the syncopated notes in the mounting semiquaver passages should be thrown into high relief. There need be hardly any fear of overdoing it. The more vehement the accents, the more clearly will the hearer apprehend the meaning of the motive. Footnote: Spitta, Volume 2, page 460, thinks that the semiquaver motive expresses a feeling of mysterious bliss that overflows again and again in happy and expressive passages. End of footnote. The second verse, Zion hört die Wächter singen, Zion hears the watchman singing, is dominated by a simple dance melody. With this, the chorale melody is combined dissonantly, as if it had nothing to do with it. The cry of a watchman strikes into the music of a procession that is drawing nigh with a bridegroom. In order that this may have its proper rural quality, it is written for the strings unisono with an accompaniment in the contrabasses. Footnote: of course, the organ harmonies must be filled in. The chorale should be sung by several tenors, not a soloist. The text is, Zion hears the watchmen singing. According to Spitta, the mystical tone of a cantata here finds its fullest expression. He thinks it is like the dance of the souls in bliss. End of footnote. The procession arrives. In the festive hall the Gloria sei dir gesungen, glory now to thee be given, is sung. The foolish virgins are left outside in the night in despair. Not until Berlioz shall we meet with any dramatic pictorial music comparable to this. The middle verse of a chorale is framed between two mystical dialogues between Jesus and the soul. The consummate quality of these seems to point, like the contemplative parts of a cantata Ein feste Burg, to an origin in the Weimar period. These two cantatas taught Bach the advantage of short chorales for the composition of chorale cantatas. The idea now occurred to him to compile a chorale text out of characteristic stanzas from various hymns, and in the cantata Christus, der ist mein Leben, number 95, footnote, for the 16th Sunday after Trinity, end of footnote, to employ chorales that express different aspects of death. The first of these, Christus, der ist mein Leben, Sterben ist mein Gewinn, speaks of lassitude of death. The orchestra accompanies it with a melancholy funeral lullaby, in which is interwoven a figure expressive of deep longing. A recitative, mit Freuden will ich von hinnen scheiden, with joy I will depart, during which the lullaby dies away, leads into the chorale, mit Fried und Freud fahr ich dahin, with joy and peace I go thither, in which the melody confidently wends its way above the quietly moving quavers in the bass. Then the sopranos. Footnote, it is quite wrong to give a cantus firmus to a soloist who cannot make herself heard above all the oboes and violins, end of footnote, sing the joyous hymn of parting from the world. Valet will ich dir geben, farewell do I bid thee, the oboes accompanying it with a joy motive of almost excessive exuberance. The figures in the basses symbolize the Hinauf steht mein Begier, my longing is for heaven. The same joyous mood in the face of death is expressed in the splendid tenor aria, Ach, schlage doch bald, selge Stunde. Ah, strike soon, thou blessed hour. The pizzicato of the strings giving a wonderful effect of distant bells. Bach's careful marking of the nuances here should be especially noted. This beautiful cantata, with its simple choruses, is very seldom performed, for which Spitta's unjust estimate of it is probably answerable, though perhaps the extraordinary technical demands that the tenor aria makes on the singer may have something to do with it. For the festival of the delivery of the Augsburg Confession, which was lavishly celebrated in the Leipzig churches on the 25th, 26th, and 27th June, Bach did not write any new cantatas. He had recourse to the New Year cantata of 1724, Singet dem Herrn ein neues Lied, number 190, and the two Rothwell cantatas, Gott man lobt dich in der Stille, number 120. Footnote, this cantata is partly identical with the morning cantatas Herrgott beherrscher aller Dinge, Bachgesellschaft, 13. The chorus jauchzet ihr erfreuten Stimmen, with its clear-cut motive of joy, is particularly beautiful, end of footnote. And Wünscht Jerusalem Glück, the latter is lost. This was the time of Bach's conflict with the council. Perhaps the disgusted frame of mind he was in accounts for him not having written a new work for the festival. He thus did not contribute any musical celebration to the 2 centenary feasts of the Reformed Church that came during his lifetime. On the occasion of the bicentenary of the beginning of the Reformation, 31st October 1717, he had been in disgrace with the Duke of Weimar, and so the composition of a festival cantata had not been entrusted to him. Closely related to the chorale cantatas are the chorale dialogues O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, number 60, footnote, second composition in D major, solo cantata for alto, tenor, and bass for the 24th Sunday after Trinity, 1732, end of footnote, and Ach Gott, wie manches Herze leid, number 58, footnote, in C major, solo cantata for soprano and bass for the Sunday after New Year, 1733. In the Bach-Gesellschaft edition it is called the second composition, although that in A major is perhaps later. End of footnote. The first of these is concerned with fear and hope. Fear, alto, sings the chorale O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, O eternity, thou awful word, the orchestra painting its trembling. Then we hear the consoling voice of hope, bass, reiterating incessantly, Herr, ich warte auf dein Heil, Lord, I wait for thy salvation. Both proceed along the road to death. O schwerer Gang zum letzten Kampf und Streite, O saddest way to the last combat. Mein letztes Lager will mich schrecken, I dread my last resting place, laments the despairing soul, the passionately agitated orchestra adding a motive that reminds us of Peter's aria of despair in the St. John Passion. Hope sings consolingly, Mich wird des Heilands Hand bedecken, the hand of Redeemer will protect me. At the finish we hear the voice of a Holy Ghost in a wonderful arioso, Selig sind die Toten, die in dem Herrn sterben von nun an. Blessed are the dead that die in the Lord from now henceforth. The cantata ends with Rudolf Ahle's beautiful hymn, Es ist genug, Herr, wenn es dir gefällt. Thy will, O Lord, be done. The other dialogue, Ach Gott, wie manches Herzeleid, number 58, is constructed on similar lines. The opening duet, Ach Gott, wie manches Herzeleid begegnet mir zu dieser Zeit, Geduld, mein Herze, Geduld. Ah, Lord, how much sorrow of heart is now mine, be patient, my heart, be patient, reproduces the musical mood of Mein letztes Lager will mich schrecken. The marking of adagio must not tempt us to take the movement too slowly and too softly. The instrumental accompaniment must flame and glow with suppressed despair. Footnote: all movements of this kind must be played heavily. The duet in cantata number 60, Mein letztes Lager will mich schrecken, again is usually taken in such a way that the music does not express terror at all. On the problem of these duets, please see chapter 23 of this volume. End of footnote. The final duet, on the other hand, cannot sound too joyful, notwithstanding the chorale Ich hab vor mir ein schwere Reis zu dir ins Himmelsparadies. I have a grievous journey before me to thee in paradise. The orchestra, in union with the voices, Nur getrost, getrost, ihr Herzen, hier ist Angst, dort Herrlichkeit. Be of good cheer, O hearts, here is anguish, there is glory, must dominate the lament. Note the animated steps of the basses, violas, and second violins hastening joyously to the Himmelsparadies, with the semi-quavers of the first violin streaming before them. If the idea of these two dialogues came from Picander, he did Bach's muse a great service. There is no mistaking the enthusiasm with which they have been written. The unusually large number of Bach's solo cantatas at this time is easily explained by the poor state of the St. Thomas choir at the beginning of the 30s. With the two chorale dialogues, we have 11 of these solo cantatas. 2 of them are soprano cantatas, Falsche Welt, dir trau ich nicht, number 52, for the 23rd Sunday after Trinity, and Jauchzet Gott in allen Landen, number 51, for the 15th Sunday after Trinity. The introduction to Falsche Welt, dir trau ich nicht, is taken from the first Brandenburg Concerto, Bach Gesellschaft 19. The accompaniment to the first aria, Immerhin, wenn ich gleich verstoßen bin, ever when I am cast off, is very characteristic. It illustrates the word verstoßen in the most drastic style imaginable. In the joyous theme of a final aria, Ich halt es mit dem lieben Gott, die Welt mag nur alleine bleiben, my part is with my dear Lord, I need not the world, the music reminds us that it is the rejected one who has now found happiness in God. The cantata Jauchzet Gott in allen Landen, number 51, is a brilliant and spirited piece of coloratura for soprano and trumpet, the instrumental theme of a first aria being in this style. For the last aria, Bach uses the chorale Sei Lob und Preis mit Ehren, the Alleluia of which becomes a concerto for soprano and trumpet with orchestral accompaniment. All sopranos interested in Bach are recommended to practice this cantata daily. Its full effect, however, is obtainable only when it is sung by a clear boy's voice. Footnote: there exists another version of the text of this cantata, running thus: Jauchzet Gott in allen Landen, mit den Engeln lasst uns heut unserem Gott ein Loblied singen, which indicates that Bach at some time or other used this music for Michaelmas. End of footnote. The best known of the solo cantatas for alto is Schlage doch gewünschte Stunde, number 53. Strictly speaking, it is not a cantata but a morning aria, as it is called on the title page of the old manuscript in which it has come down to us. As Bach employs 2 bells in this work, Forkel thinks that it does not belong to the period of his purified taste. The other alto cantata, Widerstehe doch der Sünde, number 54, footnote, the copy does not state for which Sunday this cantata was intended, end of footnote, begins with an alarming chord of the 7th. The trembling of the basses and violas and the sighs of the violins between them give the movement a somewhat disturbing effect. It is meant to depict the horror of the curse upon sin that is threatened in the text. Of a similar character is the aria Wer Sünde tut, der ist vom Teufel. The sinner is of the devil. It is a strict trio between the voice, the violas, and the violins. The theme runs thus. Harmonically, the movement is of unparalleled harshness. The opening aria of the solo cantata for tenor, Ich armer Mensch, ich Sündenknecht, number 55, is as a rule phrased so inanimately that the whole sense of a despairing wail is lost. The characteristic accent should fall on the second beat. The orchestra must phrase thus. This passage should be played with a strong crescendo, the last quaver being always heavily accented in contradiction to the beat, thus obstructing the rhythm, as it were. This motive belongs to the words Ich gehe vor Gottes Angesicht mit Furcht und Zittern zum Gerichte. I go in fear and trembling into the presence of God. It suggests painful striving, as in the theme of the introduction to the cantata Herr, gehe nicht ins Gericht, number 105, of which it strongly reminds us. Finally, the motive should also be phrased in opposition to the natural beat, the accent falling on the uptake quaver after the rest. The movement is only properly played when every suggestion of the charming 6/8 rhythm is gone. The impression must be one of urgent unrest. In the opening aria of a solo cantata for bass, Ich will den Kreuzstab gerne tragen, number 56, footnote for the 19th Sunday after Trinity, end of footnote, it is doubtful whether we should accent thus, or thus.
Ich will den Kreuzstab.
The natural verbal accent indicates the latter. The first, however, is more characteristic as it brings out the whole extent and all the severity of the ascending line by emphasizing the final syncopated note. Footnote. The distinction is of course only slight, as both the C-sharp and the D are accented. The effect of a difference in accentuation between the orchestra and the singer is not displeasing. End of footnote. For the rest, the accompaniment is wholly formed of a motive of transfigured grief. Perhaps the number is generally taken in rather too slow a tempo, so destroying the contrast with the final Da leg ich den Kummer auf einmal ins Grab. Then suddenly I lay my sorrow in the grave. The fine wave motive that accompanies the recitative arioso, Mein Wandel auf der Welt ist einer Schifffahrt gleich, my course on earth is like a voyage, does not make its full effect when given to a solo violoncello. It comes out calmly and clearly as if a bassoon and a viola are added. In the tutti passages of the final aria, Endlich, endlich wird mein Joch, at last is my yoke, it is as well to add the violins to the oboe, so that the theme may give voice to all its ungovernable joy. This is one of the most splendid of Bach's works. It makes unparalleled demands, however, on the dramatic imagination of a singer who would depict convincingly this transition from the resigned expectation of death to the jubilant longing for death. The bass cantata for the purification of Mary, Ich habe genug, number 82, also has death for its theme. It depicts the heavenly homesickness of the old man who is already detached from all the things of this world. Inexpressible joy wells forth from a semiquaver passage with which the orchestra in the first aria accompanies the voice and the arabesques of the oboe. Then follows the glorious death lullaby, Schlummert ein, ihr matten Augen, fallet sanft und selig zu. Slumber now, weary eyes, close softly and happily. Here again, however, the last expression is that of ecstatic joy that suddenly finds voice in the aria Ich freue mich auf meinem Tod, I rejoice in my death. Bach also transcribed this cantata for soprano, perhaps with a view to his wife singing it in their domestic concerts. He wrote the aria Schlummert ein in her Klavierbüchlein of 1725, only noting, however, the voice part in full. He would himself add a free accompaniment in performance. We have a typical specimen of Bach's system of musical illustration in the cantata Siehe, ich will Fischer aussenden, No. 88. Footnote, Jeremiah 16, verse 16. Solo cantata for soprano, alto, tenor, and bass for the fifth Sunday after Trinity. It is also interesting to see that Bach accompanies the arioso Fürchte dich nicht, denn von nun an wirst du Menschen fangen. Fear not, for from henceforth shalt thou be fishers of men, with the joy motive. End of footnote. The orchestra accompanies the first half of the verse with flowing wave motives, as if to conjure up before the hearer a placidly heaving lake on which the fishers are embarking. At the words Und danach will ich viel Jäger aussenden, die sollen sie fangen auf allen Bergen. And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill. This accompaniment suddenly ceases, and the horns strike in with gay fanfares. One of the most perfect specimens of Bach's mood painting is to be seen in the accompaniment to the first aria of a cantata, Was soll ich aus dir machen, Ephraim, No. 89. Footnote, solo cantata for alto, tenor, and bass for the 22nd Sunday after Trinity. End footnote. The text is founded on Hosea 11, verse 8, and runs thus, Was soll ich aus dir machen, Ephraim? Soll ich dich schützen, Israel? Soll ich nicht billig ein Adama aus dir machen und dich wie Zeboim zurichten? Aber mein Herz ist andern Sinnes. Meine Barmherzigkeit ist zu brünstig. How shall I give thee up, Ephraim? How shall I deliver thee, Israel? How shall I make thee as Admah? How shall I set thee as Zeboim? Mine heart is turned within me, my repentings are kindled together. Footnote, Admah and Zeboim were cities destroyed with Sodom. End of footnote. This text is reproduced by means of three themes. The first, in the bass, symbolizes the wrath of God. The oboes give out wails and sighs. The sorrowful question is put by the violins. As these motives intertwine and interpenetrate each other without coming to any conclusion, so God's heart is distracted by contradictory thoughts upon Israel. That the theme in the violins is meant to suggest the sorrowful question is proved by the first chorus of a cantata Ich elender Mensch, wer wird mich erlösen von dem Leibe dieses Todes? No. 48, where the orchestral accompaniment is constructed upon a theme that is almost identical with that of Was soll ich aus dir machen, Ephraim? The first chorus of a cantata Ich glaube, lieber Herr, hilf meinem Unglauben, No. 109, footnote, for the 21st Sunday after Trinity, end of footnote, is a marvel of polyphonic declamation. The distressful anxiety of the words is most movingly expressed. The aria Wie zweifelhaftig ist mein Hoffen, wie wanket mein geängstigst Herz, how uncertain is my hope, how my anxious heart doth falter, is wholly taken up with a representation of someone walking uncertainly. For this purpose Bach employs the heavy rhythm. By means of which, in the aria Komm, süßes Kreuz, in the St. Matthew Passion, he depicts the man staggering under the weight of a cross. The cantata ends with the simply figured chorale Wer hofft in Gott, he whose hope is in God, the peculiar tense orchestral accompaniment to which is probably intended to symbolize the certainty of the hope. In the first chorus of a cantata Herr, deine Augen sehen nach dem Glauben, No. 102, footnote, for the 10th Sunday after Trinity, end of footnote, Bach gives a particular characterization to each of the three sections of the text, so that the movement, apart from a final summary, is really composed of three choruses. Some idea of a splendid acerbity of this music may be had from the theme of the middle section. Du schlägest sie, aber sie fühlen nicht. Thou smitest them, but they feel it not. The bass aria, Verachtest du den Reichtum seiner Gnade, if thou dost scorn the riches of his grace, begins with a leap of a seventh.
Verachtest du?
The orchestral accompaniment of the first chorus of a cantata, Es ist nichts Gesundes an meinem Leibe, und ist kein Friede in meinen Gebeinen, there is no soundness in my body, and no rest in my bones, number 25, footnote for the 14th Sunday after Trinity, end of footnote, is constructed out of a series of sighs. While the trombones, cornets, and flutes play the chorale Ach Herr, mich armen Sünder, Lord, I, a wretched sinner, in 5 parts. The bass theme that accompanies the aria, Ach, wo hol ich, armer, Rat, Ah, where shall I, miserable one, find counsel, is interesting in that it reproduces exactly the same hurried and faltering steps as we have in the theme of the aria, Ach nun ist mein Jesus hin, in the St. Matthew Passion. The final aria, Öffne meinen schlechten Liedern, is dominated by a beautiful colloquy between the strings and oboes on the one side and the 3 flutes on the other. At a performance of this work, the recitative, in which Picander compares the world to a hospital, should be cut out. It goes beyond all endurable limits of tastelessness. Footnote. Die ganze Welt ist nur ein Hospital, wo Menschen von unzählbar großer Zahl und auch die Kinder in der Wiegen an Krankheit hart daniederliegen. Den einen quälet in der Brust ein hitzges Fieber böser Lust, der andere lieget krank an eigener Ehre hässlichem Gestank. Den dritten zerrt die Geldsucht ab und stürzt ihn vor der Zeit ins Grab. End of footnote. The 2 cantatas last mentioned, numbers 102 and 25, were performed by Emanuel at Hamburg, after he had corrected his father's errors. His revisions have been preserved. They do not throw a very favourable light on the understanding of Bach by his sons. In this partly disfigured form, the cantata Herr, deine Augen sehen nach dem Glauben was printed for the first time in 1830. We shall probably never know how Bach could bring himself to turn the main chorus of this cantata into a Kyrie, the alto aria Weh der Seele into a Qui tollis, and the tenor aria Erschrecke doch into a Quoniam tu solus. Footnote. See the small masses in G minor and F major, Bach-Gesellschaft 8. End of footnote. More barbarous perversions cannot be imagined. The blue sky seems to hang over the Ascension cantata Wer da glaubet und getauft wird, number 37. It can easily be imagined how, in the final aria, Bach translates into musical motives the words Der Glaube schafft der Seele Flügel, dass sie sich in den Himmel schwingt. Faith gives the soul wings that it may soar to heaven. End of chapter 29, part 2.
Chapter 30, Part 1 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Neumann. Chapter 30, Part 1. The Secular Cantatas. Bach-Gesellschaft 11, Part 2, 1861. Bach-Gesellschaft 20, Part 2, 1870. Bach-Gesellschaft 29, 1879. Bach-Gesellschaft 34, 1884. The master of the secular cantatas was consigned to even longer oblivion than the master of the church cantata. Rothwell knew only the peasant cantata. The publication of the Bach-Gesellschaft edition brought to light several works of whose existence no one had had any notion. How many more must be irrevocably lost? Still, we possess enough secular cantatas, about 20, to be able to rejoice in the other side of Bach's genius. His first secular cantata originated in the Weimar period. It is entitled Was mir behagt, ist nur die muntre Jagd. It was performed on 23rd February 1716, on which day Duke Christian von Sachsen-Weissenfels celebrated his 53rd birthday by a great hunting party. Bach's master, Duke Ernst Wilhelm, was invited and surprised his friend with a fine table music. The cantata was musicized during the banquet in the gamekeeper's lodge. Duke Christian would have probably found it hard to believe that the cantata would do more to preserve his name for future ages than all his own sovereign acts. Bach evidently worked at it con amore. The text is by Salomo Frank, the secretary of the upper consistory at Weimar, for whose sacred cantata poems Bach had a high regard. In accordance with the taste of the time, the poet goes back to mythology, making sundry great and small gods pay their homage to the object of the day's celebration. The theme of the text is as follows. Endymion feels himself to be slighted by Diana, his beloved, and reproaches her. She makes the excuse that today she must follow the chase and give her favorite hero, Christian, a congratulatory kiss, to which arrangement Endymion has no objection. They are reconciled and together sing the praises of the great sovereign. To give the work the necessary musical variety, the Pan of the country and Pallis, the goddess of the flocks, are added, which makes a cantata of half a dozen recitatives, 8 arias, and 2 choruses. The music is uncommonly expressive and of captivating freshness. The work begins and ends with brilliant fanfares. In the aria Willst du dich nicht mehr ergötzen? Endymion sings his languishing love lament over an animated basso ostinato. Pan's song, Ein Fürst ist seines Landes Pan, is constructed on an imposing form of the rhythm of solemnity. The aria of Pallis, Schafe können sicher weiden, sheep can pasture in safety, is in the nature of a pastoral and is accompanied by 2 flutes. At the finish, Pan sings a dance song in jig form, Ihr Felder und Auen, sonst grünend euch schauen. This cantata was turned to account more than once afterwards. It was given on the birthday of the music-loving Prince Ernst August of Sachsen-Weimar, the only alteration necessary being the substitution of the name of Ernst August for that of Christian. In the score, the new name is simply written under the old one. Bach did not worry in the least over the fact that the names are accented differently and that the declamation consequently became nonsensical. He calmly let his people sing. Note, again, in the first recitative of Diana and Endymion, in Pan's recitative, and in the duet between Diana and Endymion. End of note. When the cantata was given at a later date by the Telemann Society on the name day of the Electoral Prince Friedrich August, Bach, as we can see from a printed copy of the words that's attached to the autograph score, made only such changes in the text as were absolutely necessary. This time the work was entitled Verlockender Götterstreit. It was again performed before Prince Christian von Weissenfels, at a feast he was celebrating with his wife Louise Christine, née Countess Stolberg. On this occasion, the final chorus was sung to the following text. Die Anmut umfange, das Glück bediene den Herzog und seine Louise Christine. Sie weden in Freuden auf Blumen und Klee. Es prange die Zierde der fürstlichen Ehe. Die andere Dione, Fürst Christians Krone. Our information as to all these different uses to which the cantata was put is derived from remarks in the score. Some of the numbers were incorporated in church cantatas. The final chorus, Il lieblichste Blicke, was transformed into the opening chorus of the Michaelmas cantata, Man singt mit Freuden vom Sieg, number 149. The hunting music and 2 arias are used in the cantata for Whit Monday, 1731, Also hat Gott die Welt geliebt, number 68. The bass aria of this, quote, Du bist geboren mir zum Guten, end quote, is derived from Pan's aria, Ein Fürst ist seines Landes Pan, and the well-known soprano aria, Mein gläubiges Herze, is an enlarged arrangement of Pelly's song, Weil die wollen reichen Hirten. The latter is expanded from 36 to 78 bars. The vocal phrase is new, but the bass figure is derived from the secular cantata. The arrangement is not wholly satisfactory. The simple aria of the hunting cantata is in its own way more beautiful and better balanced than that of the Whit Monday cantata, in which we cannot help seeing ultimately that a new patch has been placed on an old garment. Note, Bach has written upon the same theme a small trio for violin, oboe, and clavier. See Bach Gesellschaft 29, pages 250 and 251. End of note. In Köthen, Bach had no choir at his disposal as he had in Weimar. For the birthday music Durchlauchter Leopold, which he probably wrote for his master in his first year of service, he had to be content with a duet between soprano and bass. Note, Bach Gesellschaft 34. It is true that he has marked the 2-part finale coro, but it was sung by his 2 soloists. The declamation is so curious, for example on the words Nimm auch, glücklich, and Sei dem Volke, as to lead us to believe that the music was originally written to another text. End of note. In the two-part arias, however, he tries to give the illusion that a choir is at work. He detaches the second violins and the violas from the rest of the orchestra and makes them play second and third parts between the soprano and the bass. There seems to have been no poet available there for the text. The mechanically rhymed prose reminds us somewhat of the kind that Bach himself used to write when he put his hand to poetry. It is therefore not unlikely that the text of the serenata is his own. The charming music breathes of gaiety and happiness. In order that it might not be wasted, he used it for the church cantata for Whit Monday, Erhöhtes Fleisch und Blut, number 173. The style of the textual transformation may be gathered from the first recitative. Quote, Secular cantata, Durchlauchter Leopold, es singet an Halswelt, von neuem mit Vergnügen dein Köthen sich dir stellt, sich vor dir zu biegen, Durchlauchter Leopold. Whit Monday Cantata. Erhöhtes Fleisch und Blut, das Gott selbst an sich nimmt, dem schon hier auf Erden ein himmlisch Heil bestimmt, des höchsten Kind zu werden, erhöhtes Fleisch und Blut. End quote. In 1725, the Duke of Köthen took for second wife the Princess Charlotte Friederike Wilhelmine of Nassau. At that time, Bach was settled in Leipzig, but he had retained his title of Köthen Kapellmeister, and his connection with the court, and of course the duty of writing music for great occasions. On the 30th of November, 1726, the birthday of the princess, he brought his best singers from Leipzig and performed the congratulatory cantata Steigt freudig in die Luft zu den erhabenen Höhen. A little later on, he used the same music for the birthday celebration of one of the Leipzig teachers, probably the rector Gessner. In this new form, the cantata is entitled Schwingt freudig euch empor, The music gives very characteristic expression to this idea of joyous soaring into the air. The festive nature of the cantata impelled Bach to adapt it for the first Sunday in Advent, but he retained the opening words as these were necessary for the music. This was the origin of the sacred cantata, Schwingt freudig euch empor, number 36. About the year 1733, the Köthen secular cantata was again recast. It was adapted to the text Die Freude reget sich, and sung by the students on the birthday of the professor of law, Johann Florenz Revinus, who was very friendly with Bach. Another Köthen cantata, Mit Gnaden bekröne der Himmel die Zeiten, perhaps written in 1721, seems to have been performed at a New Year's festival or at some domestic celebration of the royal house. It consists of solos and duets. At the end there's a chorus, but only of the simplest kind. This work also was converted into a church cantata with a new text, Ein Herz, das seinen Jesum lebend weiß, number 134. It was intended for the third day of Easter. A specially delightful piece of work is the secular wedding cantata for solo soprano, Weichet nur, betrübte Schatten, which Bach wrote as table music for the wedding of some couple whose names we do not know. It has survived only by accident. It would have been lost to us had it not been copied out by Rink, a pupil of Peter Kellner. The poem is much superior to the ordinary occasional text that came Bach's way. The theme is the passing of winter and the coming of spring. Phoebus and his horses gallop through the new world. Cupid runs through the fields whenever he sees a pair of lovers kissing. May the love spring of the newly wedded pair overcome and outlast the transitoriness of outward things. To this expressive poem, Bach has written some particularly beautiful music. The vaporous semi-quavers ascending in the strings in the opening aria depict the mists vanishing before the breeze of spring. While the oboe sings a dreamy, yearning melody of the type of which Bach alone seems to have the secret. The aria that deals with the fleet steeds with which Phoebus flies through the newly awakened world begins in this way. As the sketch for this theme is found in the final allegro of the sixth sonata for violin and clavier, which was written in Köthen, it is probable that the wedding cantata belongs to the same period. When Bach settled in Leipzig, he might have expected numerous commissions for occasional compositions. Such works were often called for in a town of that kind. Each great family festival, each birthday of any notable personality had to be accompanied by music specially written for the occasion. In addition, there were many events of the university life, ovations of students in honor of favorite professors, the official festivals of the university, and the academic arrangements on patriotic occasions. Bach certainly counted on a substantial addition to his income from these sources. The ordinary remuneration for a piece of occasional music was about $50. This cannot be called brilliant for the circumstances of the time, but the presence or absence of 2 or 3 such commissions would count for something in the cantor's domestic exchequer. It looks as if Bach were somewhat disappointed in this regard. He received practically no orders at all for official festivals at the university, owing to his having offended the academic authorities by his energetic action with regard to the services at the university church. He was out of touch with the students in the first few years on account of his not conducting any of their Collegia Musica. The public did not look upon him as a composer who could write graceful and sentimental melodies. Perhaps, too, the Köthen and Weissenfels Hofkapellmeister did not strike the Leipzig patricians as being sufficiently accommodating for a musician to whom they would give commissions for their festivals. We may therefore assume that Bach was entrusted with only a small portion of the occasional music performed during his residence in Leipzig. Görner and other third- and fourth-rate great men, and later on his own pupil Dölles, were much more in vogue than the master himself. Had he not undertaken in 1729 the conductorship of the Telemann Collegium Musicum, he would have hardly made an appearance at all as a festival composer. His poet for the secular cantatas was Picander, who served him better in worldly than in spiritual things. His heart was really in the former. For the church cantatas he could only string together phrases from the Bible and the hymn books without adding anything of his real self to them. In the secular cantatas he showed real inventive power, and could always give a certain amount of interest to the mythological trappings of the situation. The richness of his diction and pictorial images was of great service to him in these works, and his sincere feeling for nature makes him, at certain happy moments, a real poet. If Bach's secular cantatas are not merely occasional compositions, but primarily artworks of genuine nature poetry, and only secondarily and by the accident of their origin, occasional works, we must thank Picander for it. His dexterity is evident in his first text, Der zufriedengestellte Aeolus, written for Bach in 1725 on the occasion of a student's celebration in honor of the name day, 3rd of August, of the Doctor of Philosophy August Friedrich Müller, 1684 to 1761. In the cantata, Aeolus proposes, on this particular day, to restore to the imprisoned winds their liberty in view of the approaching end of the summer. They rejoice madly over the destruction they will work everywhere. Aeolus himself tells them what is permitted of them and laughs in anticipation of what they will do. The gentle Zephyrus sings his song of farewell. Pomona enters and begs for a delay for the sake of her fruit-laden trees, but in vain. Pallas is more fortunate. She conjures the ruler of the winds not to disturb the feast that the Muses are holding on Helicon, the feast in honor of Herr August Müller. This entreaty Aeolus cannot resist. He recalls to their caves the already half-liberated winds. Pallas, Pomona, and Zephyrus sing a happy trio, which is followed by a duet by the two goddesses. The finale is a brilliant chorus, Vivat August. Note: Bach's poet, of course, had in his mind's eye the well-known scene in Virgil's Aeneid. End quote. The music is particularly vivacious. The first chorus and the recitative of Aeolus depicts the unbridled impetuosity of the scurrying winds. The aria, quote, Wie will ich lustig lachen, how merrily will I laugh, end quote, is full of lusty laughter. A remarkable contrast to this strong music is afforded by the autumnal melancholy of the aria of Zephyrus, Frische Schatten meine Freude. In the aria of Pomona, we see the leaves falling wearily from branch after branch. What caressing grace again in the aria of Pallas, what restrained power in the air of Aeolus with its accompaniment for wind instruments alone. Zurücke, zurücke, geflügelte Winde. What glorious sunshine in the G major theme of the duet of the goddesses. And all this for Herr August Müller, who could have had no idea that Bach's music was a feast of the Muses that would carry his name down to the remotest generations. At a later date, Bach himself sinned against this splendid work. When Friedrich August II was crowned King of Poland at Krakow on the 17th of January 1734, Bach performed with the Telemann Society in the same month a festival cantata entitled Blasst Lärmen, ihr Feinde, that is merely a perversion of the text composed in honor of August Müller. The text seems to have been rewritten by himself, for no author's name appears on the textbook printed by Breitkopf, an omission that no poetaster of that day would have consented to. The new version, in which valor, justice, and grace appear, does not harmonize with the ideas and moods of the music, so that the combination is quite nonsensical. Spitta concludes from this that Bach certainly did not regard characterization as the central point of his music. This is an error. It merely proves in what a hurry Bach was to make sure that this society should be the first to celebrate the coronation. The festival ode, performed by the university in honor of the coronation on the 19th February, was written by Goerne. The cantata Vereinigte Zwietracht der wechselnden Zeiten was written in 1726 for the academic ceremony of the appointment of Dr. Gottlieb Korte, 1698 to 1731, as professor of Roman law. The march with which the work opens was played by the wind instruments during the entry into the hall. For this reason it is not included among the orchestral parts of the cantata proper. We possess it in the score alone. For this composition, Bach made use of the second allegro and the final trio of the first Brandenburg concerto. The allegro became the opening chorus. The trio, arranged for full orchestra, became an instrumental intermezzo, ritornello. The alto aria, Etzet dieses Angedenken, with its individual accompaniment, also seems to be borrowed from somewhere. The music takes no further account of the insipid allegory, in which all the possible virtues appear, and admonish the youth of the university to follow the example of the new professor. What does it matter to Bach that it is tedious industry that preaches to the sons of the muses in an aria, quote, Zieht euren Fuß nicht zurücke, ihr, die ihr meinen Weg erwählt. Draw not back, ye who have chosen my way. End quote. All he sees is the musical image of the elastic step, so he sets the dull moral to a piquant piece of ballet music, which can be turned into a dance by simply substituting an instrument for the tenor voice. To ensure the elegant performance of the movement, Bach took the trouble to indicate the phrasing and expression in the instrumental parts. The orchestra for the cantata consists of trumpets 1, 2, and 3, oboe d'amore 1 and 2, taille, violins 1 and 2, violas, and continuo. Judging from the parts, each of the instruments, with the exception of the third trumpet and the drum, was multiplied, even the wind. For contrabass, cello, and bassoon alone, 4 unfigured continuo parts were written out. Some time after 1733, we cannot be sure of the exact date, this music was again adapted to the text Auf schmetternde Töne der muntern Trompeten for the name day of August 3rd. Several occasional compositions of that period must be regarded as lost. We merely know their titles and now and then their texts. Only by its title do we know of the cantata Siehe, der Hüter Israels, which is mentioned in Breitkopf's list for Michaelmas 1761 as a graduation cantata. On 5th June 1732, the reconstructed St. Thomas School was reconsecrated with great solemnity. For this occasion Bach wrote the cantata Froher Tag verlangte Stunden, the text of which still exists in the library of the institution. The cantata Entfernet euch, ihr heitern Sterne was, as we learned from Sickel's Das frohlockende Leipzig, performed on the 12th of May, 1727, the birthday of King August II, about 8 in the evening in the marketplace by the students of the university. The monarch himself was in Leipzig and listened to the work from a window in Appel's house. The music for the festival service in the university church was written by Goerne. For the banquet at the wedding of the Leipzig merchant Heinrich Wolf and the daughter of Hempel, commissary of excise in Zittau, on 5th February 1728, Bach wrote the cantata Vergnügte Pleißenstadt. The text is by Picander, who, in order to afford Bach an opportunity for musical painting, gives speaking parts to the rivers. At a later date, Bach recast the text, substituted Apollo and Mercury for the Pleiße and the Neiße, and made them sing the praise of Leipzig and its council. When and for what occasion this revised version was performed, we do not know. If it was during the period when Bach was at war with the council, the composing of this libretto must have been even harder for him than the hammering out of the rhymes. The text is just what we might expect. Der Streit zwischen Phoebus und Pan and the Coffee Cantata belong to the category of burlesque satire. Both were written about 1732. The matter for Phoebus und Pan was derived by Picander from Ovid, but to ensure musical vivacity he made liberal additions of his own. In the sextet, Momus, Mercury, Tmolus, Midas, Phoebus, and Pan order the winds to withdraw to their caves, so as not to disturb the proposed contest of song. Bach, of course, did not let such an opportunity for pictorial music pass by him. We seem actually to see the clouds of whirling dust. Vivace et allegro. The tribunal is arranged. Phoebus chooses Tmolus for his advocate. Pan selects Midas. Thereupon, Phoebus sings a melody in which we find embodied a number of themes which Bach uses to express unspeakable longing. Pan sings a peasant dance tune, Zum Tanze, zum Sprunge, wie wackelt das Herz, in which words and melody are both plebeian as if sung at a kermesse. The middle section is a largo in which he parodies the elegiac theme of Phoebus in an angular 4/4 rhythm. The words run thus, quote, Wenn der Ton zu mühsam klingt und der Mund gebunden singt, so erweckt es keinen Scherz. End quote. Tmolus awards the victory to Phoebus and sings a song about music that is born of charm. Midas, in an aria written in the style of a village cantor, gives the prize to Pan, justifying his verdict with the remark that Pan's music fell thus on his ears. As a reward for his mad ambition, he is given ass's ears. Mercury, however, announces that arrogant presumption always wins the cap and bells of folly in the end, and we hear the bell jingling in the accompaniment to the aria. Finally, all unite in the praise of charming music that delights not only men but the gods, and for the sake of which we can calmly put up with censure and jeers. As early as 1856, Dehn, the well-known Bach student, conjectured that the satire is not a general one, but that Bach had some particular circumstance in view. He thought that the cantata was directed against the rector Biedermann of Freiburg, Saxony. To the general discussion that took place about the middle of the 18th century as to whether in the reorganization of classical education music was to keep its old place in the school course, this pedagogue had contributed in 1749 a pamphlet entitled De Vita Musica, in which he maintained that not only was music prejudicial to education, but that it was usually the worst boys in the school who took up art. His object was to depreciate and annoy his cantor, Dölles, who a year previously had won great success with a singspiel on the centenary of the Peace of Westphalia. Bach had to endure from his own rector just what his pupil Dölles had to put up with from Biedermann. He consequently took a lively interest in the controversy that arose around the pamphlet, and in which every musician of note, especially Matheson, fell furiously on the luckless author. Bach regretted that his health did not permit him to take up the pen himself, but he had an answer composed by a certain Schweitzer of Nordhausen, a member of the musical society. This pleased him so much that on the 10th December 1749 he wrote to Einecke in Frankenhausen that, quote, he did not doubt that such refutationes would clean the author's dirty ear and make it more fit to listen to music, end quote. It would be quite possible that Bach had attacked the malicious rector in a satirical cantata. On closer examination, however, it becomes clear that Der Streit zwischen Phoebus und Pan does not relate to this matter. It is not directed against one who despises art, but against a superficial critic. A decisive point is that the text existed as early as 1732, when it was published in the third part of Picander's poems. It can therefore only refer to Bach's critic, Scheibe. Note: Otto Lindner controverted Dane's hypothesis in an article on Biedermann und Bach in the Vossische Zeitung for 1st and 8th July 1860. The correct theory is stated by Rust in the preface to Bachgesellschaft 11 and by Spitta. End of note. It is true that the latter's views upon Bach's music only appeared in the Kritischer Musikus of 1737. His animosity, however, dates from about 1729, when Bach had not supported his candidature for the post of organist at St. Thomas's, as Scheibe would have liked. He could not fail to speak offensively of Bach's music afterwards, so that the composer had good cause to ridicule him musically in the Telemann Society. This explains the character and the date of origin of the work. The points of the text are clear. Midas is Scheibe. The latter had charged Bach's music with being turgid and confused, and maintained that it must have been artificial and far-fetched, since it did not aim at an immediate appeal to the senses. This is why Midas sings, quote, Ach, Pan, wie hast du mich gestärkt! Dein Lied hat mir so wohl geklungen, dass ich es mir auf einmal gleich gemerkt. Der Phoebus macht es gar zu bunt. Allein dein allerliebster Mund sang leicht und ungezwungen. O Pan, thy song was life to me. My heart was stirred with strange emotion, and as I listened, lo, it seemed to me I heard the plaintive music of the woodland, the sighing of the restless ocean. Not Phoebus should receive the prize, but thou, whose song in simple wise thy hearers all hath charmed. End quote. The cantata is thus a product of the same spirit as Wagner's Die Meistersinger. Bach wrote it in order to rise superior in his music to the misunderstanding around him, and to place to his own lips the cheering and refreshing cup of high-souled irony, finding in this, like all great minds, strength to go on undisturbed with his work. Bach's heart was lightened when in the aria of Phoebus and that of Tmolus, he had represented his art as that of godlike charm. The pessimism that had weighed on him since the production of the St. Matthew Passion, and that finds such bitter expression in the letter to Edmund, was now overcome. The cantata must have been performed again at the time of the Biedermann controversy. At that time, Bach did not conduct any of the students' singing societies, but the circle of friends who felt themselves wounded with him by the attack sought out the work again and found refreshment in it. This accounts for our possessing a manuscript copy of the textbook with the date 1749. The last two lines of the final recitative were altered to fit the case of the malicious pedagogue. In 1732 they had been sung thus, quote, Ergreife Phoebus nun die Leier wieder, es ist nicht lieblichers als deine Lieder. Take up thy lyre again, Phoebus. There is nothing more delightful than thy song. Unquote. They were now transformed thus, quote, Verdoppel, Phoebus, nun Musik und Lieder, tob auch Hortensius und ein Obil dawider. Redouble, Phoebus, thy music and singing, even though a Hortensius and an Orbilius rage against them. Unquote. Orbilius is the Horatian schoolmaster ready to strike. Hortensius, the Latin rhetor, is probably intended for Ernesti, the odious rector of St. Thomas's, who was particularly devoted to Latin oratory. End of chapter 30, part 1. Read by Sandra. Chapter 30, Part 2 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. The coffee cantata, Schweigt stille, plaudert nicht, is much more unassuming. It aims only at refreshment. In 1727, Picander had published, in the first volume of his poems, a story in which he had made merry over the increasing passion for coffee. The King of France, he says, has forbidden the beverage in Paris, which occasions general lamentation. The women die as if the plague were raging. This went on until the interdict was removed. It should be mentioned that the praise of coffee had been warmly sung in a collection of cantatas published in Paris about 1703. The text of the first German coffee cantata was by Gottfried Krause, 1716. We do not know who wrote the music to it. Note: See Spitta, 2, 641 and forward. It is well known that in the 18th century many princes expressly forbade the public or secret drinking of coffee in their dominions. The Landgrave Friedrich of Hesse issued an ordinance of this kind in 1766. It was in force more than 20 years. The coffee smellers, Kaffeeriecher, who lodged information, received 1/4 of the fine. See the Frankfurter Zeitung for 26 July 1907. The theme of Picander's poem is as follows. Father Schlendrian, routine, wishes to break his daughter Lieschen of the coffee habit. "Oh, father, be not so strict," she pleads. "If I do not drink my little cup of coffee 3 times a day, I shall be like a dried-up piece of roast goat's flesh." Her prayer is reinforced by a roguish aria in praise of the black beverage. All threats are in vain. She will give up her promenades, her wide and fashionable whalebone skirt, even the silver-work ribbon for her cap. Not until she is engaged to a man will she consent to give up coffee. "So do it to-day, dear father," she says coaxingly in an aria. He has hardly gone out when Lieschen makes it known that "no wooer need come to the house unless he will promise, and have it put in the marriage settlement, that I may have liberty to make coffee when I will." To this libretto, Bach has written music that seems to come from Offenbach rather than from the old cantor of St. Thomas's. The work, as it stands, could be given as a one-act operetta. On Tuesday, the 7th April, 1739, a foreign musician, Fremder Musikus, announced a concert in the Frankfurt market-house, "in which, among other things, Herr Schlendrian and his daughter Lieschen will appear." This can only refer to Picander's poem. We do not know whether it was given with Bach's music, or whether the Fremder Musikus had set it himself. If the former, then this is the only case which we can positively cite of a performance of one of his works in another town. The soprano cantata, Von der Vergnügsamkeit, also probably dates from the early 30s. It seems to have been written for Anna Magdalena, and was probably performed in the domestic concerts that Bach used to have as long as his elder sons were with him. It is not of great musical value. It is significant that he should have been attracted by such a text. At first sight it merely seems to be concerned with the praise of a certain homely contentment, and the art of putting away from us unnecessary cares and desires. But the religious note imperceptibly creeps in. The true contentment is peace and quietness in God. Thus the work that began in such banality ends with the praise of divine sufficiency that makes the poor rich and on the level of princes. This was the spiritual state of the great German mystic, Bach, whose outward semblance was that of a comfortable citizen of the 18th century. Yet even he strove after vain things. In 1733 he went to Dresden to receive the title of court composer. It is not surprising to hear that while waiting for this he performed some patriotic cantatas in order to bring himself before the friendly notice of the royal house. On 27th of July he presented his petition. On 5th September he conducted in the Telemann Society a drama per musica, Hercules auf dem Scheidewege, to celebrate the 11th birthday of the Electoral Prince. We learn this from Pikander's poems, among which the libretto is printed. The autograph score merely has the title of, quote, Glückwünschungskantate auf einen sächsischen Prinzen, congratulatory cantata for a Saxon prince, end quote. The subject is a familiar one. Pleasure and virtue each try to capture Hercules, who here represents the young prince. Warned by the faithful Echo, he resists the former, and falls into the arms of virtue, whereupon the work ends with the chorus, quote, Lust der Völker, Lust der deinen Blühe, holder Friedrich. As the summer meetings of the Collegium Musicum were held in Zimmermann's garden before the city gate, we may assume that this cantata was given in the open air, as was the case indeed with most of the large secular works he wrote in Leipzig. The music Bach has written to Pikander's poem is, with all its charm and urbanity, full of characterization. As Schweitzer says, Handel's Wahl des Herakles is much inferior to that of Bach. It is not clear, however, what Schweitzer means by the reproach that the work is spoiled by an excess of sentiment that does not suit either the subject or the genre. He is always inclined, indeed, to underappreciate Bach's secular cantatas. Although the Wahl des Hercules is rarely performed in our concert halls, it is well known, for all that, for the principal numbers, 6 in all, have been incorporated in the Christmas Oratorio, at which Bach was working at that time. The opening chorus, Lasst uns sorgen, is identical with the chorus, Fallt mit Danken, of the Christmas Oratorio. The slumber song that Pleasure sings over Hercules became the lullaby for the infant Jesus. This is the well-known aria. The text of the original and that of the adaptation may be cited here for the purpose of comparison. The choice of Hercules, quote, Pleasure. Schlafe, mein Lieber, und pflege der Ruhe, folge der Lockung entbrannter Gedanken, schmecke die Lust der lüsternen Brust und erkenne keine Schranken. End quote. The Christmas Oratorio, quote, Schlafe, mein Liebster, genieße der Ruhe, wache nach diesem für alle Gedeihen, labe die Brust, empfinde die Lust, wo wir unser Herz erfreuen. End quote. The aria, Flust mein Heiland, in the oratorio is also taken from Die Wahl des Hercules, where in the aria Troia's Echo, the hero asks the echo to reply to him. Here the musical effect is justified by the text. In the corresponding number of the Christmas Oratorio, however, the echo effect is meaningless, the text having nothing to do with question and answer. The aria, Auf meinen Flügeln sollst du schweben, corresponds to the aria, Ich will nur dir zu Ehren leben, in the Christmas Oratorio. Here again the music betrays how much of it is original and how much borrowed. In the aria in the cantata, the motion of the floating wings is suggested. We seem to see an eagle soaring aloft, with a few beats of his wings, and then circling tranquilly in the air. The text of the aria in the oratorio has no relation whatever to this wonderfully plastic theme. Why did not Bach take the trouble to ensure by a corresponding pictorial figure community between the words and the music in the new text? So again with the aria Bereite dich Zion and its secular model Ich will dich nicht hören, the theme of the middle section has meaning only in relation to the original.
At one point, the solo violin is silenced, and a curious figure enters in the basses. What does this signify? It is the familiar motif by means of which Bach represents the winding motion of a serpent or a dragon. The text, in fact, speaks of the serpents that approached the youthful Hercules, quote, "the serpents that tried to cajole me," unquote. In the Christmas Oratorio, the bass figure has no justification. The dialogue between Hercules and Virtue, "Ich bin deine," also loses its musical meaning when it becomes the duet "Herr, dein Mitleid" in the Oratorio. No one, acquainted with Bach's thematic invention, can doubt that both the motifs of the aria express joy of the liveliest kind. In the original, these themes are prompted by the text. Hercules' choice of virtue is expressed in a sort of nuptial rapture. Quote, "Ich bin deine, du bist meine, ich küsse dich, küsse mich." End quote. The text of the adaptation, however, is quite colorless, and would never have given rise of itself to music of this kind. These examples of adaptations in a single work are typical for Bach. It is almost incredible that the same artist who insisted so strongly on characteristic expression in music could at another time constrain his music so barbarously to fit an alien text. Quote, "We can congratulate ourselves," says Schweitzer, "that with the exception of the final chorus and the recitatives, the whole of Die Wahl des Hercules has been incorporated in the Christmas Oratorio, written a year later." End quote. To this we may rejoin that our good luck is somewhat doubtful, since the adapted movements make a notably uncomfortable impression upon us. Even the hearer who does not exactly know how the adaptations have been made will feel that the words and music do not agree. This makes full artistic enjoyment impossible. Schweitzer is secretly rejoiced at these superficial transcriptions, as they confirm for him his pet conclusion that the pictorial and the characteristic are only accidental, not essential elements of Bach's art. The musician who is indifferent to all these theories will rather regret that the incorporation of Die Wahl des Hercules in the Christmas Oratorio prevents us hearing it in its original form. On 8th December 1733, barely 3 months after Die Wahl des Hercules, Bach performed a new cantata in honor of the royal house, entitled Tönet, ihr Pauken, erschallet Trompeten, Drama der Musica der Königin zu Ehren. Bach did not finish the work until the evening before the performance, as is shown by the note at the end of the autograph score. Fine, DSG 1, 1733, 7th December. It is interesting to observe that the majority of the cantatas in honor of the royal house, including Die Wahl des Hercules, bear the inscriptions JJ, Jesu Juva, Jesus Help, and SDG 1, Soli Deo Gloria, to God alone the glory. The text must be by Bach himself, since no author's name is given in the program book printed by Breitkopf. The quality and quantity of the dialect in the text, however, would be enough to betray the real author. The first chorus may be quoted as an example of Bach's poetry. Quote, "Tönet, ihr Pauken, erschallet Trompeten, klingende Saiten erfüllet die Luft. Singet itzt Lieder, ihr muntren Poeten. Königin lebe, wie fröhlichst geruft. Königin lebe, dies wünsche der Sachse. Königin lebe und blühe und wachse." End quote. The finest numbers of this work also have passed into the Christmas Oratorio. Here, however, the adaptations led to no violence being done to the music, both texts being of a general order and expressing the same joyous feelings. In January 1734, for the coronation of August II at Krakow, the zufriedengestellte Aeolus was arranged for a new text, Blasst Lärmen ihr Feinde. Footnote. Tönet ihr Pauken, to the Christmas Oratorio. 1. Chorus, Tönet ihr Pauken. 2. Jauchzet Frohlocket in the Christmas Oratorio. 2. Aria Fromme Musen to the aria Frohe Hirten eilt in the Oratorio. 3. The aria Kron und Preis gekrönter Damen to the aria Großer Herr und starker König in the Oratorio. And from the chorus Blicket ihr Linden to the chorus Herrscher des Himmels in the Oratorio. End of footnote. In the autumn of the same year, the king and queen visited Leipzig. Bach hurriedly wrote the cantata Preise dein Glücke, gesegnetes Sachsen, which was performed in the marketplace before the windows of the royal pair on the evening of 5th October. Quote, about 9 o'clock in the evening, says Solomon Riemer's chronicle, the whole of the students here performed before their majesties a most submissive serenade with trumpets and kettle drums, composed by Herr Kapellmeister Johann Sebastian Bach, Cantor zu St. Thomas. During it 600 students carried great torches, and 4 counts as marshals produced the music. End quote. In the recitatives, allusions are made to contemporary events. One of these speaks of the exploits of the French in the War of the Polish Succession. Quote, in einer Zeit, da alles uns blitzt und kracht, ja der Franzosen Macht, die doch so vielmal schon gedämpft worden, von Süden und von Norden auch unserem Vaterland mit Schwert und Feuer droht, kann diese Stadt so glücklich sein, dich, mächtigen Schutzgott unserer Linden, in ihrem Schoß zu finden. End quote. The texts of the sacred cantatas of that time also give expression to the anxiety caused by the war. The music of this coronation cantata is somewhat unequal in quality. A number of the movements seem to be borrowed from other works. Only one number was taken from it for the Christmas Oratorio. Note, the adaptation is again barbarous. The aria, quote, durch die von Eifer entflammten Waffen, by the weapons inflamed with anger, end quote, is provided with the sacred text, quote, erleucht auch meine finstern Sinne, lighten my darkened sense, end quote. The text of the secular cantata is not by Picander, nor does it appear to be by Bach. End of note. The first chorus afterwards became the Hosanna of the B minor Mass. 2 days later, on the 7th of October, the king's birthday was celebrated. For this festival, Bach had long prepared a performance of the cantata Schleicht spielende Wellen at the Collegium Musicum. The text is by Picander, who again did Bach the service of supplying him with a poem exceedingly rich in musical motifs. He manages this by making the Vistula, the Elbe, the Danube, and the Pleiße laud the good fortune of the Saxon Poland through which they flow. This is all Bach needs. He lets the words of the text go where they will, and in almost every number depicts the changeful play of the waves. In the first chorus, their multiform motion is represented by the cooperation of 3 motifs. The truth of the picture to nature is astounding. All the irregularity and unexpectedness within a monotonous rhythm that gives such fascination to the song of the waves is here achieved in tone. The text runs thus, quote, Schleicht, spielende Wellen und murmelt gelinde, nein, rauschet geschwinde. Glide along, ye waves, in play, and murmur gently. No, rush along swiftly. End quote. As a great deal depends on the playing here, Bach has liberally sprinkled the original parts with dots, ties, and dynamic marks. They show us down to the smallest detail how he wished his music to be performed. In the aria of the Elbe, quote, Jede Woge meiner Wellen ruft das goldene Wort August. Every one of my billows calls out the golden word Augustus. End quote. The appropriate motion is rendered by a solo violin. In the aria of the Danube, the motion of the waves is represented in a very complex style. The motif of the aria of the Pleiße runs thus. In the final chorus, the motion is throughout tranquil and majestic. Thus, in 13 months, from September 1733 to October 1734, Bach had produced 5 cantatas in honor of the royal house. He could hardly have shown more loyalty. Nevertheless, he had still to wait 2 years for the title he so eagerly desired. After this, the secular compositions became less and less frequent. The cantata Thomanna, Saß noch betrübt, performed on 21st November 1734 on the occasion of the induction of the younger Ernesti, is now lost. The dreary text is preserved in Riemer's Chronicle. 4 years later, 1738, another cantata of homage to the royal house was performed. Riemer's Chronicle speaks of it thus, quote, "On the morning of the 28th April, about 9 o'clock, Baron Woldemar von Schmettau gave a solemn discourse in St. Paul's Church on the approaching marriage of the Princess Amelia and His Majesty the King of the Two Sicilies. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the university students, with many torches, performed a fine Nachtmusik with trumpets and kettledrums before Appel's house in the market, a submissive drama composed by Herr Kapellmeister Johann Sebastian Bach, whereupon Count von Zieroten, Baron von Schmettau, Herr von Leibnitz, and Herr von Marschall were so gracious as to submit the cantata most humbly to the kings and the princesses, and were allowed to kiss hands." End quote. We are not told whether this honor fell to the composer also. Magister Birnbaum mentions this cantata in his defense of Bach against Scheibe, 1739, adding it as a proof that the, quote, "Herr Court composer writes movingly, expressively, naturally, symmetrically, and in accordance not with the depraved, but with the best taste." End quote. The music is lost. The text glorifies August II and his father under the names of Solomon and David. The title of the cantata is Willkommen, ihr herrschenden Götter der Erden. Altogether, we have only 3 secular cantatas dating from Bach's last creative period. The first, Angenehmes Wiederau, belongs to the year 1737. On 28th September of that year, Johann Christian Hennecke, a quondam lackey who had prospered by the favor of Count Brühl, rendered homage at Wiederau on entering into possession of his land. Picander, who wished to curry favor with the parvenu, had written a text and asked Bach to compose the music. The opening chorus of the cantata, it is repeated at the end, is one of the most spirited movements ever written by Bach. We can easily understand him using it again for a festival work. It recurs in the cantata for Midsummer Day, Freue dich, erlöste Schar, No. 30. 4 of the arias are also incorporated in the sacred work. The adaptation of the second is very imperfect, as will be seen from a cursory comparison of the 2 texts. Quote, Angenehmes Wiederau, aria. Was die Seele kann ergötzen, was vergnügt und hoch zu schätzen, soll der lehn und erblich sein. Meine Fülle soll nichts sparen und dir reichlich offenbaren, dass mein ganzer Vorrat dein. End quote. From Freue dich, erlöste Schar, quote, aria. Kommt, ihr angefochtenen Sünder, eilt und lauft, ihr Adamskinder, euer Heiland ruft und schreit, kommet, ihr verirrten Schafe, steht auf vom Sündenschlafe, dann jetzt ist die Gnadenzeit. End quote. The cantata Mehr an neue Oberkeit, was also written for an act of homage on entering into possession of land. It was performed on 30th August 1742, when the Chamberlain Karl Heinrich von Dieskau became Herr von Kleinschocher. The idea seems again to have come from Picander. As von Dieskau was his superior in the custom house, he had good reasons for paying him attention. Perhaps, too, the gentleman was one of Bach's Dresden patrons. At any rate, we find Frau von Dieskau in 1752 mentioned as godmother to the firstborn son of Wilhelm Friedemann. The idea of writing a piece of rustic music did not come inopportunely to Bach, for he had a strong penchant to burlesque. Almost all the movements are set in the form of dance tunes. The overture is a potpourri of dances, terminating with a waltz. The action is simply this: the village people come to congratulate the lord of the manor and offer him good wishes, after which they retire to drink free beer in the tavern. The text is skillfully put together by Picander. He gives Bach the opportunity to contrast the music of the town and that of the village. The composer also employs folk melodies. One of these,
Es nehme das Entukaten,
had lately become popular with the words Frisch auf zum fröhlichen Jagen. The other, seems to have been well known as a cradle song. A third is used in the form of interludes in a recitative. It is the same tune as appears in the Goldberg variations. There may be other folk melodies in the cantata, though we cannot be sure of them. The orchestra usually consists of a contrabass, a viola, and a violin. In the song, Es nehme 10.000 Dukaten, a horn is added. The aria Kleinschocher müsse so zart und süße is instrumented in the town style, that is, with flute and strings. Only Bach's fatal passion for borrowing can account for the fact that the number Dein Wachstum sei feste und lache vor Lust is not set to original music, but to the prized song of Pan, Zum Tanze, zum Sprunge, or was he so pleased with this that he wanted to hear it again? The cantata O Holdertag was written as table music for a wedding feast. If the text can be trusted, the wedded pair were musical. The question is discussed whether music ought to have any place in such a feast. At the end, the answer is given in the affirmative, especially as a patron of the art is here concerned. The spouses each received a copy of the parts, written with extra neatness and fastened with silk. These are now in the Royal Library at Berlin. This cantata probably belongs to Bach's last creative period. It is a specimen of that art of charm on which he prides himself in Phoebus and Pan. Charmingly roguish is the aria, quote, Schweigt, ihr Flöten, be silent, you flutes, end quote, in which the frightened flute cannot achieve a complete theme, but merely gives out short fragments, after each of which it stops timidly. Soon after this first performance, Bach provided the cantata with a new text, O angenehme Melodie, which sings the praise of art in general. In this adaptation it was given at the house of Bach's Dresden patron, Count Fleming, and probably at a meeting of the Collegium Musicum, apparently at the one in 1749, at which Phoebus and Pan was revived. The new version of the occasional cantata seems to refer to the Biedermann controversy. One recitative runs thus, quote, Wie wohl, beliebte Musiker, so angenehm dein Spiel so vielen Ohren ist, so bist du doch betrübt und stehst in Gedanken da, denn es sind ihr viele, denen du verächtlich bist. Mich deucht, ich höre deine Klagen selbst also sagen, schweigt, ihr Flöten, schweigt, ihr Töne. End quote. The final section of the opening recitative, quote, Die Wissenschaften anderer Künste sind Irrnen Witzes klüge Dünste. Du aber, die Musik, bist allein vom Himmel zu uns abgestiegen, so musst du auch recht himmlisch sein. End quote. Is in the pure Bachian spirit. 2 Italian cantatas have come down to us, Amore Traditore and Non sace sia dolore. The first is set for bass and clavier accompaniment, a unique case with Bach. In the second, for soprano solo, the accompaniment is for strings and flute. A splendid sinfonia opens the cantata. Neither work, as we might expect from Bach, makes any attempt at imitating the Italian style. The texts are written in Germanized Italian. The second, judging from an allusion here and there, is meant to console an Italian artist who's leaving Germany and returning to his native land. The fact that the secular cantatas are mostly only occasional works written to order is apt to prevent our doing them full justice. We are inclined to believe that with such an origin they must necessarily have been written hastily and mechanically, and so belong to a lower class of art. Bach and his generation, however, thought differently. When he had time, he wrote the works with particular pleasure and took great pains with the performance, as is evident from the careful way in which the parts have been revised, and the large number of phrasing marks and dynamic signs that they contain. It is consequently time to clear away a misconception and to make the Bach of charm known to the musical world. The majority of these works were published nearly a generation ago, yet only 1 or 2 of them have been given on rare occasions here and there. Works like Phoebus und Pan, Die Wahl des Herkules, Der zufriedengestellte Aeolus, Weichet nur betrübter Schatten, Schleicht, spielende Wellen, and O angenehme Melodie should appear regularly on our concert programs. Even the Coffee Cantata and the Mehr han ein neue Oberkeit should be brought forward for other reasons than as mere curiosities. It is curious that the experience of those who have produced the cantatas does not lead to further emulation. It has always been observed that the audience feels no sense of strangeness whatever, but is warmly enthusiastic. The Bach Society of Paris has had the courage to give some of the secular cantatas, including Weichet nur betrübter Schatten, the Coffee Cantata, and Mehr han ein neue Oberkeit, at its very first concerts, and owes its remarkable success in no small degree to this course. The question of the texts presents no particular difficulty. Certain fundamental alterations are necessary, as August II and his family, and Herr Korte, Herr Müller, and all the other lights of science are of minor interest to us now. Their names must be taken out of the poems. The proper method of adaptation is indicated for us in the music. The main thing is to see that the words embody the nature poetry that have inspired the music. In Der zufriedengestellte Aeolus, only a few recitatives and the final chorus need altering. In other works, the changes will have to be more drastic. When shall we find the poet who will supply the music of Schleicht, spielende Wellen with that poetic song of the waves that Bach dimly perceived when he wrote the work? To the objection, have we the right to undertake such adaptations of the text? We may reply that Bach himself gives it us. He converted the wedding cantata, O holder Tag, into the hymn to music, O angenehme Melodie. The fate of the recitatives need not concern us. Bach himself, when making his adaptations, abandons them without scruple when he has no need for them. Our singers, for their part, should pitilessly worry the conductors, great and small, until they're given the opportunity to sing the splendid music that Bach has provided for them in these works. The sopranos especially should plead for the solo cantatas, O angenehme Melodie, and Weichet nur betrübter Schatten. End of Chapter 30, Part 2. Read by Sandra in Muskoka, 2022. Chapter 31 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer. Translated by Ernest Newman. The Motets and Songs, Bach Gesellschaft 39. Of the motets that have come down to us with Bach's name, only 6 are by him. Singet dem Herrn ein neues Lied, der Geist hilft unserer Schwachheit auf, Jesu meine Freude, fürchte dich nicht, komm Jesu, komm, lobet den Herrn alle Heiden. The 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th are for double chorus. We have autographs only of Singet dem Herrn and Der Geist hilft unserer Schwachheit auf. The others exist only in copies. The credit of first publishing Bach's motets belongs to Schicht, one of his successors in the cantorate. He issued them in 1803 through Breitkopf and Hertel. Note: the motet Ich lasse dich nicht is a work by Johann Christian Bach, of which Johann Sebastian made a copy. It is too fine a composition to remain unperformed merely because it is not genuine. Of the other motets formerly attributed to Bach, we may mention Sei Lob und Preis mit Ehren, Lob, Ehre und Weisheit, Merk auf, mein Herz, und singe, Unser Wandel ist im Himmel, Jauchzet dem Herrn alle Welt. On the question of authenticity, see Wilno's excellent preface to Bach Gesellschaft 39. End of note. 2 motets were sung each Sunday, both at St. Thomas's and St. Nicholas's, at the commencement of the morning service and of Vespers, respectively. This would lead us to suppose that Bach must have written a large number of works of this kind. Had he done so, some of them, at any rate, would certainly have survived. It appears, however, that he took no trouble over the ordinary Sunday motet, and always had the traditional ones sung. Those of his that we possess were in fact not written for the ordinary service, but for special occasions. We learn by accident the origin of 3 of them. Jesu meine Freude is the music for the funeral of a certain Frau Ries, 1723. Fürchte dich nicht was written for the funeral of Frau Winkler, the wife of the deputy mayor. Der Geist hilft unserer Schwachheit auf is entitled in the vocal parts, motet for the burial of Professor and Rector Ernesti, who died in October 1729. The Sunday motets were usually sung at Leipzig in Latin. We possess, however, no Latin motets by Bach. Ernst Ludwig Gerber says that he heard a fine Latin motet of Bach's for double chorus sung at the Christmas service at St. Thomas's in 1767. In the old days, however, the term motet had such a general significance, even Zelter and Mendelssohn speak of motets when they mean cantatas, that we cannot deduce from Gerber's remark any positive conclusion as to the existence of Latin motets in the strict sense of the word. All we can say, then, is that on the ordinary Sundays Bach gave other men's motets, not his own. The musicians of that time took no interest in the statutory portions of the service. They occupied themselves only with the principal music, the cantata. Certain hints in the documents relating to the Krauss affair almost lead us to suppose that Bach did not conduct the motet himself, but turned it over to the prefect. In his memorial of 19th August 1736, he speaks of having to conduct himself as something quite out of the ordinary course. The motets presented no text problem, as Bach followed tradition in not setting original poems, but biblical passages and chorale verses. His way of combining these shows the same mastery that we see in his choice of chorale verses for the Passions. A wonderful effect is made at the end of Fürchte dich nicht by the entry of the chorale, quote, Herr mein Hirt, Brunn aller Freuden, du bist mein, ich bin dein. Lord, my shepherd, source of all joy, thou art mine, I am thine. End quote. During the chorus, quote, Fürchte dich nicht, ich habe dich erlöset, ich habe dich bei deinem Namen gerufen, du bist mein. Fear not, I have redeemed thee, I have called thee by thy name, thou art mine. End quote. There is a similarly profound and moving stroke in the motet Jesu meine Freude, where Bach elucidates the verses of the mystical hymn by the intercalation of passages from the 8th chapter of the Epistle to the Romans. We may regard this text as Bach's sermon upon life and death. The musical beauty of the motets was acclaimed by Mozart, who had the greatness of Bach borne in upon him in a flash during a performance of Singet dem Herrn. Note: see Volume 1, page 232, for Rochlit's account of Mozart's sudden enthusiasm for Bach. End of note. Zelter writes to Goethe that if the latter could only be so fortunate as to hear a performance of a Bach motet, he would feel that he was, quote, in the very center of the world, unquote. And truly, when this music rings out, we lose sight of the world with all its unrest, its care and sorrow. We are alone with Bach, who soothes our souls with the wonderful peace of his own heart, and lifts us above all that is, was, and shall be. When the tones have died away, we feel that we must sit still with folded hands, and thank the Master for his legacy to mankind. The question is still debated whether the motets are to be performed a cappella, or whether the voices should be supported by the organ or orchestra. We must remember that in Bach's time the pure vocal style had been quite lost by German composers. Their vocal works are written instrumentally. If, however, the voices are to be handled in this free style, they must be supported in some way. By a cappella music was understood at that time, and on this side of the Alps, not music for voices alone, but compositions in which the orchestra did not play an independent role. It was always taken for granted that the organ was to supply the harmonic foundation, and that instruments were to double the voices. The organ accompaniment in particular was regarded as indispensable. Matheson, in his Das Beschützte Orchester, 1717, shows that in his day there were no longer any vocalists who could sing without the support of the organ or the clavier. During Kuhnau's Cantorate, the St. Thomas boys who sang in the streets used to employ a small portable regal. Kirnberger and Zelter are of opinion that all a cappella singing should be supported by the organ. Had Bach therefore performed his motets with the voices alone, he would have been running counter to the practice of his epoch. Moreover, in the case of one of his motets, Der Geist hilft unserer Schwachheit auf, we possess a figured organ part and duplicate instrumental parts, all in Bach's handwriting. The first chorus is supported by the strings, the second by oboes, tie, and bassoon. In the autograph score there is no hint of these additions, which implies that Bach regarded the making of the instrumental parts as a matter of course, and that his practice would be the same in the other motets, only that there the instrumental parts had been lost. The motet Lobet den Herrn alle Heiden was accompanied by at any rate the organ, as is shown by the existence of a continuo part that is quite different from the bass of the choir. Internal evidence, too, points to the fact that in the other motets the voices were supported by the organ. Otherwise we can hardly believe that in Singet den Herrn Bach would give the basis of the first chorus so long held a note as this. We must remember also that the motets for double chorus are so arranged that a continuo part can easily be made out of a combination of the two bass parts. Bach's continuo part in Der Geist hilft unserer Schwachheit auf is constructed on this basis. How much he relies on the filling up of the harmonies here may be seen from the fact that where both basses are silent, he makes the organist play with the tenor and work out the figured bass. Further, the motets are merely the same kind of vocal music as Bach writes everywhere else. In the cantatas are a great number of movements that are really nothing else but motets. Note, for example, the chorus, quote, Wenn aber jener der Geist der Wahrheit kommen wird, in Es ist euch gut, dass ich hingehe, number 108. The chorus, quote, Wer an ihn glaubet, wird nicht gerichtet, end quote, in Also hat Gott die Welt geliebt, number 68, and the opening choruses of Christum wir sollen loben schon, number 121, Wer Gott nicht mit uns diese Zeit, number 14, Aus tiefer Not schreie ich zu dir, number 38, and Ach Gott vom Himmel, sieh darein, number 2, end of note. They have no independent orchestral accompaniment. The instruments double the vocal parts, and these choruses prove how remote Bach was from the ideal of a true a cappella singing. He will rather have too many orchestral parts than too few. Strings and oboes do not satisfy him. As a rule, he employs 4 trombones, 1 to each voice part. Historical considerations thus make it practically certain that Bach had his motets accompanied by organ and orchestra. Note: we must not omit to mention that Gerber, who says he heard a Latin motet of Bach's at a service in Leipzig in 1767, remarks that the St. Thomas's choir sang it without any accompaniment. The question arises whether this "without any accompaniment" bars out the organ also, or merely means that no other instruments took part in it. Kirnberger would not have been able to maintain positively that every chorus in the service was to be sung with the organ, if his teacher Bach had given the motets without the organ. It must be remembered, too, that in Lent, when the organ was silenced, the motets were also discontinued. End of note. In art, however, historical considerations alone are never decisive. It might well have been that Bach, with his feeble choir, regarded the cooperation of the instruments as indispensable, and that we, with our large and expert choirs, not only can but ought to dispense with them. Here it must be unconditionally admitted that the double choir motets in particular, when sung by a powerful and thoroughly efficient choir, are extraordinarily effective. But this does not settle the question. When we examine the works closely, and note the bold leading of the voices and the way harsh harmonies are piled up at the cost of a slight loss of beauty of tone, we are finally convinced that this freedom in the vocal writing is based on the assumption of a harmonic substructure, and that the motets are best performed with a choir of moderate size, about 60 voices, with organ accompaniment. If this view gains acceptance, the motets will be sung more frequently than they are now, since the opinion is at present widespread that only choirs of the utmost virtuosity dare venture to give them, and many a good Bach choir has not fulfilled expectations in the a cappella performance of a motet. If we are going to accompany the voices with instruments, we should employ not only strings, but oboes and bassoons, as Bach always does in the motet choruses of his cantatas. If the instruments are numerous enough, we get a peculiarly delightful timbre, and every detail of the part writing comes out clearly. When the effect of an experiment with instrumental accompaniment is disappointing, it's because strings alone have been used, and these on far too small a scale. The cantus firmus of the chorale may be accompanied by the trumpet. Bach's work in the domain of the sacred song is principally known to us from Schemelli's hymn book. Of its 69 melodies, 24, according to the latest research, cannot be dated earlier than Bach, as the preface states that the melodies are, quote, partly composed and partly improved in their figured basis by Herr Johann Sebastian Bach of Leipzig, end quote. These 24 are presumably his own. Footnote. The whole of the melodies in Schemelli's hymn book will be found in Bach Gesellschaft 39. Those supposed to be by Bach are Vergiss mich nicht, Der Jehova will ich singen, Mein Jesus, was für Seelenweh, Gott, wie groß ist deine Güte, Kommt, Seelen, dieser Tag, kommt wieder aus der finstern Gruft, Komm, süßer Tod, ach, das nicht die letzte Stunde, O liebe Seele, zieh die Sinnen, ich halte treulich still, ich liebe Jesum aller Stund. Selig, wer an Jesum denkt. Jesu, deine Liebeswunden, beschränkt ihr Weisen dieser Welt. Eins ist Not, ach Herr, dies eine. O finstre Nacht, wann wirst du doch? Dich bet ich an, mein höchster Gott. Jesu, Jesu, du bist mein. Liebster Herr Jesu, wo bleibst du so lange? Ich stehe an deiner Krippe hier. So wünsch ich mir zu guter Letzt. Auf, die rechte Zeit ist hier. Ich lass dich nicht, meines Lebens letzte Zeit. End of note. As was pointed out in the chapter on the history of the chorale melodies, they are sacred arias rather than chorale melodies. The best known are Mein Jesu, was für Seelenweh, Kommt, Seelen, dieser Tag, Komm, süßer Tod, Liebster Herr Jesu, wo bleibst du so lange, and Ich steh an deiner Krippe hier. In the Klavierbüchlein of Anna Magdalena, we find another and simpler melody to Gib dich zufrieden than that which Bach wrote for Schemelli, and the aria Gedenke doch, mein Herz, zurücke ans Grab und an den Glockenschlag. The dedication to his faithful life companion, Bist du bei mir, is especially moving. Footnote: Bist du bei mir, geh ich mit Freuden zum Sterben und zu meiner Ruh. Ach, vergnügt wär so mein Ende, es drückten deine schönen Hände mir die getreuen Augen zu. End of note. The melody of the beautiful long song, Willst du dein Herz mir schenken, is presumably not by Bach. He copied it for his wife into the Klavierbüchlein and inscribed it Aria di Giovannini. Note: Willst du dein Herz mir schenken, so fang es heimlich an, dass unser beider Denken niemand erraten kann. Die Liebe muss bei beiden allzeit verschwiegen sein, drum schließ die größten Freuden in deinem Herzen ein. End of note. The aria on the tobacco pipe, however, seems to be his. Footnote: So oft ich meine Tabakspfeife mit gutem Knaster angefüllt, zur Lust und Zeitvertreib ergreife, so gib sie mir ein Trauerbild und füget diese Lehre bei, dass ich derselben ähnlich sei. End of note. Like the two other songs from the first Klavierbüchlein, Bist du bei mir und Gedenke doch, it contains a meditation on death. End of chapter 31. Read by Sandra.
Chapter 32 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2, by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. The Oratorios. Bach Gesellschaft 5-2, the Christmas Oratorio. Bach Gesellschaft 21-3, the Easter Oratorio. Bach Gesellschaft 2, the Ascension Oratorio. Cantata Lobet Gott in seinen Reichen, number 11. We possess the original score of the Christmas Oratorio and the parts, the latter carefully revised by Bach himself. How closely he went through these may be seen from the fact that he noted that the copyist had required a wind player to transpose in the middle of a solo, whereupon he removed the error. The score and the parts, now in the Royal Library at Berlin, once belonged to Emmanuel, who is written on the cover, composed in 1734, in the 50th year of the composer. We also have a textbook of the first performance of the work. Bach's title of oratorio is misleading. An oratorio implies a biblical action. This is lacking in Bach's work. It consists of lyrical meditations held together by recitatives that tell the Christmas story as it is given in Matthew and Luke. Moreover, the work was never given under Bach as a whole, and at one time, but in 6 parts, on the 3 days of Christmas, New Year's Day, the Sunday after New Year's Day, and Epiphany. The Christmas Oratorio is therefore merely a collection of 6 cantatas, which Bach wrote for the Christmas of 1734, and that only differ from other Christmas and post-Christmas cantatas in this respect, that the one mood runs through them all, and together they tell the full story of the birth of Christ. He must have conceived the plan of such a collection of cantatas as early as 1733. It was the time when he was trying to support his petition for the title of court composer by a number of occasional compositions in honor of the royal house. It was out of the question that this music, after being performed, should be allowed to moulder in a drawer. The ceremonial and gladsome character of the choruses in these works made them especially suitable for the Christmas festival. We may thus almost say that Bach wrote the Christmas oratorio in order that the finest movements of Die Wahl des Hercules and the Drama per Musica in honor of the Queen, Tonet, Pauken, Schallet, Trompeten, should not be lost. Die Wahl des Hercules had been given on 5th September 1733, the Drama per Musica on 8th December of the same year, both by the Telemann Society. In the original score, we can distinguish borrowed movements from the new ones by the fact that the former are carefully and neatly written, while the remainder have been written hastily and are sometimes hardly legible. Besides the numbers taken from Die Wahl des Hercules and the Drama per Musica, there are some others that are evidently fair copies. It is practically certain that these also are not original, but are taken from occasional compositions which we cannot trace. The conclusion is that the great introductory choruses of the 6 cantatas and almost all the great solo numbers of the Christmas oratorio are borrowed. Footnote from the Drama per Musica, Ru Erin de Königin are derived. 1. The chorus Jachzet Frohlocket, first cantata. 2. The aria Grosser Herr und Starker König, first cantata. 3. The aria Frohe Hirten eilt, second cantata. 4. The chorus Herrscher des Himmels, third cantata. From Die Wahl des Hercules are derived. 5. The aria Bereite dich sein, first cantata. 6. The aria Schlafe mein Liebster, second cantata. 7. The duet Herr dein Mitleid, third cantata. 8. The chorus Falt mit Danken, fourth cantata. 9. The aria Flirst mein Heiland, Flirst dein Name, fourth cantata. 10. The aria Ich will nur dir zu Ehren lieben, fourth cantata. From the cantata Gratulatoria in Adventem Regis, Praise dein Glucke Gesegnetes Sachsen, performed on 5th October 1734, is derived. 11. The aria Erlugt auch meine finstern Sinne, fifth cantata. The following come from unknown cantatas. 12. The aria Schleisse mein Herze dies selig Wunder, third cantata. 13. The chorus Ehre sei dir Gott gesungen, fifth cantata. 14. The trio Ach wann wird dir Zeit erscheinen, fifth cantata. 15. The chorus Herr, wenn die stolzen Feinde toben, 16th cantata. 6. The aria Nur ein Wink von seinen Handen, sixth cantata. 17. The aria Nun mögt ihr stolzen Feinde schrecken, sixth cantata. End of footnote. We must neither overestimate nor underestimate the bearing of this fact on the artistic value of the Christmas oratorio. Spitta underrates it, saying that the fact that the music was originally written for another text does not deprive it of any of its beauty. Others hold that the discovery of the provenance of the choruses and arias dissipates a good deal of the charm of the work. Against this it may be urged that a distinction must here be made between the choruses and the arias. The former are as good as original compositions could be. The declamation is excellent. The moods and ideas of the text correspond as exactly to the music as if the latter had been composed expressly to these particular words. The impression one gets is rather that their charm and beauty do not mate with the text of the secular cantatas. The arias do not show the same happy agreement between the music and the words. The music to Ich will nur dir zu Ehren lieben, Bereite dich sein, and Herr dein Mitleid in particular shows too clearly that it was prompted by other ideas and images than those of the present text. Footnote. For further details, see page 282. The most artless hearer feels this discrepancy between the poem and the music. The majority of these arias do not affect him greatly. The declamation, thanks to the care with which the new text has been put together, does not often suggest adaptation, but it is certainly not as natural as in other arias. All this, however, simply proves that the chief significance of the Christmas oratorio is not to be sought in the arias, and that it is no crime to cut them. The three choruses that belong to the action of the Christmas story, sei Gott, lasset uns heimgehen, and Wo ist der Neugeboren König, are supremely beautiful. The commencement of the first reminds us strongly of the youthful freshness of the organ fantasia in G major, Peters 4, number 11. In the others we are struck by the remarkable simplicity and concision. In performance, the beauty of Lasset uns hingehen is usually spoiled by too quick a tempo. People forget that the agitation and hurrying at the departure of the shepherds is already expressed in the semi-quaver figure of the flutes and first violins, and that a quick tempo obliterates these runs and prevents the hearer perceiving their meaning. It may be suggested that the fine quaver motif in the basses in sei Gott and Lasset uns hingehen would be brought out better by the addition of a few bassoons. It was a very happy idea of Picander's to accompany the action with short meditative recitatives. They are well written and have inspired Bach to some beautiful and fervent music. Especially fine are So Get Den Hin, Ihr Hirten Gehet, Emmanuel O Susses Wort, Wollen dein Name soll allein in meinem Herzen sein, and the chorale with recitative ist auf Erden kommen arm, pastoral pipes playing round the last. Perhaps the most moving effects come from the chorales with independent orchestral accompaniment. Ach mein Herz, liebes Jesseline, mach dir ein rein samt Bettlein, zu ruhen in meines Herzens Shrine. Ah, dearest Jesus, holy child, make thee a bed soft and undefiled within my heart, and there recline. Footnote, Mr. Troutbeck's translation in Novello's edition of the Oratorio, translator Schweitzer, Bach 2, sings the chorus on the announcement that Mary has cradled the child in a manger, and we hear stately interludes in the three trumpets, a royal cradle music for the child in the stable at Bethlehem, the chorale Wir singen dir in deinem here, with all thy hosts, O Lord, we sing, is accompanied by the motif of the angels from the Sinfonia at the commencement of the second part, since the preceding recitative indicates that it represents the combined song of angels and men. In the chorale, Jesu richte mein beginnen, the horn parts are of exquisite tenderness. The final chorale, Nun seid ihr wohl gerochen, with its wonderful trumpet figures, is a song of triumph of inimitable grandeur. Chorales with independent orchestral accompaniment are found in the cantatas of the first Leipzig period, but not in those belonging to the period of the Christmas oratorio. There are so many other things in this work that remind us of the earlier ones, that if the date were not so thoroughly vouched for, we should be tempted to believe it had been written 10 years previously. This is a unique characteristic of Bach. The years have no effect on the artist in him. At 50 he can write as youthful music as at 25. Most hearers fail to perceive the beauty of the sinfonia that opens the second part. It gives them a slight feeling of disappointment. Instead of a tender pastoral of the kind we have in Handel's Messiah, they get a movement into the mood of which they cannot quite enter. Even when played most tenderly, it has a certain restlessness in it. It does not give the hallowed impression of the star-strewn heavens that we should expect from a prelude to the narrative of the shepherds who are watching their flocks by night. Probably there is no conductor who has not felt the difficulty of making so extremely animated a movement give the idea of the serene tranquillity of nature. Anyone who has had the truly painful experience of going through several performances of the Sinfonia cannot help asking in the end whether Bach really intended to express the mood that his interpreters put into it, and that he... Footnote. According to Spitta, the fundamental feeling of the Sinfonia is a combination of the grace of the Eastern Idol with the severity of the starlit boreal winter's night, Spitta 2, 581. End of footnote. And that never succeeds in performance. But if the movement is properly understood, it has quite a different meaning. No one who knows that the motif in strings and flutes is generally employed by Bach to symbolize angels. Footnote. See page 80, where the two themes of the Sinfonia are quoted. End of footnote. Andrew notices that the movement is performed by two contrasted groups, the four oboes having a theme of their own and being quite independent of the strings. Whether they alternate or join with them can have any doubt as to the meaning of the Sinfonia. It represents the angels and the shepherds making music together. Bach is once more writing music that depicts a situation. The shepherds in the fields awake and blow their pipes. Over them there hovers already the band of angels that is about to appear to them. Their music blends with that of the shepherds. Bach thus intends the movement to be an introduction to the recitative. And there were shepherds in the same country, abiding in the field, and lo, an angel of the Lord stood by them. If this be so, we need no longer take all the animation out of the Sinfonia by playing it very softly and slowly. We can play it just as it is. The part for the flutes and violins must come out energetically if it is to suggest the joyous music of the angels. The oboes should play piano throughout and in a tempo just a shade slower. Where the strings alone are playing, or interrupt the oboes for a moment, a forte is required. The short parentheses in particular must give the effect of a shout of joy. Where the strings play with the oboes, the former should as a rule play piano, as if the angels were listening to the pipes of the shepherds. In this way we not only give an admirable and natural variety to the movement, but we make it immediately intelligible to every hearer. It is desirable also that the violin motif be played with a somewhat heavy grace, the third and ninth quavers receiving a kind of secondary accent that detaches them, as it were, from the note that follows. For a full performance of the Christmas oratorio, 2 evenings are required. If possible, the performance should be so arranged that the first comes in Advent or Christmas and the second in Epiphany. If only 1 evening is available, it is better to cut the work freely rather than to hurry over it, for at the end the hearer is too tired to appreciate the beauty of the second part. It is a bad custom to make more cuts in the second part than in the first. The general principle to go upon is not to omit the great introductory choruses, the chorales, the recitatives, or anything relating to the action of the Christmas story. The cuts should all be in the arias. Footnote, for example, the arias, Großer König, Frohe Hirten, Schlisse, Mein Herze, and Erlucht auch might be omitted altogether, and big cuts made in the echo aria, Flirst, Mein Heiland, and the trio Ach wann wir die Zeit. The short recitatives was Gott dem Abraham, and Ja, mein Herz might also be omitted. End of footnote. For popular performance in church we can safely cut out almost all the arias without any risk of leaving a mere torso. As a matter of fact, by so doing we shall make the action all the clearer and more beautiful. Footnote. This refers only to the long and independent arias, Bereite dich sein, Großer König, Frohe Hirten, Herr dein Mitleid, Schlisse mein Herze, Flirst mein Heiland, ich will dir zu Ehren, erlügt auch meine schwachen Sinnen, ach wann wird die Zeit, nur ein Wink, and nun mögt ihr stolzen Feinde. The contemplative solo pieces that bear on the action must be retained. The proposal to sacrifice the independent arias in a church performance must not be taken as a depreciation of the arias in general. It simply means that small societies that feel that they cannot give the Christmas oratorio because of the expense of the soloists will find the work very effective without the great solo numbers. End of footnote. The cradle song, Schlafe mein Liebster, should be retained, but it should be removed to the point in the action to which it really belongs, at the end of the recitative. And they came with haste and found both Mary and Joseph. But Mary kept all these things and pondered them in her heart. Then it becomes the lullaby that the mother sings to the Holy Child when she is once more alone with him. Footnote. In this case, the recitatives, So geht denn hin, and Ja, mein Herz, must also be cut out. It is incomprehensible how Bach could allow the cradle song to be sung after the bare annunciation of the angels. Even in performances in which the other arias are not sacrificed, the lullaby should be transferred to the point mentioned above. End of footnote. The Easter Oratorio, Kommt, Eilet und Laufet, Bach, Gesellschaft 21, 3, is in its present form simply a large cantata. In its first form, as we see from the original parts, the work was a real oratorio. Mary, the mother of James, soprano, Mary Magdalene, contralto, Peter, tenor, and John, bass, take part in it as active dramatic personages. The opening duet between tenor and bass represented the dialogue of Peter and John when running to the grave. At a later date, the action struck Bach as insufficient for a religious drama. He took out the names of the characters, recast the opening duet in the form of a chorus, and left the middle movement only in duet form. Unfortunately, the orchestral parts of this third and definitive redaction that we possess are incomplete, so that Rust, when he was editing the work, felt compelled to mediate between the second version and the third. He gives the first main movement and the middle movement in the form of a choral duet, and does not bring in the four-part chorus until the end. Footnote, see his preface to Bach Gesellschaft 21.3. It is fairly certain that the work was written about 1736. The date of the two revisions cannot be determined. End of footnote. The first movement contains a remarkable representation of running. It is interesting to note that the original text originally was Kommt, gehet und laufet, come, go and run. The later version of the words, which is much more animated and more singable, is by Bach himself. There is a wonderful piece expressed in the tenor aria, Sanft soul mine, Todes Kummer, easy my death shall be. The voice is accompanied by the first and second violins, con sordini, with the flutes a bec, doubling them. It is one of the most beautiful sacred lullabies that Bach ever wrote. We seem to be gazing in a dream over a gently moving sea towards the fields of eternity. Footnote. The text should be altered somewhat. We hear a little too much of the Schweitzer Jesu, handkerchief of Jesus. End of footnote. The Ascension Oratorio, Labet Gott in Seinen Reichen, number 11, called by Bach an oratorio, though the text has scarcely a trace of biblical action, probably belongs to the same period as the Easter Oratorio. Perhaps the music of the powerful and animated opening chorus was originally written for some secular festival cantata. This seems probable from some rather faulty pieces of declamation, such as this. And this. They do not, however, diminish the effect of this spirited movement. The final chorus takes the form of a chorale fantasia upon the last strophe of the hymn, Gott verrät auf gen Himmel, wann soll es Tag geschehen, wann kommet die liebe Zeit, dass ich hin werde sehen in seiner Herrlichkeit, du Tag, wann wirst du sein, dass wir den Heiland grüßen, dass wir den Heiland küssen, komm, stelle dich Tag ein. The music to which Bach has set these words glows with ardent mystic love. The accompaniment perpetually repeats this passionate motif. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 33, The Masses. Subtitle, BG 6, B minor Mass, BG 8, 4 small masses, BG 11, 4 Sanctus. When Bach petitioned on the 27th July 1733 for the title of court composer, he sent his sovereign the parts of the Kyrie and the Gloria of a Mass in B minor. He did not send the score. This he kept for himself. It was a frequent practice at that time to perform large works without a score. These parts are now in the King of Saxony's private library at Dresden. As they show no signs of having been used, it is doubtful whether the work that Bach wrote in order to secure the Kapellmeistership was ever performed. He had written out most of the parts himself and added phrasing signs and marks of expression. The Gloria consists not only of the Gloria in excelsis et in terra pax hominibus bonae voluntatis, but comprises all the sections pertaining to this in the Mass, Laudamus, Gratias, Domini, qui tollis, qui sedis, coniam cum sanctu spiritu. It is curious that Bach should have described the Kyrie and Gloria on the title page of the original parts as Missa, and designated the succeeding sections, the Credo, Sanctus, and Hosanna, as independent parts, whereas, of course, it is the ensemble of them that constitutes the Mass. Emmanuel also enumerates the 4 parts separately in the catalogue of his musical library. Bach also entitles 4 smaller Kyrie and Gloria Masses. His reason for this strange nomenclature is unknown. The designation of the Kyrie and the Gloria as Masses has nothing to do with the Missa Brevis. Spita thinks that the Credo, Sanctus, and Hosanna may have been written between 1734 and 1738. Bach does not appear to have sent these sections to the court. The parts of the Credo came into the possession of Emmanuel, who performed this section of the Mass in Hamburg, with an orchestral introduction of his own. We also possess the parts of the Sanctus as they are now in the Royal Library at Berlin. At the end of the original score of this section, there is a note to the effect that the parts are with Count Spork in Bohemia. Franz Anton, Count of Spork, was the governor of Bohemia. He had close relations with the Leipzig artists and scholars. He seems to have been deeply interested in music. When he heard of the invention of the French horn in Paris, he sent 2 of his servants there to learn how to play the instrument. He died in 1738, during Bach's lifetime, that is to say, at his estate of Lisse. Bach would not fail to claim his property from the heirs, so that the parts in the Berlin library are no doubt those from which the governor of Bohemia used to have the Sanctus performed for him. As a matter of prudence, and perhaps in the hope of finding the parts of Hosanna, the Bach-Gesellschaft in 1854 requested the director of the Prague Conservatoire to make inquiries as to what had become of the Count's music. An official of the estate replied that many years ago a lot of old music had been partly given away, partly lost. Some of it had been given to the gardeners to wrap around the trees. Footnote. See the preface to BG 6. Whether the parts of the Sanctus are those that Bach sent to Count Spork cannot now be accurately determined, the note at the end being undecipherable. End footnote. Thus we possess the complete original score of the B minor Mass, which belonged to Emmanuel, and the original parts of the Kyrie, Gloria, Credo, and Sanctus. The whole work was probably never given by Bach in a Leipzig service, but it is certain that he performed the separate sections. He would presumably give the Credo on Trinity Sunday. The Kyrie he could use in the principal services during times of mourning, as at these periods the cantata was omitted and the Kyrie was sung. Of the Gloria we possess a score specially made in 1740 with the title Festo Nativitatis Christi. Footnote. For information regarding this Gloria, see Spitta 3, page 40. This score was not available when the BG edition of the B minor Mass was prepared in 1855. End of footnote. It must be added that some of the sections of the B minor Mass are borrowed from other works. The Gratias comes from the cantata Wir danken dir, number 29, the Qui tollis from Schaut doch und seht, number 46, the Patrum omnipotentem from Gott wie ist dein Name, number 171, the Crucifixus from Weinen Klagen, number 12, the Hosanna from the secular cantata Preis dein Glück, the Agnus Dei from the cantata Lobet Gott in seinen Reichen, number 11. These are not mere transfers, however, but rearrangements, often so thoroughgoing that it is more correct to speak of their being suggested by the original than borrowed from it. We can estimate the musical value of these numbers without the necessity of taking into account that they exist in other forms and other texts of the same nature. The salient quality of the B minor Mass is its wonderful sublimity. The first chord of the Kyrie takes us into the world of great and profound emotions. We do not leave it until the final cadence of the Dona nobis pacem. It is as if Bach had here tried to write a really Catholic Mass. He endeavours to present faith under its larger and more objective aspects. Some of the splendid and brilliant chief choruses have quite a Catholic tinge, yet in the other movements we get the same subjective, intimate spirit as in the cantatas, which we may regard as the Protestant element in Bach's religion. The sublime and the intimate do not interpenetrate. They coexist side by side. They are separable from each other like the objective and the subjective in Bach's piety, and so the B minor Mass is at once Catholic and Protestant, and in addition as enigmatic and unfathomable as the religious consciousness of its creator. The dual nature of the work is evident even in the earliest movements. The introductory Kyrie eleison is a large conception. It sends up a solemn supplication to God. The universal Christian Church cries to its Father in heaven and bends before him. We seem to see nation after nation pouring into the assembly and joining in the prayer. Footnote. It is incomprehensible how some conductors can end this section pianissimo instead of fortissimo. The final entry of the theme in the bass cannot be too powerful. End footnote. The Christe eleison, on the other hand, is sunny and serene. It is the soul's glad and confident prayer to its Redeemer. In the last Kyrie, the gloom of the first is overcome. We no longer hear cries and entreaties, but a quiet, composed lament. The tranquil motion and the transfiguration of the bitter harmonies are like a symbol of the faith and hope that are mingled with this lament. The interludes with the animated in which we hear a reminiscence of the ardent supplication of the first chorus, are only there to throw into higher and higher relief the tranquillity of the main theme. There is some doubt as to how the Gloria should follow the Kyrie. There is a temptation to get a strong contrast by commencing the one immediately after the other. It is better, however, to interpose a fairly long pause between them, during which orchestra, choir, and audience can traverse in silence the ground between the Kyrie and the Gloria and ascend from the depths of the minor to the heights of the major harmonies from which, with the first D major chords, the world of praise and thanksgiving will be opened out before them. It is not to the advantage of the movement to read too much into Bach's marking of vivace. The first section of the chorus must end without any perceptible rallentando and diminuendo before the et intera pax. That this second part is not to be taken piano is proved by the noticeably heavy orchestration. The length of the movement makes it undesirable to adopt so slow a tempo as the usual one. The build of the phrases in Hominibus bonae voluntatis shows that Bach wishes the et intera pax to be sung with a certain animation. The fine violin accompaniment to the Laudamus Te is a typical specimen of Bach's joy motive. In the Gratias Agimus as in the last Kyrie, there is a conflict between the tempi of the two related themes. The wonderfully cheerful and tranquil theme expresses the opening words,
Gratias agimus tibi.
The propter magnam gloriam tuam is set to a much more lively motive.
Propter magnam gloriam tuam.
Their diversity is so great in Bach's eyes that as a rule he does not employ them together, but makes the chorus up of a succession of segments constructed now on this motive, now on that. The charm and the difficulty in the performance of this movement consists in giving each of the segments its own appropriate tempo without impairing the unity of the tempo as a whole. The Gloria, Laudamus, and Gratias constitute a single idea and should not be separated by the slightest pause. After the Gratias we may pause for a moment and then begin with the Domini, the praise of Christ that continues to the Credo. The close connection of the texts here, the Domini, qui tollis, qui sedes, quoniam cum sancto spiritu, must be reproduced in the succession of the movements. The solos in these movements are generally taken much too slowly, so that, especially when the singers indulge liberally in rallentandi, the natural animation of the music suffers. Footnote. I was particularly convinced of the preferability of a quick and tense tempo for these movements by a performance of the B minor Mass at Heidelberg under Professor Wolfram. His tempi in general were the ideal ones for the work. It is to be wished that he would make them available for general use by giving the metronome numbers. The remarks in the text as to the tempo in the solos being too slow applies to the whole of the B minor Mass. The Laudamus Te is, as a rule, almost dragged. End footnote. In the tutti parts of the quonium, it is advisable to strengthen the two obbligato bassoons by two or more violoncellos. In the accompanied parts one would almost venture to recommend an alternation between the two solo bassoons and two solo violoncelli. Between the Cum Sancto Spiritu and the Credo comes the first large incision in the B minor Mass. From this point to the Sanctus, all the sections are closely connected. They fall into three groups. The first, which relates to the Father, contains the Credo and the Patrem Omnipotentem. The second, which relates to Christ, consists of the Et in unum Deum, the Et incarnatus est, the Crucifixus, and the Et resurrexit. The third, dealing with the Holy Ghost, embraces the Et in Spiritum Sanctum and the Confitio. The three groups should be separated from each other by very short pauses. Within each group, the movements must follow each other without a break. Footnote. So much stress is here laid upon the right grouping of the numbers of the B minor Mass because it is of great importance to the effect, and many modern conductors do not know enough of the liturgy to avoid making false and capricious breaks in the continuity of the work. End footnote. The Symbolum Nicenaeum is a hard nut for a composer to crack. If ever there was a text put together without any idea of it being set to music, it is this, in which the Greek theologians have laid down their correct and dry formulas for the conception of the Godhead of Christ. In no Mass has the difficulty of writing music for the Credo been so completely overcome as in this of Bach's. He has taken the utmost possible advantage of any dramatic ideas in the text. When emotion can be read into it, he does so. The external configuration of the text is itself masterly. The sections that lend themselves to brilliant tone painting are worked out twice. Others are compressed and treated continuously. The effect of the Confiteor mostly depends on the precise management and the close connection of the final periods of the Credo. One of the most striking features of the B minor Mass in general, and the Credo in particular, is Bach's excellent Latin declamation. His most daring coloratura are only the artistic intensification of the natural syllabic values and accents of the words. The theologian Bach also had a hand in the composition of the Credo. He knew what the Greek fathers had in their minds when they took such pains to prove the identity of Christ with God, and yet assert a diversity and independence of persons. To the dogmatist Bach, the parallel passages of the Et in unum Dominum, Deum de Deo, God of God, Lumen de Lumine, Light of Lights, Genitum non factum, begotten, not made, consubstantialem, of like substance, were not merely empty sounds to be turned into music. He knew what the formula meant and translated them into terms of music. He makes both singers sing the same notes, but in such a way that it does not amount to the same thing. The voices follow each other in strict canonic imitation. The one proceeds out of the other, just as Christ proceeds of God. Even the instruments take part in the canon. They signify in a special way the community of substance and difference of persons. The notes are always phrased two distinct ways in the different instruments, either or Bach thus proves that the dogma can be expressed much more clearly and satisfactorily in music than in verbal formulae. His exegesis of these passages in the Nicene Creed has resolved the disputes that excited the Eastern world for many generations and finally delivered it over to Islam. His presentation of the dogma even makes it acceptable and comprehensible to minds for which dogma has no attraction. In the dewy, fresh and flowing music of the Et in unum Spiritum Sanctum, Bach's imagination had been fired by the word vivificantum. He depicts the spirit as that which makes alive. At the end of this movement, at the descendet de celis, he descended from heaven, we get the motive of falling. In the Et incarnatus est, the Holy Spirit hovers over the earth, as if in quest of a being into which it can enter. At the words et homos factus est, it sinks to a restless conclusion. At the same moment the motive appears in the bass, symbolizing the spirit being abased into flesh. The crucifixus is constructed upon a basso ostinato, formed from the chromatic motive of grief. The chorale writing is soft and vaporous, like that preceding it, so that the inexpressible sadness of the harmonies has a touch of the superterrestrial and the transfigured in it, as if the composer had had in his mind the "it is finished" of the dying Lord. The Et resurrexit represents the victorious jubilation of redeemed mankind. Note should be taken not only of the fine line of the bold theme, but of its perfectly natural declamation. The chorus upon the Credo has for its theme the well-known splendid old intonation of the Creed.
Credo in unum Deum.
The steadfast and confident quaver sequences in the bass symbolize the firmness of the faith. They are most effective when the individual notes are not tied but detached from each other with an uptake grouping. The tempo must not be too slow, or else the augmentation of the theme at the end, commencing in the vocal basses and extending to the whole movement, will not be perceptible to the hearer. Bach could not base the Confiteor chorus on the old church tone, as this does not yield a theme capable of being developed polyphonically. He is thus compelled to invent a theme of his own, but he twice introduces the old intonation, from the 73rd bar onwards, in a stretto between the bass and the alto, and again in triumphant breadth in the tenor. It runs thus: I acknowledge one baptism for the remission of sins.
Confiteor unum baptisma in remissionem peccatorum.
Very characteristic of Bach, again, is the setting of the Et expecto resurrectionem mortuorum. We should expect music with something mysterious and a touch of longing in it. Instead of this, the orchestra expresses, by means of the joyous resurrection motive, the exaltation of the elect at the last day. Bach lets himself be guided by the correct feeling that in the credo everything presses onward to a big conclusion, which he must not retard by music of too intimate a kind. Note that in the Patrem Omnipotentem he passes over the mystical suggestions of the word invisibilium, creator of all things visible and invisible, because he does not wish to interrupt the brilliant stream of music. Many conductors imagine that Bach, following his usual practice, meant to bring this word out saliently and to express the mystery of the creation of the invisible underworld, and they try to rescue what there is to be rescued of the word by having it sung pianissimo and with a rallentando, or rather by wishing to have it so sung, for this method is so opposed to the structure of Bach's music that it always comes to grief, and only results in making the choir unsteady and the conclusion of the movement unintelligible. For the Sanctus, Bach, who was a student of the Bible, has had in his mind's eye the beginning of the 6th chapter of Isaiah, from which the words are taken. There it is told how the Lord sat on his high throne, surrounded by the seraphims, who cried unto one another, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God of hosts, so loudly that the posts of the door moved. Bach's music, as Spitta noted, aims at expressing this crying to one another. As this can hardly be done with the 5-part polyphony that he elsewhere employs in the Mass, he here writes the chorus in 6 parts. There is hardly anything else in all music that expresses so perfectly the idea of the sublime. The basses that have to support these polyphonic triplets move along in the most tranquil and powerful step motive to be found in all the scores of Bach. A marvellous effect is made by the trumpets and kettledrums, which Bach employs with somewhat unusual discretion. In the Pleni sunt Celi and the Osanna, again, he observes a wise moderation in this respect that is of inestimable advantage to the whole movement. In the Benedictus and the Agnus Dei we get perhaps the clearest light on the difference between Bach's conception of the Mass and Beethoven's. For Beethoven, the symphonist, these two sections are the culminating point of the drama of the Mass as he conceives it. For Bach, who thinks in terms of the Church, they are the point at which it all dies slowly away. In Beethoven's Agnus Dei, the cry of the pained and terrified soul for salvation is almost dreadful in its intensity. Bach's Agnus Dei is the song of the soul redeemed. In the Benedictus he has probably made use of some previous composition of his, so at least one assumes from the rather abrupt style and the repetitions of the words. The Dona Nobis Pacem is also a confident and hopeful laudation of peace rather than a prayer for it. There is deep significance in the fact that Bach has these words sung to the music of the Gratias Agimus, we thank thee. A tender style of playing does not suit the character of the movement. When the B minor Mass was published, the serious error was made of omitting the figuring of the continuo in the Credo, for the reason that it was in Emmanuel's writing and could not be proved to have an authentic origin. Granting that the figuring is Emmanuel's own, it is, at any rate, better than none at all, since no one was in a better position to replace a lost original than he. Moreover, it is almost certain that his continuo part is a copy of the original. The editor's suspicions were probably aroused by his noticing that the figured chords were not always congruous with those of the obbligato parts. But on these grounds he might have rejected many an original figuring by Bach, the genius of which is proved precisely by the fact of its independence. It is to be hoped that the error will be corrected by printing Emmanuel's figuring, which is in the Berlin Library, in the new edition of the Bach Gesellschaft. Anyone who has had to accompany the B minor Mass on the organ knows how difficult it is, even for the player familiar with Bach, to divine the harmonies, especially in the solo pieces and the Et incarnatus est. The Bach Gesellschaft score is misleading again in the Credo and the Confiteor. According to this, the Credo is to be sung by the choir with organ accompaniment, while the first and second violins play the theme. In the Confiteor, only the organ is to be employed. If the BG score is a correct reprint of the parts that once belonged to Emmanuel, then the error must be in these. Bach certainly did not desire these two choruses to be accompanied only by the organ. In the whole of his scores there is no other example of the violins alone playing an obbligato above the chorus in this fashion. The Credo and the Confiteor are to be given like the last Kyrie, that is, the strings and woodwind must double the voice parts. Further, if we consider how often Bach in motet choruses of this kind doubles the voice parts with the brass, it is hardly credible that they would have been idle here, especially as the notes are long ones. It needs no proof that the two obbligato violin parts in the Credo should be supported by, at any rate, the woodwind if they are to be heard. It is not less certain that the intonation of the Credo that enters in augmentation in the basses towards the end, as well as the Confiteor intonation, first in the basses and altos, then in the tenors, cannot be heard even by the hearer who knows they are in the score, unless an instrument comes to the assistance of the voices. Footnote. At the performance conducted by Bach himself, he told the instrumentalist by word of mouth to play from the vocal parts. He would not say so in the score because it was self-evident to him. This explains why the score and the parts give a wrong idea of how Bach wished the work to be performed. Against these views it may be objected, with some show of reason, that in the Patrem Omnipotentem and the Et Expecto Resurrectionem, Bach wishes to heighten the effect of the instruments by keeping them silent until then. The reply to this is that he would nevertheless have employed the strings and woodwind to support the voice parts, and that the necessity of bringing out clearly the intonation of the credo and the confiteor certainly outweighed all other considerations. The scale is turned by the reflection that in the cantatas he always accompanies motet choruses of this kind with strings, woodwind, and trombones, and that in the last Kyrie, which is built on precisely the same lines as the credo and the confiteor, all the instruments previously employed are used to strengthen the chorus. End footnote. Even then, with our heavy choirs, the intonations demand the support of the organ as well. In these passages, the organist should play the continuo bass on the pedal, give the harmonies with one hand on a subsidiary manual, and with the other hand play the passages in question on the great organ with the 8 and 4 feet principals and mixtures. Only in this way can these antique melodies come triumphantly through the mighty polyphony in the way that Bach contemplated. The Kyrie and the Gloria were published in 1833 by Nageli of Zurich, who had acquired the original score after the death of Schwenke, Emmanuel's successor. Their poor reception was not of the kind to encourage Nageli to bring out the whole work, and the remainder was first published in 1845 by Simrock of Bonn. In a copy of the score of the Credo that was formerly in the possession of the Berlin Singakademie, Zelter has altered certain high passages in the trumpets with a view to making them more playable, and indicated some excisions. This suggests that he had performed this section of the Mass or had intended to do so. The letters to Goethe throw no light on this matter. The first complete performance of the Mass was that of the Berlin Singakademie in 1834 and 1835. Perhaps the most perfect performance the work has ever had was that by the Berlin Philharmonic Choir under Siegfried Ost. Footnote: on the 24th of April 1896 in the Garrison Church. End footnote. When Bach received the title of court composer, he sent 4 Kyrie and Gloria, which he called masses, to the court as tokens of his assiduity. Footnote: 2 of the masses, those in G major and A major, were certainly written about 1739. Spitter rightly supposes that the 2 others in G minor and F major belong to the same period. As Bach had no opportunities for the performance of masses of this kind, we can only assume that he intended them for Dresden. End footnote. As he was in a great hurry, he did not waste time in writing new works, but to a large extent made these masses up out of cantatas. Footnote: the following movements can be traced to cantatas in our possession. Mass in F major. The Ch tollus and the quonium are derived from Herr deiner Augen sehen nach dem Glauben, number 102, and the Cum Sancto Spirito from Daru ist erscheinen, number 40. Mass in A major. The Gloria is derived from Halt im Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, number 67, the Ch tollus from Sehe zu das deine Gottesfurcht, number 179, the quonium from Gott der Herr ist Sonn und Schild, number 79, and the Cum Sancto Spiritu from Erforsche mich Gott, number 136. Mass in G minor. The Kyrie is derived from Herr deiner Augen, number 102, the Gloria from Alles nur nach Gottes Willen, number 72, the Gratias, Domini and Cum Sancto Spiritu from Es wartet alles auf dich, number 187. The Mass in G major. The Kyrie and the quonium are derived from Sei du das deine Gottesfurcht, number 179, the Gloria and the Domini Deus from Gott der Herr ist Schön und Schild, number 79, the Gratias from Warum betrübst du dich, number 138, and the Cum Sanctu Spiritu from Wer Dank opfert, number 17. For further information, see the preface to BG 8. The Kyrie of the Mass in A major, which Spitter thought might be original, also seems, judging from the occasionally strained declamations, to be taken from another work, perhaps a lost cantata. End footnote. The adaptations are perfunctory and occasionally quite nonsensical. In the G minor Mass, for example, Bach adds the text of the Gloria to the gloomy music of the first chorus of the cantata Alles nur nach Gottes Willen, number 72. The Gloria of the A major Mass is an arrangement of the bass solo with chorus Friede sei mit euch from the cantata Halt in Gedächtnis Jesum Christ, number 67. Memory of the earlier work makes him reproduce, in the instrumental accompaniment to the new movement, the contrast between the unrest of the world in which the disciples live in alarm and the peace that the risen Lord brings them. But in the new arrangement he does not trouble in the least about the significance of the music. He fits the instrumental accompaniment to a brisker chorus and has the Gloria in Excelsis sung to the tumult motive. In a number of these adaptations he does not even trouble to declaim the words in accordance with their sense. Probably the only original section is the Kyrie of the Mass in F major. It consists of a short but admirable four-part chorus, which the horns and oboes accompany 3 times with the chorale melody Christe du Lamm Gottes, which Bach also employs in the cantata Du wahrer Gott und Davidson, number 23. In the vocal basses we hear the final Kyrie of the litany. The 2 melodies that run through the movement are as follows. As the litany was sung only in Lent and Advent, and on the first Sunday in Advent the Kyrie was sung to concerted music, Spitter conjectures that the introductory movement of the F major Mass was composed for this Sunday. It represents a splendid blend of Catholic and Protestant church music. The fact that Bach had to make up these masses from his cantatas proves that he did not compose the sections of the Mass used in the Leipzig service. He copied out for this purpose Mass movements and whole Masses of all kinds of composers, known and unknown, German and Italian. But he felt no impulse to set these texts himself. He did not even compose the Sanctus that he had to use on feast days. Of the 4 settings of this text that have come down to us from him, BG 11, C major, D major, D minor, G major, probably only one, that in D major, is his own composition. We shall always regret that he did not write a short, concise Mass as a counterpart to the Magnificat. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34, Part 1. The Cantatas After 1734. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 34, Part 1. The Cantatas After 1734. We possess about 70 of the cantatas Bach wrote after 1734. About 30 of these belong to the years 1735 and 1736. The remainder, chiefly chorale cantatas, were written between 1737 and 1745. The cantata Lob den Herren mein Ziel, number 143, second composition, was probably performed on New Year's Day 1735. The text of the aria, Tausend Fasch und Glück schrecken, a thousandfold misery and fear, describes how grievously the neighbouring peoples had suffered from war and destitution during the previous months, while for the land in which this cantata was sung to the praise of God the preceding year had been one of blessing. The situation, as Spitta shows, agrees best with the year 1734, when almost the whole of Europe had been convulsed by the War of the Polish Succession, 1733 to 1735. Saxony, however, being spared the horrors of war, and further having the gratification of seeing its sovereign enter Warsaw in December of that year as the bearer of peace. The text of the cantata is mainly made up out of 3 verses of Psalm 146 and 2 verses of the chorale Du Friede fürst Herr Jesu Christ. There is a particularly fine effect in the concluding chorus, in which the soprani sing the 3rd strophe of the chorale, and the other voices accompany them with alleluias. The orchestra comprises strings, bassoons, 3 horns and kettle drums. In the aria Jesu rette deine Hert, which the strings accompany with the chorale, the bassoon and continuo bass have an interesting duet. The cantata for the 4th Sunday after Epiphany, Wer Gott nicht mit uns diese Zeit, number 14, upon Luther's paraphrase of Psalm 124, also seems to belong to the year 1735. The first chorus is a fugal one in the style of Pachelbel. As in the choral prelude, Wenn wir in Hochten Noten sind, Peters 7, number 58, Bach here employs throughout the inversion of the melodic segments as counterthemes in the separate fugues that make up this skillfully wrought chorus. The cantus firmus is given to the instruments alone. This is one of the most difficult of Bach's vocal movements. If well done, the hearer will not be conscious of the ingenuity of the workmanship. All he will perceive will be the spirit of transfigured peace that breathes through the music. The 2 arias contrast with the chorus by their strongly realistic character. In the first, Unsere starke heißt zu schwach unserem Feind zu widerstehen, our strength is too weak to withstand our enemy, the orchestra depicts the tumult of the world battle in which the faithful cry to God for help. In the second, Gott bei deinem starken Schützen sind wir von den Feinden frei, God, thy mighty help, hath set us free from our enemies. The mighty help is represented in an angular but powerful trio between the 2 oboes and the continuo bass. The voice enters with a proud theme of its own that appears to symbolize the word free. The aria is a notable example of Bach's delineation of power. If its true character is to be preserved in performance, the marking of vivace must not be taken in an exaggerated modern sense. Footnote: Spitta justly remarks that at the commencement of the recitative we must read Ja hatte Gott es zugen ben instead of Ja hatte es Gott nicht zugen ben, as it is printed in the BG edition. End footnote. As the text of the Reformation cantata Gott der Herr ist schon und Schild, number 79, also speaks of the miseries of war and salvation from them, it likewise seems to relate to the special events of 1735. In the first chorus, the largely planned symphonic accompaniment is built up out of two themes. The first, beginning as a fanfare in the horns, is apparently a solemn hymn of triumph. Afterwards it is used as the accompaniment to the chorale Nun danket alle Gott. The second theme is overpowering in its exaltation. The chorus goes its own way at the beginning and the end, tranquilly and majestically. In the middle section, however, the voices are caught up in the stream of exaltation of the second theme. Footnote. Spitta thinks he sees elaborate combinations of instruments in this chorus, down to the rhythm of the drums. This movement was afterwards turned by Bach into the Gloria of the G major Mass, BG 8. End footnote. The chorus is one of the most impressive ever written by Bach. A positively blinding radiance gleams from it. It is as if we were looking at a victorious battle in the rays of morning. In the cry sent up in the midst of the battle, Gott, ach Gott, verlass die dienen nimmermehr, O God, forsake not thy own, the raging conflict is depicted by means of the tumult motive. The musical picture strongly reminds us, as Spitta observed, of that in the aria with chorus Mit unserer Macht ist nichts getan in the cantata Ein feste Burg, number 80. Among the cantatas written for the Sundays after Easter are 9 of which the nature of the text shows them to have been connected. They extend from the second Sunday after Easter to the third day in Whitsuntide. Spitta accidentally discovered the poems in the Versuch in Gebunde Schreibart, Part 1, of Marianne von Ziegler, published in 1728. Footnote. In his biography, Spitta conjectured that these libretti were by a new poet, but he was unable to identify the poet until later in his Musikgeschichtliche Aufsätze, Berlin 1892. With Marianne von Ziegler, the texts of Gott fahret auf mit Jauchen, number 43, and Ich bin ein guter Hirt, number 85, are not found among her poems, though their quality forbids us to attribute them to anyone but her. End footnote. In these texts, the biblical words play a much larger part than in Picander's. This gives Bach the opportunity to write fine arioso and motet-like choruses. It would certainly be agreeable to him also to have the aria texts in free strophes rather than in the strict tripartite scheme of the da capo aria. As poetry, the texts are greatly superior to those of Picander. As we read through the scores, we fancy we can realize the delight with which Bach set to work on these new texts. He undoubtedly composed them all in one sequence. Spitta attributes them to the year 1735. Footnote. The cantatas are as follows. Ich bin ein guter Hirt, number 85, for the second Sunday after Easter. Ich werdet weinen und heulen, number 103, for the third Sunday after Easter. Es ist so gut, dass ich hingehe, number 108, for the fourth Sunday after Easter. Bisher habst dir nicht gebeten, number 87, for the fifth Sunday after Easter. Gott fahret auf mit Jauchzen, number 43, for Ascension. Auf Christi Himmelfahrt allein, number 128, for Ascension. Sie werden euch in den Bann tun, number 183, second composition, for the sixth Sunday after Easter. Wer mich liebet, der wird mein Wort halten, number 74 for the first day in Whitsuntide. Also hat Gott die Welt geleist, number 68 for the second day in Whitsuntide. Rufet seine Schaf, number 175 for the third day in Whitsuntide. End footnote. The cantata for the second Sunday after Easter, Ich bin ein guter Herd, number 85, is written for a solo quartet. It is in Bach's delightful lyrical style. Particularly fine is the simple heartfelt tenor aria, Sagt, was die Liebe tut. The soprano aria, Der Herr ist mein getreuer Hort, is in the form of a chorale prelude upon the melody Allein Gott in der Hoch sei Herr. The powerful first chorus of the cantata for the third Sunday after Easter, Ihr werdet weinen und heulen, number 103, Ye will weep and cry aloud, but the world will rejoice, yet your mourning shall be turned into joy, is based upon the continual antithesis of a theme in the rhythm of joy and a motive of wailing. In the tenor aria, Erholet euch betrübt Stimmen, uplift yourselves again, ye grieving voices, the joy motive carries away all the voices of the orchestra with it in a wild dance. The music here expresses the words, O Freude der nicht gleichen kann, O joy beyond compare, which occur in the middle of the text. The text of the cantata, Es ist euch gut, dass ich hingehe, number 108, for the fourth Sunday after Easter, is founded on two beautiful passages from the farewell words of Jesus. Bach sets the first, It is expedient for you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you, John 16:7, in the form of a bass arioso, in which the strings accompany the vaporous arabesques of the oboe d'amore with tender staccato quavers representing the passing away of the transfigured Saviour. The orchestral picture reminds us of the musical illustration of the words, But after I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee, in the St. Matthew Passion. The second passage, Howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth, John 16:13, is set as a motet. In the tenor aria, Mich kann kein Zweifel stören, no doubt can disturb me, the semiquavers wandering aimlessly, as it were, in the solo violin, symbolize the doubt, while the firmly moving bass represents immovable faith. Then the joy of faith finds expression in the contralto aria, Was mein Herz von dir begehrt, ach, das wird mir wohl gewahrt. Ah, what my heart desires of thee, that wilt thou give me, in which the first violins give out the joy motive in every possible form. This cantata is a perfect expression of the mood of the farewell words of Jesus as they are given to John. These words are the basis also of the cantata for the fifth Sunday after Easter, Bisher hast dich nicht gebeten in meinem Namen, number 87. Footnote, solo cantata for alto, tenor and bass. The bass arioso, in der Welt hast dir Angst, aber seid getrost, ich habe die Welt überwunden, is as effective as it is simple. In the alto aria, Vergib, O Vater, unsere Schuld, forgive, O Father, our trespasses, the sighs and moans of the oboes are carried up to heaven by the ascending basses. The tenor aria, Ich will leiden, ich will schweigen, which closes the cantata, is one of Bach's most beautiful creations. The first violins circle about the voice as if in a saintly dance. The form of this aria is interesting as being typical of a number of others written about the same time. It uses the tripartite da capo scheme, but departs from it to the extent that the vocal theme is different from that of the orchestra. The words are declaimed in a free arioso. Thus, in these movements, Bach partly emancipates himself from the Italian aria. The intermediate form which he creates is in many respects an ideal one. In the large Ascension cantata in 3 parts, Gott fahret auf mit Jauchzen, number 43, the superiority of Marianne von Ziegler's texts from a musical point of view becomes quite clear. For the opening chorus she chooses the splendid verse from the Psalms, God goeth up with a merry noise, and the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Bach, of course, represents the going up by means of bold, upward striving lines. The chief figure in the violins covers 2 octaves in 4 bars. The soprano enters with this phrase,
Gott wäret auf, Gott wäret auf.
To which the 3 trumpets add their fanfares. The concise form of the chorus makes the strength of the music all the more effective. In the tenor aria, Ja 1000mal 1000 begleiten den Wagen, the violins have a theme in unison that rises and falls time after time in a manner suggestive of the peculiar melodic line of the aria Gern will ich mich bekämen in the St. Matthew Passion. Here, as there, the fluctuations of the melody have their meaning. They are meant to symbolize the movement of earth and heaven which, according to the text, bend beneath the chariot of the Lord. The soprano aria, Mein Jesu hat nun mehr, resembles in its march form the introductory arioso of the cantata Es ist euch gut, dass ich hingehe, number 108. In the course of the text, mention is made of the return of the Son to the Father. Perhaps this explains the step-like rhythm that runs through the whole movement. In the bass aria, ist's der ganz allein, which is accompanied only by the trumpet, Christ's victory is described under the Old Testament image of the treader of the winepress. Bach, of course, does not let pass the opportunity to represent this proud stamping in his music, and he does not hesitate to write such progressions as these in the bass. The alto aria, Ich seh schon im Geist, wie zur Rechten Gottes auf seine Feinde schmeißt, is at the first glance surprising. It looks as if the fervent music did not agree with the words, Now I see in spirit how he sits on the right hand of God and smites his enemies. The almost melancholy tone of the movement is explained by the final words of the text, Ich steh hier am Weg und schau ihm sehnlich nach. I stand here by the way and look towards him with longing. There is a kind of divine homesickness in the dialogue of the 2 oboes. The movement is typical of the freer form of aria that Bach was employing at this time. The smaller Ascension cantata, Auf Christi Himmelfahrt allein, number 128, begins with a chorale chorus upon the melody Allein Gott in der Ho sei Herr, to which the orchestra adds an independent accompaniment in upward striving lines. Footnote. For the feast days Bach needed 2 cantatas, as the evening service also had to be musical. End footnote. The most striking of the instrumental motives is derived from the opening notes of the chorale. The bass aria, Auf mit hellem Schall, is a bravuro piece for a solo trumpet. Its style, it is constructed on the joy motive, reminds us of the tenor aria Erholet euch in the cantata Ihr werdet weinen und heulen, number 103. This second Ascension cantata also ends with an aria more thoughtful than brilliant. In the cantata for the 6th Sunday after Easter, Sie werden euch in den Bann tun, number 183, second composition, solo cantata for soprano, alto, tenor and bass. There is an antithesis between the other movements, and the somber introductory arioso, Sie werden euch in den Bann tun, es kommt aber die Zeit, dass wer euch todet wird meiden, tu Gott einen Dienst darin. They express the joyous anticipation of death. In the soprano aria, Hoste troste heiliger Geist, der du mir die Wege weist, darauf ich wandeln soll, the confident setting out upon the way that leads to death is accompanied by a cheerful dance theme. The first chorus of the cantata for Whitsuntide, Wer mich liebet, der wird mein Wort halten, number 74, is an arrangement of the opening duet of the Weimar cantata bearing the same title, number 59. The music of the aria, Komm mein Herz stech dir offen, is derived from the same source. The imperfect declamation of the first words is enough to show that Marianne von Ziegler's text has simply been written underneath it. In the arioso upon Christ's farewell words, I go, but I shall return to you, the step progression must be made to stand out clearly through the quaver figures, or the accompaniment of the continuo bass will not tell its story. The last two arias are noticeable more for length than for depth. In the cantata for the second day of Whitsuntide, Also hat Gott die Welt geliebt, number 68, the two arias, Mein glaubiges Herz and Du bist geboren mir so gut, are taken from the Weimar secular cantata Was mir behagt ist nur die muntre Jagd. The choruses are original. The first, upon the fine passage in John 3:16, is accompanied by the gently swaying rhythm with which Bach loves to express the feeling of joyous serenity. In the other, a motet-like chorus, in which strings and wind are added to the voices, Bach writes peculiarly severe music to express the idea of the Last Judgment, already in process, of which St. John speaks in the passage, Whosoever believes in him shall not be judged, but whosoever believes not is already judged. The cantata of the third day of Whitsuntide, Rufet sein Schaf mit Namen, number 175, begins with an arioso and aria for three flutes. Footnote: solo cantata for alto, tenor and bass. End footnote. In these two lovely pastorals, Bach employed the flute da bec, not the traverse flutes. The bass aria, Öffnet euch, is accompanied only by two trumpets. Footnote: the aria Es dunkelt mich, ich seh dich kommen comes from the secular cantata Durchlauchtes Leopold, BG 34. The chorale harmonization of Nun wird der Geist is taken from the cantata Wer mich liebet, der wird mein Wort halten, number 59. End footnote. Of the Easter cantatas written in the middle of the 30s, we may mention two, Erfreut euch ihr Herzen, number 66, and Bleib bei uns, number 6, both intended for Easter Monday. The great opening chorus of Erfreut euch ihr Herzen, number 66, is very agreeable in its sentiment. Even the orchestration is better than that of the other festival cantatas. Only one trumpet is employed, and that most effectively. The accompaniment is dominated by the joy motive. It does not appear, however, in the middle section, marked andante by Bach, as the text speaks of tears and fears and anguish. The arias of this rather broadly planned cantata are likewise written in a more pleasant style. The forte piano and pianissimo that Bach has marked in the bass aria, Lasset dem Husten, are very instructive. The solo movements of Bleis bei uns, denn es will Abend werden, number 6, are also somewhat lengthy. The most notable section is the opening chorus, a masterpiece of poetry and music. Abide with us, say the disciples at Emmaus, pleadingly and caressingly. Footnote. Note the curious accentuation of the by in the sequel. The accents are varied thus: Bleis bei uns, Bleis bei uns, Bleis bei uns. End footnote.
Bleib bei uns. Bleib bei uns.
At the words denn es will Abend werden, for evening is nigh, the voices descend as if the gloom of night were weighing upon them.
Denn es will Abend werden und der Tag hat sich genelget.
In the accompaniment, we hear an anxious quivering. In the andante of the middle section, the triple rhythm gives way to 4/4 time. The words Bleis bei uns become still more expressive of entreaty and pain. Long-drawn cries resound from the gloomy fields, then all is still. Once more the prayer returns in the caressing triple rhythm. The cadence suddenly slips into the major and ends in bright colours, as if the Lord had intimated the granting of the prayer. The same mood dominates the introductory sinfonia to the cantata for the first Sunday after Easter, Am Abend aber des selbigen Sabbats, number 42, except that the anxiety expressed in the harmonies of the Bleis bei uns is lacking here. In this remarkable movement, Bach is painting the same evening calm that he has expressed in the accompaniment to the Arioso in the St. Matthew Passion, Am Abend da es kühl ward. Footnote. What is meant by the words in this aria, denn was ausliegt und not gescheit, das bricht de Hosten Ordnung nicht, will probably never be known. It is regrettable also that the poet has not taken further advantage of the dramatic situation instead of indulging in not very profound reflections. End footnote. The string figures suggest the hovering shades of evening. The oboes respond with a motive of the same kind. Thus the shades melt into one another and become darker and darker, but arousing no fear, only an immeasurable yearning for peace and rest. Then the first oboe sings a hymn of longing that dies away in the night in long sustained tones. The second oboe answers. The gloom deepens. The movement ends in the minor. Then the Bible words are recited over a quivering bass accompaniment. Then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week, when the doors were shut where the disciples were assembled for fear of the Jews, came Jesus and stood in the midst. The Lord brings his distressed disciples the peace of evening. For this reason, the accompaniment of the aria Wo zwei oder drei versammelt sind, where 2 or 3 are gathered together, is composed of reminiscences of the Sinfonia. In the chorale duet, Versag nicht du Häuflein klein, the bassoon and violoncello have a theme that strides along in wide-spaced intervals, and in its fundamental idea reminds us of the theme of immovable faith in the chorale fantasia Jesus Christus unser Heiland, Peters 6, number 30. It is also interesting by reason of the phrasing that Bach has indicated for it. Footnote: the whole cantata should be studied for the extremely careful way in which Bach has added the phrasing marks and dynamic signs. Hardly any other sacred cantata is so instructive in this respect as this. End footnote. The final aria, Jesus ist ein Scheil des Seinen, is an outburst of exultant joy. Of the Michaelmas cantata Nun ist das Heil und die Kraft, number 50, only the first double chorus has been preserved, but this is so powerful in plan and execution that we can dispense with the remainder and almost regard the lack of the solo pieces as a blessing. The theme is constructed out of the strength motive, that occurs also in inversion, and the joy motive. This chorale double fugue is one of Bach's mightiest pieces of vocal music. Bach wrote the cantata Ich elender Mensch, wer wird mich erlösen von dem Liebe dieses Todes, number 48, upon the Gospel for the 19th Sunday after Trinity, Matthew 9, 1-9, in which Jesus heals the man sick of the palsy and forgives his sins, while the chorus sings the despairing words from the 7th chapter of Romans that give the cantata its title, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? The orchestral accompaniment incessantly repeats the sorrowful question. While the trumpets and oboes play in canon the chorale Herr Jesu Christ, ich schrei zu dir. The full sense of grief is given in the sinister harmonies of the chorale Soll's ja so sein, dass Straf und Pein auf Sünden folgen müssen, but it exhausts itself at the words müssen, atonement, with which the strophe ends. In the succeeding prayer to Jesus, Ach leg das Sodom der sündlichen Glieder, sofern es dein Will zestoret dein Jede. Sorrow is quite overcome. The music breathes a serene longing for death. The theme anticipates the joyous and passionate animation of the following aria, Wer gibt mir Jesus meine Sünden, so wird mir Leib und Ziel gesund. The theme of this last movement commences thus. The last aria but one, therefore, should not be taken too slowly. The final aria can hardly be taken too quickly. It must be sung in a kind of wild ecstasy, no rallentandi in the cadences and no diminuendi in the transitions from forte to piano. That Bach's idea was that of haste, almost breaking into a dance, is shown by the fact that in the cantata O Wichkeit du Donnerwort, number 20, he employs similar music, but in the minor, to express the violent horror of the words O Mensch, erret dein Ziel, entfliehe Satans Sklaverei und mach dein Ziel frei. O man, save thy soul, fly from Satan's bondage, and make thy soul free. Perhaps it was at the direct inducement of Bach that Picander wrote a number of cantata poems which, like those of Marianne von Ziegler, took biblical passages as their point of departure. He selected for this purpose, almost exclusively, verses from the Old Testament, preferring those of unusual length. Unfortunately, the reflections he spins upon them are not so expressive as those of his model. We need have no scruple as to cutting out almost the whole of the recitatives in these cantatas. The musical connection of these works is evident at the first glance. Footnote: they are the following cantatas: Brich dem Hungrigen dein Brot, number 39. Es ist dir gesagt, Mensch, number 45. Es wartet alles auf mich, number 187. Es ist dein Trottrick und versagt, Ding, number 176. Wer Dank opfert, number 17. Unser Mund sei voll Lachens, number 110. Wir müssen durch viel Trübsal, number 146. End footnote. They resemble each other not only in the large scale on which the choruses are laid out, but in the great, sometimes excessive, length of the orchestral introductions to the choruses and arias. There are hardly any concise solo pieces in these cantatas. 3 of these works are founded on 2 biblical passages each, and are accordingly planned in 2 parts. They are Brich dem Hungrigen dein Brot, number 39, for the first Sunday after Trinity, Es wartet alles auf dich, number 187, for the 7th Sunday after Trinity, Es ist dir gesagt, Mensch, was gut ist, number 45, for the 8th Sunday after Trinity. The finest of them as a whole is Es wartest alles auf dich, number 187, which also has a satisfactory text. The first biblical verse is set as a chorus. The second, the beautiful passage from the Sermon on the Mount, Take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, is declaimed in a simple bass arioso. In the alto aria, Du Herr, du kronst allein das Jahr, the orchestra has a cheerful melody in which Bach has marked the nuances almost from bar to bar. The first part of the soprano aria, adagio, Gott versorget alles Leben, God nourishes every living thing, is founded on the rhythm of solemnity at the words Weicheth is Sorgen, away ye cares, un poco allegro, the music breaks into flying figures. Footnote: the small G minor Mass, BG8, consists from the Domini Deus Agnus Dei onwards entirely of movements from this cantata. End footnote. The peculiarly unsteady accompaniment in the first part of the chorus of Brich dem Hungrigen dein Brot, number 39, Give the hungry man thy bread, represents the procession of the poor and the suffering who are being supported and led to the house in accordance with the biblical precept. The second part abandons this motive and is expressive of praise and thanksgiving. The arioso upon Wohlzuten und mitzulteilen vergesset nicht, which opens the seconda parte of the cantata, is not so satisfactory as the setting of the second Bible passage in Es wartet alles auf dich, number 187. End of chapter 34, part 1. Chapter 34, part 2, The Cantatas After 1734, continued. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 34, Part 2, The Cantatas After 1734, continued. Even Bach could not cast into a correct musical period the formless passage from Micah on which the first chorus of the cantata, Es ist dir gesagt, Mensch, number 45, is based. The many reiterations of the It is said unto thee at the commencement are quite disconcerting. It is incomprehensible why Bach should set himself the impossible task of making a chorus of this verse instead of declaiming it in a simple arioso as he does in the second part with Christ's words, Es werden viele auch mehr sagen and jenem Tag. We also possess the parts of this cantata revised and corrected by Zelter. They throw a doubtful light on his way of relieving Bach's work of its thin tinsel and bringing out the bright substance immediately underneath. His alterations are really ludicrous. We get the idea that his purpose was to substitute for Bach's intelligent declamation the most unintelligent that can be conceived. The following cantatas deal with only one biblical passage each. Es ist ein trotzig und verzagt Ding, number 176 for Trinity. Wer Dank opfert, number 17 for the 14th Sunday after Trinity. Unser Mund sei voll Lachens, number 110 for Christmas. Wir müssen durch viel Trübsal in das Reich Gottes eingehen, number 146 for the 3rd Sunday after Easter. The cantata Wer Dank opfert, number 17, consists of a large and sharply chiseled chorus and two interesting arias. The text, unfortunately, is a poor one. In the first chorus of Es ist ein trotzig und verzagt Ding, number 176, the orchestral parts of the accompaniment to the theme are marked first forte, then piano. This makes it probable that Bach had the chorus theme also sung forte at first, and piano from the middle onwards. Thus.
Es ist ein trotzig und versagt Ding alle Menschenherzen.
On closer inspection, the whole chorus is seen to be planned on the idea of this direct transition from forte to piano. This way of representing the antithesis between trotzig, arrogant, and versagt, poor-spirited, may appear somewhat naive, but the musical effect is natural and not without charm. The soprano aria, Dein sonst hell beliebter Schein, is set in march rhythm, like a gavotte, the words being those that Nicodemus speaks to himself on his night journey to Jesus. The lengthy orchestral preludes to each of these cantatas explain how Bach came to employ many of his free orchestral compositions for church works. The chorus of the cantata, Unser Mund sei voll Lachens, number 110, is worked into the allegro section of the second D major overture, BG 30, page 66, and so framed between the first and final grave. Footnote. On the insertion of this vocal movement in the overture, see volume 1, where the theme of the allegro is quoted. End footnote. The chorus of the cantata Wir müssen durch viel Trübsal, number 146, is inserted into the adagio of the clavier concerto in D minor, BG 17, and is prefaced by an organ transcription of the allegro. In neither case has Bach made the arrangement without regard to the character of the text. The triplet rhythm of the D major overture seems really a musical representation of laughter, so that it has been conjectured, not without reason, that the overture may have originated at the same time as the cantata, and that the theme of the middle section was written with an eye to the words Unser Mund sei voll Lachens, our mouth is filled with laughter. Footnote. The duet sei Gott in this cantata is a transcription of the Virgo Jesi Floruit that originally formed part of the Magnificat in D major, CBG 11. End footnote. The elegiac mood of the adagio in the D minor concerto harmonizes excellently with the words Wir müssen durch viel Trübsal in das Reich Gottes eingehen. We must, through much tribulation, enter into the kingdom of God. End footnote. The solo movements of the last named cantata are of extraordinary beauty, even their excessive length, which they share with the other arias of this period, cannot prejudice us against them. In the soprano aria, Ich sei meine Zaren mit bangem Herzen, I sow my tears with a heavy heart, the two oboes let fall a tear in each bar. The duet between tenor and bass, Wie will ich mich freuen, is one of the loveliest and sweetest of the movements constructed on a joy motive. The cantata for Whit Sunday, O ewiges Feuer, number 34, is shown by the existence of a set of older parts to be founded on a mourning cantata of the same title. Footnote. The declamation of the revised text is not always faultless, as may be seen from the first chorus. End footnote. The semiquaver figures of the first violins run through the whole of the first chorus like the lambent flames that are to set the heart on fire. The exquisite lulling music of the alto aria Wohl euch ich aufs Walten schielen is not fully explained by its present text. This is one of the cases in which the mere knowledge of Bach's musical language is sufficient to make us decide that the music was originally written for another text. Footnote. The theme belongs to the category of the cradle song motives. End footnote. The splendid chorus Friede über Israel seems to have been abbreviated from its original form. The music of the cantata for Midsummer Day, Freudig erlosch Schar, number 30, is derived from the secular cantata Angenehmes Wiederau, which Bach wrote in honor of Christian von Hennig, who was fated on the 28th of September 1737. Only the introductory chorus of the sacred arrangement, it recurs at the end, can now be performed. The declamation, indeed, is not always quite natural, and the words have clearly been written to fill up a prescribed verse form rather than to express a poetical idea. But we forget all this in view of the positively startling force of the music. Perhaps no other of Bach's works equals this in fire and splendor of sonority. Anyone who could supply the music with a new and singable text, suitable, say, for Christmas, would be doing Bach a great service. In the solo numbers, the fitting in of the text is so outrageous from the musical and declamatory point of view as to be unendurable. Some magnificent music is thus going to waste. It would be a worthy task for some poet to provide the secular cantata with an expressive poem and so restore this grand music to the world. Footnote. The secular cantata can easily be restored from the cantata Freudig erlosch Schar, BG 5, and the supplement. Of course, there is no necessity to preserve all the recitatives. End footnote. The few solo cantatas of this period, the end of the 30s, that we possess relate almost exclusively to Christmas and Epiphany. Footnote. Selig ist der Mann, number 57, for soprano and bass for the second day of Christmas. Süße Trost, mein Jesu kommt, number 151, for soprano, alto, tenor and bass for the third day of Christmas. Liebste Jesu, mein Verlangen, number 32, for bass and soprano for Epiphany. Meine Seufzer, meine Tränen, number 13, for soprano, alto, tenor and bass for the second Sunday after Epiphany. Es reifet euch sin schrecklich Ende, number 90, for alto, tenor and bass for the 25th Sunday after Trinity. End footnote. In the cantata Selig ist der Mann, number 57, there is a dialogue between Jesus, bass, and the believing soul, soprano. The first bass arioso delivers in expressive music the words, Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life. The orchestra adds a symphonic accompaniment. Bach would have worked out his solos wholly in this ideal form had not the da capo aria been the fashion of the day. The moving lament of the soul, Ich wünschte mir den Tod, wenn du, mein Jesu, mich nicht liebtest, is set in the same free arioso style. An idea of the overwhelming sorrow expressed in the accompaniment can be had from the opening bars for the first violin. In the succeeding vivace, which is somewhat in the style of an aria, Jesus comforts the soul with the song of triumph. Ja, ja, ich kann die Freunde schlagen. The words of the middle section, Bedrängter Geist, hör auf zu weinen, cease to weep, O afflicted soul, are set to wonderfully expressive music, the violins having a motive suggestive of sighs. Ich rende behende mein irdisch Leben, sings the joyous soul, happy to meet its death in an aria with an animated 3/4 rhythm, as if it were hastening from this world to its Redeemer, leaping and dancing on its way. Footnote. It is not clear why Spitta should regard this cantata as domestic religious music rather than music for the church. There is nothing in Bach's works to justify a distinction of this kind. End footnote. The cantata for the third day of Christmas, Susse Trost, wenn Jesu kommt, Jesus wird einst geboren, number 151 for soprano, alto, tenor and bass, consists, apart from the recitatives, simply of 2 arias and the final chorale. In the first aria, the strings, piano sempre, sing a lullaby over the infant Jesus. To which the flute adds exuberant runs and figures. The theme of the alto aria, In Jesu Demut kann ich Trost in seiner Armut Reichtum finden, is constructed on the same lines as that of Gern will ich mich bekämen in the St. Matthew Passion. It represents humility, Demut. It sinks, rises, sinks again recovers, and in the final cadence quite goes to pieces, as it were. The ties that Bach has marked for the instruments here are particularly instructive. The indications in the orchestral part as to the cooperation of the strings and the oboe are interesting in themselves, and no doubt applicable to many other scores. They play unisono until a piano comes, when the violins cease, leaving the oboe to continue alone. The opening aria of the cantata Liebst du Jesu mein Verlangen, number 32, dialogue for bass and soprano, reminds us strongly of the first movement, so full of longing, of the secular cantata Weichert nur betrübt Schatten, BG 11. In the final duet, vivace, between the believing soul and Jesus, all care is driven away before the joyous rushes of the instruments. The theme runs thus, the oboes always hurrying along with the strings. The second violins and the violas fly about in loud staccato quavers throughout the movement. In the bass aria of the cantata for the second Sunday after Epiphany, Meine Säufer, meine Tränen, number 13 for soprano, alto, tenor and bass, we have one of Bach's most remarkable dual themes. It begins with the sigh motive, which is immediately followed by the motive of joy. The text that Bach wished to express by means of this juxtaposition runs thus: Groans and piteous weeping bring no relief to care, but he who looks towards heaven will find a joyous light shining in his sorrowful bosom. The introductory aria and the chorale with orchestral accompaniment, Der Gott, der mit hat zugesprochen, are very somber in tone. In the first aria of the cantata for the 25th Sunday after Trinity, Es reifet euch ein schrecklich Ende, number 90, Bach declaims the word schrecklich, dreadful, several times in this fashion.
Ein schrecklich Ende.
In the passionate final aria, So loschet im Eifer der Rachen, richte den Leuchte des Wörters so straff doch aus, confused demi-semi-quaver passages fly up and down in the various instruments like a flame struggling against the storm wind. Even Spitta frankly admits Bach's pictorial intention here. Footnote. Bach has represented the flickering of flames in other places. End footnote. It is one of the most powerful symphonic accompaniments to be found in all Bach's works. The most glorious feature of these solo cantatas is that the German Bach here finds free expression. It is true that for many movements he still retains the da capo form. We are hardly conscious of it, however, for it is so changed that he seems to have risen superior to it. Where he still employs the repetitive scheme of the da capo aria, he very often does away with the identity of the vocal and the instrumental theme. He thus makes a peculiarly delightful type of aria. The texts of these solo cantatas are, as a rule, expressive. At this very time, about 1736, Bach became weary of the search for free poems for his church pieces, and definitely resolved to revert to the chorale cantata and to write a cycle of works in this genre. We may probably assume that this kind of cantata struck him as being the most suitable to the church, and that consequently he wished to make a year's cycle of this kind the culminating point of his labour for the service. By an evil fate, he halted halfway on the path that led back to the choral cantata. The admirable older cantata, with its text compounded out of chorale verses and biblical passages, does not enter his mind now. What he wants is a chorale cantata that will permit him to retain the speaking recitative and the da capo aria. He will not again endeavour to set hymn strophes as recitatives and da capo arias, as he did at the beginning of the 30s. Picander offers to cast the chorale strophes into madrigal form for him. Footnote. These cantatas also contain free aria texts. End footnote. Bach agrees, and so seals the fate of the cantata texts to which he devotes his final labours. Nor is it comprehensible from the purely musical standpoint how Bach could remain satisfied with this kind of chorale cantata, as it compelled him to renounce all freedom in the choice of the form for his choruses. We rather get the impression that the sacrifice was not a serious one for him. He seems to have wearied of looking for pictures in which he could express his ideas, and felt a certain relief in being absolved from the search and having simply one task before him: to keep a chorale melody going as a cantus firmus in the soprano, and to build up the other voices line by line in motet form. Indeed, while all these choruses are plainly signed with his name, no two of them are alike, in spite of their having the same scheme in common. Each of them has a personality of its own. Bach accepts as a necessary evil the fact that in choruses of this kind he can introduce the text only in melodic segments separated by interludes, and so has to dismember sentences that are one and indivisible from both the declamatory and the intellectual point of view. Moreover, he can give only limited expression in his choruses to the poetry of the text, since he cannot employ themes of his own invention. Thus it comes about that the main work of musical representation in these choruses devolves upon the orchestra, which, as a rule, has no concern at all for the melody, but weaves round the chorale and its figuration a free fantasia in which the basic idea or emotion of the text finds characteristic expression. The themes and motives of this orchestral accompaniment throw a great deal of light on the nature of Bach's musical language. In the arias of these chorale cantatas he is more than usually dependent upon his poet. Very often the latter gives him a mere formless and senseless mass of ideas compiled out of one or more chorale verses, quite unsuitable for music, and, moreover, necessitating arias of excessive length. Now and then, however, Picander has succeeded in fastening upon the characteristic point of the verse and expressing it concisely, so that the cantatas contain some arias of surpassing beauty. Many of these cantatas do not form a poetic whole, the text being lacking in natural dramatic structure. In the cantatas that are more lyrical in feeling, this defect is not so noticeable, which explains our finding the pearls of the collection among them. In all these chorale cantatas, however, we have not only the last but the deepest expression of Bach's piety. His music shows how deeply he has been penetrated by these hymns. He has chosen them as the basis of his cantatas because he lives and moves and has his being in them, and finds in them all his thoughts and emotions in their fullest form. And as Bach, the man of piety, feels thus, it hardly occurs to Bach the artist that he is renouncing his freedom. The scores of this year's cycle of chorale cantatas became freedman's at the division of his father's property, as we learn from a letter of Forkel, dated 3rd of April, 1803. Footnote. Dorfel, who communicates this fragment, does not tell us the name of the addressee of the letter from which it is taken. End footnote. Quote, I have had in my house the whole year's cycle that was in the possession of Wilhelm Friedemann Bach, the one that is so excellently written upon chorale melodies. Friedemann Bach was at that time in great distress, and asked me 20 louis d'or for the complete property in the cycle, or 2 louis d'or for the loan of them. I was not rich enough to put down the 20 louis d'or all at once, but I could afford the 2. As it would have cost me more than 20 louis d'or to have had all the cantatas copied that half year, I resolved to copy some of the best movements myself for my 2 louis d'or. I consequently possess now only 2 works written upon the chorales Es ist das Heil uns kommen her and Wo Gott der Herr nicht bei uns halt. Both are extraordinarily beautiful. The whole collection, for which I was asked 20 louis d'or, Friedemann was compelled by want to sell for 12 thalers. I do not know who bought it. End quote. B.F. Richter conjectures, not improbably, that the purchaser was Doles, the cantor of St. Thomas's. It is more than doubtful, however, whether the cycle was then complete. Rochlitz mentions only 26 chorale cantatas of Bach as belonging to Doles. Footnote. See, on this question, his interesting article Über die Schicksale der Thomasschule zu Leipzig angehörenden Kantaten J.S. Bach in the Bach-Jahr book for 1906. End footnote. The parts of these cantatas remained in the possession of Bach's widow. When, in 1752, she asked the council for a grant, she was given 40 thalers, quote, on account of her poverty and in return for certain pieces of music. End quote. According to Richter, these were the parts of the cycle of chorale cantatas which, however, appear not to have been complete. Some of these chorale cantatas were intended, according to Spitter's chronology, for the year 1735. For example, the New Year's cantata Jesu nun sei gepreiset, number 41. The joy motive dominates the orchestra in the first part of the chorus, the 2 trumpets working out the following splendid configuration. Footnote. It is quite possible that some chorale cantatas of an earlier date, such as Ein feste Burg and Christus der ist mein Leben, also belonged to this cycle. Bach did not arrange his works to suit the season, as he was always performing the older cantatas again. He made up the present yearly cycle of chorale cantatas by taking up a number of pre-existent works of this kind and adding others for the Sundays that were lacking until the cycle was complete. Of the 5 cycles that he left at his death, 2 must have consisted of chorale cantatas, those of which the St. Thomas's school possessed the parts. The cantatas now to be discussed belong without exception to his later years. End footnote. At the words Das wir in guter Still, where the praise gives way to prayer, the joy motive ceases in the accompaniment and does not return until near the end, where the prayer Behut Leib, Ziel und Leben hinfort durch ganz Jahr is repeated. The final chorale is interwoven with the trumpet fanfares of the first chorus. The 2 arias rank among the most beautiful of Bach's lyrics. In the accompaniment to the first chorus of the cantata for the 9th Sunday after Trinity, Was frage ich nach der Welt, number 94, which also seems to date from 1735, Bach gives flying figures to the flute and first violins, while the other strings have staccato quavers. This is how he elsewhere depicts someone running. The staccato quavers are especially characteristic. He is therefore not expressing here the rather contemplative mood of the text, but the hastening of the soul to withdraw itself from the world. Only when we know the meaning of the orchestral accompaniment can we find the right tempo for this superb and closely woven movement and the right way of performing it. The first chorus of the cantata for the 19th Sunday after Trinity, Wo soll ich fliehen hin, number 5, contains a similar piece of orchestral painting. In the aria Ergieß dich rechtlich, du gottlich Kell, ach walle mit blutigen Stromen auf mich, pour forth abundantly over me, O divine stream of blood, a solo viola keeps up a delightful flowing and murmuring obbligato. The chief motive of this accompaniment recurs in the great orchestral symphony to the first chorus of the cantata Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, number 7. The aria Wer stumm hollen Herr is also extremely effective. The solos in the cantata Was frage ich nach der Welt, number 94, however, suffer from the poor quality of the texts. The cantata for the third day of Christmas, Ich freu mich in dir, number 133, seems also to have been written for the year 1735. The scantily figured chorale is sung to a simple orchestral accompaniment based on the naive joy motive, consisting of continuous semiquaver passages, of which we have a typical specimen in the chorale prelude Lobt Gott ihr Christen allzugleich, Peters 5, number 40. This mode of expressing joy is frequently used in the Christmas chorale cantatas. This chorus shows us the risks that the declamation has to run even in the simplest chorale figuration. In two places, Bach phrases thus.
Ach wie ein süßer Ton.
In the chorus of the cantata Was frage ich nach der Welt, number 94, there is a passage in which, if he does not divide the syllables of a word by a pause, as in the foregoing example, he separates the words in a way hardly less objectionable.
Wenn ich mich nur an dir.
The two arias of the Christmas cantata are very characteristic. The first begins with the cry,
Getrost, getrost, getrost.
In the second, Wie lieblich klingt es in den Ohren dies Wort, mein Jesus ist geboren. How exquisitely do these words ring in the ear, my Jesus is born. Bach cannot forbear making the violins illustrate the ringing at the words klingt es in den Ohren. We possess three Christmas cantatas belonging to this cycle. The cantata Gelobet seist du JoyChris, number 91, is intended for the first day. The chorus is naturally based on the joy motive. The tenor aria, accompanied by three oboes, is a charming lullaby. In the duet Die Armut so Gott auf sich nimmt, God takes poverty on himself, the violins have a unisono theme in the rhythm of solemnity, symbolizing the celestial majesty of Jesus, while the voices tell us of the human form that makes us equal to the angels. Footnote. When performing this fine work, it is best to leave out the recitative with chorale Der Glanz der höchsten Herrlichkeit. End footnote. In the cantata for the second day of Christmas, Christum wir sollen loben schon, number 121, the chorus is treated in pure motet style. The orchestra duplicates the voices. One is inclined to regret that Bach did not employ this form more frequently in his chorale choruses. The curious music in the aria Johannes Freudevolles Springen erkannt dich, mein Heiland schon, can only be explained on the supposition that Bach is representing the leaping of the child in Elizabeth's womb at the greeting of Mary. The barbarous declamation in the tenor aria is in itself sufficient to show that the music has been taken from another source. It is incomprehensible how Bach could listen to it. In the cantata for the Sunday after Christmas, Das Neugeborene Kinderlein, number 12, the chorus and orchestra have some lullaby music, about the performance of which Bach was so particular that he has supplied it most carefully with phrasing marks. This movement is especially instructive with regard to the echo effects that he uses in his orchestral works. The theme, the beauty of which comes to a great extent from the splendid symmetry of its form, begins thus. In the recitative Die Engel, welch sich zuvor vor euch als vor verfluchten Scheuten erfüllen nun die Luft im hohen Chor, the chorale is played by the three flutes. The chorale trio, O wohl uns, for soprano, alto and tenor, in which the alto has the melody, is accompanied by the orchestral basses with the angel motive, Bach taking it to represent the song of the angels in the hohen Chor, or choir on high. Footnote. It is identical with those of the pastoral symphony of the Christmas oratorio and the accompaniment to the chorale Wir singen dir in deinem Heer in the same work, which ends the angel's song sei Gott in der Ho. End footnote. The cantata for Epiphany, Liebster Emmanuel, number 123, is one of the finest expressions of Bach's mysticism. Its first chorus reminds us a good deal of that of the cantata Du Herd Israel, number 104. Liebster Emmanuel, cry the orchestra, all the instruments repeating continually the opening phrases of the melody.
Liebster Emmanuel.
It suggests a crowd of people appealing to the Lord, whose glory has just been revealed in baptism, to be allowed to kiss the hem of his garment. The text is very beautiful. Liebster Emmanuel, Herzog der Frommen, du meiner Seelen Heil, komm nur bald. Du hast mir höchster Schatz mein Herz genommen, so ganz vor Liebe brennt und Nacht die Wald. Nichts kann auf Erden mir liebres werden, als wenn ich meinen Jesum stets behalt. After this chorus, the tenor sings of the cruel way to the cross, the two oboe d'amore adding an expressive lament. At the end comes the joyous march song Lass so Welt mich aus Verachtung, in which the soul bids the world farewell. Unless we know from other scores of Bach what is meant by the staccato quavers in the basses and the hurrying figures in the flute, we are apt to render this music wrongly, failing to perceive the joyousness and urgency of it, and reading into it the rather elegiac mood of the text. The first chorus of the cantata for the first Sunday after Epiphany, Meinem Jesum lass ich nicht, number 124, must be sung with particular delicacy in order that it may not cover up the runs of the oboe d'amore concertante, in which Bach has expressed the whole of the fervour that he has seen in the text. In the moving aria, Und wenn der hart Todesschlag, and when the cruel blow of death, the terrors of death are 3 times overcome by the words Ich lasse meinen Jesum nicht, my Jesus will I never leave. The strings incessantly accompany the poignant song of the oboes with the blow of death. This ceases each time the words Ich lass meinen Jesum nicht recur. This movement only makes its full effect when the strings give a really terrifying expression to their semiquavers with a heavy accent on each note. The final duet between soprano and alto, Entzieh dich eilends mein Herz der Welt, is more effective when sung by several voices. Footnote: simple duets and trios for the final numbers are characteristic features of many of these later chorale cantatas. End footnote. This method of performance may be recommended again for the joyous final duet Wenn Sorgen auf mich dringen of the cantata for the second Sunday after Epiphany, Ach Gott, wie manches Herzeleid, number 3, second composition. In the first chorus of this work, the cantus firmus is in the bass, an unusual position. In the sorrowful orchestral accompaniment, we hear with a special clearness the sighs of the first violins. The march-like character given to the movement by the remaining strings and the orchestral basses has been suggested to Bach by the text, which speaks of the narrow and calamitous way that leads to heaven. In the recitative with chorale, Wie schwerlich lasst sich Fleisch und Blut zwingen zu dem ewigen Gut, the stubborn basso ostentato symbolizes the word zwingen, to force. In the cantata for the third Sunday after Epiphany, Was mein Gott will, das G'sech allset, number 111, the spirited accompaniment, founded on the joy motive, to the introductory chorus shows that Bach interpreted the words of the beautiful chorale, God's will be done, not in the sense of quiet submission, but in that of joyous and confident faith. The chorus in which the violins have runs of this kind must be sung jubilantly and triumphantly. The duet for alto and tenor, So geh ich mit Herzensschritten und wenn mich Gott zum Grabe führt, I go with courageous steps, even though God be leading me to the grave, is like a gladsome stately march. The voices are accompanied at their entry by the following figures in the first violins. All the music for the Feasts of Mary in this cycle has survived. The cantata Mit Fried und Freud fahr ich dahin, number 125, was written for the Purification. In the first chorus we seem to hear the weary, uncertain steps of the pilgrim of heaven. The other instruments have a similar motive, alternating with a triplet figure that is full of inexpressible felicity. In the beautiful aria Ich will auch mit gebrochenen Augen, we almost get the impression that Bach is continuing to depict the steps, only that the music now, as in the duet So geh ich mich Herzensschritten in the cantata last mentioned, represents a more assured and joyous procession. End of chapter 34, part 2. Chapter 34 of J.S. Bach, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 34, Part 3, The Cantatas After 1734, continued. The accompaniment to the recitative O Wunder, dass ein Herz vor dem Fleisch verhassten Gruft sich nicht entsetzt, O wonder that a heart does not shrink from the detested grave, is very characteristic of Bach's pictorialism. The not shrinking from the grave becomes, in the orchestra, a matter of positive rejoicing. It is with the joy motive that the voice is accompanied. In this cantata, again, it is best to allot the final duet to several voices. In the first chorus of the cantata for the Annunciation, Wie schön leuchtet der Morgenstern, number 1, Bach uses 2 obbligato violins. His music converts the text into an expression of mystical exuberance. In the orchestral accompaniment, the themes of the separate lines of the chorale are largely employed as motives. The arias, too, are masterly. In the last of them, he again makes use of 2 obbligato violins. Footnote. In the first, Erfüllet ihr himmlischen göttlichen Flammen, die nach euch verlangende glaubige Brust, we can almost believe that Bach is trying to give the impression of a flickering flame. End footnote. The powerful first chorus of the cantata for the Visitation of Mary, Meine Seele erhebt den Herrn, number 10, written upon the German Magnificat, is constructed upon a base that embodies an exuberant joy motive. The idea of a bold ascending movement dominates Bach's imagination again in the aria Herr, der du stark und machtig bist, Lord, who art strong and mighty, in which the first violins have the following 3 figures. The proud semiquaver figures in the bass should be noted. In the basso ostentato of the aria Gewaltig stürzt Gott von Stuhl, God casts the mighty down from their seat, the motive of falling and that of haughty strength are combined in one theme. In the duet between alto and tenor with the cantus firmus of the Magnificat, which Bach afterwards made into a choral prelude, Peters 7, number 42, the voice parts should be increased. The imposing music to the first chorus of the Michaelmas cantata Herr Gott dich loben alle Welt, number 130, reminds us strongly of the kind of chorus that Bach used to write in his first Leipzig period. In the bass aria, Der alte Drach brennt vor Neid, the old dragon is consumed with envy, he tries to show the hearer the powerful body of the serpent working its way upward in furious contortions. This movement is accompanied by 3 trumpets and the kettle drum. To make it sound well in performance is one of the most difficult of the problems presented by Bach's scores. Footnote. The simple tenor aria, Lass o Fürst der Cherubinen, should be sung by several voices to each part, the first and second violins, in this case, being added unisono to the flute. End footnote. In the instrumental accompaniment to the cantata for Midsummer Day, Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, number 7, Bach has employed on a large scale the method of painting he had already used in his chorale preludes upon this chorale, Peters 6, numbers 17 and 18. Footnote. See also the fine representation of rapid waves in the first chorus of the secular cantata Schleicht spliend Wellen, BG 20. The representation of the rhythm and the sound of the moving water is as realistic as it could be. We see great waves and little ones. Some overtake the others and break over them. The rapid song of the flutes is bright and gloomy in turns. Then the monotony of the even motion is again broken for a moment by a mighty surge of the greater waves. The following are the chief of the themes and motives by means of the succession and interlocking of which Bach depicts so wonderfully the animated play of the waves. The recitative Merkt und hort et Menschenkinder, which proclaims the promises of baptism and calls for faith in them, is accompanied by a theme that has been prompted by the idea of firm and assured steps. Here again, as in the chorale prelude Jesu Christus unser Heiland, Peter 6, number 30, Bach's purpose is to represent immovable faith in the marvel of the sacrament. In the great chorus of the cantata Ach wie flüchtig, ach wie nichtig, number 26 for the 24th Sunday after Trinity, Bach again paints a picture for which he had made the sketch in a chorale prelude upon the same melody, Peters 5, number 1. As a rule, the accompaniment to this chorus is played much too loudly for it to suggest the flying and undulating mists. The best effect is ensured by having only a few voices to each part and making the orchestra play piano throughout. This will permit of a much quicker tempo than is customary. The phrasing must be the one plainly indicated in the bass figure. Particular care should be taken not to accent the first semiquaver in the fourth beat. If it receives the very slightest emphasis, the upward motion of the melodic line is impeded. The two arias are also conceived in very characteristic style, and their tone color is particularly effective. In the first, So schnell ein rauschend Wasser schießt, so eilen unser Lebenstag, the days of our life hasten away like rushing water, Bach depicts the hastening in much the same style as at the commencement of the Easter Oratorio, Kommt eilet und laufet, BG 21. In the last he expresses the words, An irdisch schätze das Herz zu hangen ist ein Verführung. It is a deceitful thing to fix the heart on earthly treasures, by means of a theme founded on the joy motive, making it a cheerful song of freedom in the world. But as soon as the words Rauschen und reißen die wallenden Fluten, the floods rush overwhelmingly along, or in Trümmer zerfällt, falls in ruins, occur, the orchestra at once reproduces these pictures in appropriate motives. In the cantata for Septuagesima, Ich hab in Gottes Herz und Sinn, number 92, Picander was particularly anxious to please the composer, so he besprinkled the text liberally with pictures and images. He interrupts the second chorale verse with a recitative in which Mit Prasseln und mit großem Knallen die Berg und die Vogel fallen, the mountains and the hills fall with a great crash, and the flowing waves are also invoked. He was not deceived in his expectation that Bach would seize upon these opportunities for tone painting, as he gladly does again in the aria Seht wie bricht, wie reißt, wie fällt, was Gottes starker Arm nicht halt. See how breaks, how splits, how falls, whatever God's strong arm doth not uphold. Very characteristic again is the bass accompaniment to the aria Das Brausen von den rauen Winden, the roaring of the boisterous winds. In the final aria, Meinem Herzen bleis ich trau, will mir den Kreuzkelch füllen, ruh ich ganz in seinem Willen, steht mir im Leiden bei. Bach expresses this super-terrestrial serenity of a soul in a kind of spiritualized dance melody. The same spirit breathes through the first chorus. Unfortunately, the tasteless recitatives that fill out the chorale strophes are a serious drawback to this cantata. Hans Sachs' fine hymn, which Bach uses in the cantata Warum betrübst du dich, mein Herz, number 138, for the 15th Sunday after Trinity, is also so disfigured by Picander's poetical additions that it can hardly be performed without alterations. Moreover, the interrupting recitatives in the first two chorale choruses are very unfortunate from the purely musical standpoint, to say nothing of the quality of the passages that have been inserted. It is a pity that the beautiful and expressive music of the first chorus, in which the chorale motives are used also in the orchestral accompaniment, has been so disfigured. At the finish, the chorale is sung without any interruptions, the orchestra adding a rich and animated accompaniment. Footnote: the fine bass aria, Auf Gott steckt meine Zuversicht, which is accompanied by the joy motive, was utilized by Bach for the Gratias Agimus of the G major Mass, BG 8, page 178. Hans Sachs' chorale is found in the Wittenberg Hymn Book of 1586. End footnote. This chorale cantata stands alone in the peculiarity of its structure. We get the impression, Spitta expresses the same opinion, that Bach had set to work upon it without any very clear plan. The accompaniment to the first chorus of the cantata for Quinquagesima Sunday, Herr Jesu Christ war Mensch und Gott, number 127, is wholly based on the rhythm of solemnity. It will be remembered that in an aria of the cantata Gelobt seist du Jesu Christ, number 91, Bach employs this rhythm to express the text God takes poverty on himself, which likewise deals with the divine and human nature of Jesus. Thus the music in each case represents the divine majesty. As Quinquagesima Sunday, however, introduces the period of the Passion, in the cantata for that day, Bach makes the strings and wind give out alternately the chorale Christ du Lamme Gottes in a solemn rhythm. In the soprano aria Die Schiel ruht in Jesu Handen, wenn diesen Leib bedeckt, ach, ruft mich bald, ihr Sterbeglocken. The soul reposes in Jesus' hands, even when the earth covers my body. Ah, call me soon away, ye bells of death. The tolling of the funeral bells is heard in the flutes, the oboe adding a strain of ecstatic yearning. The lengthy final arioso gives Bach an opportunity to depict the terrors of the Last Judgment and of the destruction of the world. He does so with the same enthusiasm as in the cantatas of the first Leipzig period. There is a striking resemblance between the magnificent principal choruses of the cantatas Ach lieben Christen seid getrost, number 114 for the 17th Sunday after Trinity, and Mach dich mein Geist bereit, wachfle und bete, number 115 for the 22nd Sunday after Trinity. In each of them, Bach expresses the idea of someone raising and comforting himself by means of many repetitions of a short, soaring motive that is seen also in the first chorus of Wachet auf, ruft uns die Stimme, number 140. Cantata Ach lieben Christen seid getrost. Cantata Mach dich mein Geist bereit. This motive gives a bright and joyous complexion to the musical expression of the text. Bach takes account only of the words bereit, ready, and getrost, confident, not troubling in the least about the fundamental mood of the verses, which is almost a somber one. This is especially noticeable in the first chorus of the cantata Mach dich mein Geist bereit. It should be mentioned that we possess also another commencement of the chorus extending as far as the 5th bar, which Bach rejected in favor of the present version. These choruses must, of course, be taken in a brisk and energetic tempo. The solos in both cantatas are beautiful and impressive. In the aria Ach, schlafrig Sylvie, ruhest du noch, ermuntere dich doch. Ah, drowsy soul, dost thou still sleep? Come, rouse thyself. In the cantata Mache dich mein Geist bereit, the orchestra has a lulling slumber song through which we hear the warning and terrifying call of the alto voice. In the allegro passage at the words Es möchte die Straf dich plötzlich ereilen, chastisement may suddenly overtake thee, there is a momentary start of terror in the accompaniment. At the end, however, where the text speaks of the eternal sleep of death, the slumber song returns. There is a wonderfully intimate feeling in the soprano aria Bitte aber auch dabei, which Bach has marked molto adagio. The solos in Ach lieben Christen seid getrost aim more at the characteristic Wo wird in diesem Jammertaler für meinen Geist Zuflucht sein? Where in the vale of sorrow can my spirit find refuge? Asks the tenor. The sorrowful flute accompaniment seems to suggest the confused, uncertain beating of wings. But when the answer comes, Allein zu den Vaterhanden will ich mich in der Schwachheit wenden, in my weakness will I turn to my Father's hand alone, the soul also finds the path along which it is to take wing. It glides through the air with a uniform and easy motion. In the chorale Kein Frucht thy weißen Kornlein bringt, es falle denn in die Erden. If the grain bring forth no wheat, let it fall to the earth. The basso ostinato symbolizes the motion of the arm as it flings the grain away and the falling of the latter. We possess also the sketch for this curious figure. The theme occurred to Bach when he was working at the opening chorus. Dreading lest he should forget it, he wrote it down on an empty line of the score, where it runs thus. As will be seen, the pictorial idea is fully contained in this sketch. In the improved version, however, it is made much more characteristic. The 4/4 rhythm and the pauses give the theme the abruptness and the angularity that are typical of the motion of the sewer's arm as seen from a distance. Thus, Bach's notion of improving it is to make it more realistic. This accidental light upon his way of transforming a theme is very instructive as to the nature of his art. Further, in order that the hearer's attention may not be distracted from the pictorial figure, Bach admits no obbligato instrument in the accompaniment. The violas can be used effectively here to assist the continuo bass at the interval of an octave. The organist, by means of 1 or 2 4/4 stops, should brighten the timbre of the manual on which he is playing with his left hand. Scrupulous care should also be taken to accent strongly the quavers that terminate the semi-quaver run, since otherwise the meaning of the figure will be obscured. In the chorale, 6 clear boys' voices should be employed. The transfigured music of the alto aria Du machst, o Tod, mir nun nicht ferner wange is all the more impressive in virtue of its contrast with the realism of the preceding movement. When performing the cantata Aus tiefer noch schrei ich zu dir, number 38, for the 21st Sunday after Trinity, it is as well to omit the solitary aria it contains. The unendurably wretched declamation proves the music to have been borrowed from another work. The first chorus is in the form of a concise chorale motet. The final trio has also a motet character. It should, of course, be performed by a small chorus, not by the soloists. The splendid motet upon O Jesu Christ meines Lebens Licht, which is printed in the BG edition as Cantata No. 118, was not originally written for the church, but was performed in the open air at a funeral ceremony. For this reason it is accompanied by wind instruments alone. Nothing precise can be learned from either Matheson or Walther as to the instrument called the litus, that is, here employed twice. It probably belonged to the cornet family. The work could be reorchestrated for church use. We possess another score of it, used by Bach for a performance in a building. In this he replaces the cornetto and the 3 trombones by strings, to which, perhaps, the woodwind were added. In the first chorus of the cantata Allein zu dir, Herr Jesu Christ, No. 33 for the 13th Sunday after Trinity, a sunny confidence is expressed by means of a joy motive in uninterrupted semiquavers. The energetic step motives in the accompaniment probably symbolize steadfast faith. Perhaps they are especially prompted by the passage Allein zu dir, Herr Jesu Christ, mein Hoffnung steht auf Erden. My hope on earth, Lord Jesus Christ, is fixed on thee alone. The most sharply characteristic of these motives runs thus. In the aria Wie wursam wankten meine Schritt, how fearful and uncertain were my steps, the violins give it out in an uncertain and feeble form. The other strings adding their pizzicato in a march rhythm. In the themes we should of course accent the syncopated quavers, not the strong beats of the bars, if we are not to destroy the pictorial suggestion of the motion. Footnote. The final duet should be sung by several voices. End footnote. In the bass aria, Bald zu rechten, bald zu linken, lenkt sich mein verirrter Schritt. My wandering steps turn now to the right, now to the left. In the cantata Herr Christ der Eingegotteten, No. 96 for the 18th Sunday after Trinity, Bach depicts the reeling gait by means of intervals of a similar kind. At the words, Geh doch mein Heiland mit, but let my Saviour go with me, the stumbling accompaniment ceases in all the parts and is replaced by a short and delicate march. The chorus of this cantata is exceptionally beautiful. It receives an individual physiognomy through the animated semiquaver figures in the flauto piccolo and violino piccolo that run through the whole movement. The cantus firmus is here in the alto. The first chorus of the cantata for sexagesima Erhalt uns, Herr, bei deinem Wort, No. 126, is an expression of confident joy. Besides the rhythm of joy, a descending semiquaver figure runs through the accompaniment. It reminds us very much of the one in the Michaelmas cantata Es erhob sich ein Streit, No. 19, that represents the falling of the vanished hosts of hell. In the Sexagesima cantata the motive has a similar poetic significance, as may be seen from the fact that the basses have this semiquaver figuration at the words Die Jesum Christum deinen Sohn stürzen wollen von seinem Thron, who wouldst cast down Jesus Christ thy Son from his throne. The bass aria Stürze zu Boden schlustig Stolz, fall to the ground thy swollen pride, is accompanied by a theme composed of 2 motives. The first depicts the falling, the second, in an ascending motion, paints the huge effort to rise again, which is ended by a new fall. In this realistic cantata, Bach introduces, as he so often does, a movement wholly composed of spiritualized music. The duet of the two oboes in the tenor aria, Sende deine Macht von oben, seems like a heavenly choir singing the praise of God. There is a mystic feeling again in the gentle triplet motion that runs through the great introductory chorus of the cantata Schmucke dich, o liebe Ziel, number 180 for the 20th Sunday after Trinity. We feel that Bach is at work upon one of his favourite melodies. In lively contrast to this thoughtful chorus is the tenor aria Ermuntri dich, dein Heiland klopft, ach offne bald, arouse thee and open thy Saviour knocks, in which the flute represents the joyous hastening by means of an extremely animated version of the joy motive. The soprano's hymn of praise, Lebensschön Licht der Sinnen, is accompanied by the orchestra in majestic, flowing, wave-like lines. The first chorus of the cantata, Wo Gott der Herr nicht bei uns halt, number 178 for the 8th Sunday after Trinity, is accompanied by the rhythm of solemnity in the orchestra. In the solos, Bach's pictorial conception of the text is almost too evident. The accompaniment of the bass aria, Gleichwich die wilden Meereswellen, like the wild waves of the sea, flows along in agitated wavy lines. The chorale, Aufsperren Sie den Rachen weit, their jaws open wide, is accompanied by a motive that is the exact inversion of the one in the Ariaso of the St. Matthew Passion, Der Heiland fällt vor seinem Vater nieder, the Saviour falls before his Father. In the tenor aria, Schweig nur taumelnd Vernunft, be silent, reeling reason, Bach is chiefly concerned to represent the reeling in the most drastic ways by figures of this kind. How strongly Bach's imagination is influenced by pictorial images in these last cantatas may be seen from the cantata Wohl dem, der sich auf seinen Gott, number 139 for the 23rd Sunday after Trinity. In the aria, Das Unglück schlagt mich ein Sentners Versband, doch plötzlich erscheint die helfende Hand, mir scheint des Troste Licht von weitem. Misfortune overwhelms me on every side as with heavy bonds, but suddenly appears the helping hand, and the light of comfort shines on me from afar. Three principal motives are used in succession. The first symbolizes the entwining of the heavy bonds. The second represents the rescuing hand that raises the fallen soul to heaven. The third symbolizes the flickering light that has become visible in the distance. The third motive has already appeared in the prelude to the aria. It also ends the movement. It may be observed that the excessive pictorial tendency in the aging Bach is noticeable not only in his thematic invention, but to an even greater extent in the fact that he no longer works the motives out musically, but is satisfied with the perpetual repetition of them. The cantata Nimm von uns, Herr, du treuer Gott, number 101 for the 10th Sunday after Trinity, is one of those that are sadly disfigured by the excessively tasteless recitative passages that are dovetailed into the chorale text. Bach himself was unconscious of the wretched quality of this text. He worked at it with extraordinary devotion. Fortunately, Picander had left the first strophe intact. Bach makes a double motet of it. One of these, worked out upon themes of his own, is given to the orchestra, the other upon the splendid melody Vater unser im Himmelreich is given to the choir. We cannot help wishing that Bach had left us more chorale choruses of this type. The theme that accompanies the final duet, Gedenk an Jesu bitteren Tod, nimm Vater deine Schmerzen, think of Jesus' bitter death, O Father, take away thy son's sorrow, has a basic affinity with the sobbing, sighing theme of the aria Erbarme dich in the St. Matthew Passion. It is also interesting from the fact that Bach himself has marked the phrasing, which is very instructive. The first chorus of the cantata, Ach Gott vom Himmel sieh darein, number 2 for the second Sunday after Trinity, is in the form of a simple motet. In the aria Tilk, O Gott, die Lehren, so dein Wort verkehren, extirpate, O God, the wise ones who pervert thy word, the perversity is painted in the typical Bach style. The music of the final aria seems to be derived from some other work. The beautiful music to the tenor aria Troste mir, Jesu mein Gemut, in the cantata Ach Herr mich armen Sünder, number 135 for the third Sunday after Epiphany, was also probably written originally for another text, judging from the imperfection of the declamation. In the bass aria Weichet all ihr Übeltater, weicht, away ye evildoers, the rushing away is depicted in a manner as perfect from the pictorial as from the musical point of view. The first chorus, upon the melody O Haupt voll Blut und Wunden, is extremely effective in its wonderful simplicity. The cantus firmus is in the bass. The orchestra is occupied only with a motive formed out of the first notes of the melody, as if it were repeating incessantly the words Ach Herr, mich armen Sünder. The solos in the cantatas of the last period are remarkable not only for their length, but for the character of the instrumental accompaniment. Bach seldom employs the orchestra for this purpose. As a rule, he contents himself with one or two solo instruments and the continuo. The solos in the cantata for the 11th Sunday after Trinity, Herr Jesu Christ, du hostest gut, number 113, are typical in this respect. The chorus of the cantata is in extremely simple style. The voices sing the plain chorale to an orchestral accompaniment. The chorale used by Bach in the cantata for the 14th Sunday after Trinity, Jesu der du meine Schiel, number 78, begins thus. Jesu der du meine Schiel hast durch deinen bittern Tod aus des Teufels finstere Hölle und der schweren Seelennot kraftlich hergerissen. Jesus, who hast by thy bitter death mightily torn my soul from deep distress and the gloomy pit of the devil. The bitter death and the distress of soul are depicted by Bach in a theme based upon the familiar chromatic sequence. The mighty tearing of the soul from the gloomy pit of the devil is symbolized in this figure. The whole movement is constructed out of these two themes. The extraordinarily rich detail makes the chorus one of the most expressive ever written by Bach. The fine solos of this cantata run to considerable length. In the duet Wir eilen mit schwachen, doch emsigen Schritten, we hasten with feeble yet diligent steps, the bass, of course, does not fail to reproduce the motion suggested in the words. The latest cantata of Bach's that we can date is Du Friede Fürst Herr Jesu Christ, number 116. Its two recitatives contain allusions to the bitter hardships of war. So strecke deine Hand auf ein erschreckt geplagtes Land, die kann der Feinde Macht bezwingen und uns beständig Frieden bringen. So concludes the second recitative. This can refer only to the Prussian invasion in the autumn of 1744. The cantata was performed on the 25th Sunday after Trinity, which in that year fell on the 15th of November. The music is eloquent of the depth of feeling from which it came. There is a whole world of sorrow in the alto aria, Ach, unaussprechlich ist die Not, and the trio, Ach, wir bekennen unsere Schuld. Yet even in these melancholy days, Bach's joyous faith does not desert him. In the first chorus, the orchestra has a gladsome, animated, aspiring motive that reminds us of that in the cantata Ach, lieben Christen, seid getrost, number 114. To this accompaniment the choir sang to the afflicted congregation the hymn of the Prince of Peace, who is a strong helper in man's need. Did the Leipzigers understand that Sunday the sermon the cantor was preaching to them from the organ gallery? End of chapter 34, part 3. Chapter 35, part 1. The performance of the cantatas and passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. J.S. Bach, Volume 2 by Albert Schweitzer, translated by Ernest Newman. Chapter 35, Part 1. The performance of the cantatas and passions. A lively contest rages at present as to the way to perform Bach's vocal works. The main point in dispute is whether the cantatas and passions are to be given according to the original scores, or whether we should make more or less drastic modern arrangements of them. Perhaps this discussion attracts far too much attention to itself, so that another and elementary question receives less consideration than it deserves, the question, that is, of the phrasing. When time pressed, and Bach could only look hastily over the orchestral parts, he marked the phrasing but not the dynamic nuances. He attached more importance indeed to the phrasing than to the correctness of the parts. Many a time he has inserted ties and left wrong notes unaltered, though he must have perceived them had he read the score with ordinary care. Footnote. For example, in the cantatas Christus der ist mein Leben, number 95, and Ich bin ein guter Hirt, number 85. End footnote. In present-day performances we are not nearly careful enough as to the phrasing. The majority of conductors do not as yet sufficiently appreciate its significance to insist on the instrumentalists phrasing properly. As they find no phrasing marks in most of the cantatas, they think that Bach had no particular wishes in this respect, and that it is enough if the notes are strung together in any seemly fashion. Even when a cantata is being given in which the parts are covered with Bach's own ties, both players and conductor very often think they are following his directions when they are not realizing his wishes in the slightest. The first thing necessary to give life and rhythm to Bach's themes and periods is his own phrasing. It has a character of its own. If this is disregarded, if instead of the authentic phrasing we adopt a general one that is applicable to any kind of music, the work becomes peculiarly heavy and inert. The color of it fades, the outlines are effaced, the hearer can no longer follow the several voices. All he hears is an inextricable and wearisome medley. The work makes no vital impression. If we look merely at this or that cantata with Bach's phrasing marks, it is impossible for us to realize the importance and the bearing of them. For this we need to examine a large number of works of which he has carefully revised the parts. The chief of these are the Brandenburg Concertos, the St. Matthew Passion, the B minor Mass, the Christmas Oratorio, and the Easter Oratorio. The following secular cantatas, Phoebus and Pan, Schleicht spielend Wellen, and O Holder Tag, and the following church cantatas, Wer sich selbst erhöht, number 47, Herr, gehe nicht ins Gericht, number 105, Liebster Gott, wann werd ich sterben, number 8, Ach Gott, wie manches Herzleid, number 58, O Ewigkeit, du Donnerwort, number 60, Ich habe genug, number 82, Ich will den Kraustype, number 56, Christus, der ist mein Leben, number 95, The World, Weinem und Hüllen, number 103, Freut euch, ihr Herzen, number 66, Bleib bei uns, number 6, Am Abend aber desselbigen Sabbats, number 42, Es wartet alles auf dich, number 187, Süßer Trost, mein Jesu kommt, number 151, Liebster Jesu, mein Verlangen, number 32, Mein Seufzer, meine Tränen, number 13, Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, first chorus, number 7, and Nimm von uns, Herr, number 101. Footnote. Of course, not all the numbers in these cantatas are phrased to the same extent. End footnote. Anyone who has carefully studied these works, or a number of them, feels that a new light has been thrown for him upon the question of the grouping and the sequences of notes. He becomes aware of a wealth of tonal combinations that were previously undreamt of by him. The most wonderful thing, however, is that this multiplicity is not the product of accident or caprice, but seems to come from certain basic ideas as to the combination of a complex of notes in a long musical period. Characteristic and individual as this phrasing seems, it is quite natural when we see the origin and nature of it. It comes from the idea of the natural use of the somewhat slackened bow. It is characteristic of Bach that he demands it of the wind instruments also, and, to a certain extent, of the clavier and organ as well. The first principle we can deduce from the parts that Bach himself has revised is this, that his phrasing has generally an uptake character. Instead of conceiving in one group the strong beat and the notes of the following weak beats, he groups the latter with the succeeding strong beat. Speaking in general terms, the axiom is that in Bach the accented note is, as a rule, not the commencement, but the end of the group. The grouping that is usual elsewhere is the exception with him. The grouping that is unusual elsewhere is with him the rule. The other possible groupings of the four notes are also more frequent with him than the simple linking of the last three to the first. He prefers figures of this kind. It is unnecessary to quote examples to illustrate this fundamental rule. Anyone who will glance through a few of the cantatas named above will at once meet with a dozen of them, and will then understand why the ordinary phrasing can have no other result by the disfiguring of Bach's music. The second rule is that the intervals which interrupt the natural succession of the notes are to be detached from the tie and played staccato, whether they begin or close the period. The following are typical examples. Rothwell cantata Wir danken dir Gott, number 29, aria. Cantata Ich hab genug, number 82, aria. Secular cantata Preis dein Glück, BG 34, aria. The cases in which the phrasing alters in the same passage owing to a change in the position of the characteristic interval are very instructive. Cantata Susse Trost, mein Jesu kommt, number 151, aria. It is equally important to remember that when a larger interval enters in a sequence that is grouped on a definite principle, it does not submit to the preceding phrasing, but abolishes it. Cantata Herr wie du willst, number 73, aria. Cantata Liebster Gott, wann werd ich sterben, number 8, aria. Cantata Wer sich selbst erheut, der soll erniedrigt werden, number 47, aria. These examples derive their force from the fact that a modern instrumentalist who had them placed before him without any phrasing marks would not play them as above, but on an exactly opposite principle, tying the largest intervals, so that a conductor might say to the cellists who asked him as to the phrasing of a run, "Play it in just the opposite way to what you think is correct, then you will be right." The study of the parts that Bach himself has revised shows us, moreover, the senselessness of the supposed Bach tradition, that when the tempo is not very fast, the notes of the instrumental bass should be detached from each other so as to come out the more clearly. Only certain basses, consisting of natural sequences in uniform quavers or crotchets, are to be played in this way, especially in passages where the music expresses walking or running. In cases of this kind, Bach usually indicates the staccato points for the first bars, or marks the movement staccato sempre. As a rule, however, he demands the same vitality in the grouping of the bass notes as in the other parts. We can even say that the phrasing in the bass is almost more important than elsewhere. If the bass figure is not perceptible to most of the hearers, this is generally due to the fact that it is not phrased in accordance with Bach's intentions, but as a characterless succession of notes. How Bach wishes his basses to be played can be seen from the aria Blut nur in the St. Matthew Passion. At the commencement of the middle section, he phrases the bass thus. In motifs constructed on formulas of this kind, and The final quavers or crotchets are, as a rule, to be separated from each other. In figures founded on the rhythm we must carefully discriminate as to the form to which the phrase belongs. The solemnity rhythm and the passionate rhythm must be phrased in such a way that the short note is heavily accented and drawn, as it were, towards the long note that succeeds it. Thus, but if the motive is one expressive of charm or peace, the short note must be quite without accent and drawn towards its predecessor, thus. In triple rhythms, the customary phrasing, in which the unaccented notes are linked in a uniform succession to the preceding accented note, is rather more frequently met with than in the quadruple rhythms. Nevertheless, there are some very significant combinations of other kinds, such as One peculiarity of the figures in the triple rhythms is that Bach more frequently introduces staccato interrupting notes, and more of them, within the ties than he does in the quadruple rhythms. The following are typical cases. Cantata Wer sich selbst erhöht, der soll erniedrigt werden, number 47. Cantata In allen meinen Taten, number 97, aria. Cantata Nimm von uns her, du treuer Gott, number 101, aria. It is noticeable, again, that in the triple rhythms, Bach very often introduces variants into the phrasing, as if desirous of breaking a monotony that might spoil his tonal figures. In most cases, the change is made in the bass. In the bass of the aria Jede Woche meinen Wellen, in the cantata Schleicht spielend Wellen, BG 20, he opposes to the normal phrasing the following. In the bass of the aria From Musen, in the secular cantata Tornet ihr Pauken, BG 34, the normal rhythm and the other are placed side by side. The variants in the phrasing in the upper parts are not so sharply antithetical as this, but are all the richer and more interesting. In an aria with accompaniment for a solo violin in the secular cantata Der Zufriedengestellt Lillis, BG 11, Bach indicates the following groupings. And in the aria Set was die Liebe tut, in the cantata Der Herr ist mein getruer Hirt, number 85, he groups the last 6 quavers against the first 3. The intention is so delicate that the instrumentalists, as a rule, are not aware of it and simply play 3 uniform and connected triplets. In the runs in the alto aria in the cantata Es wartet alles auf dich, number 181, the antagonism between the natural rhythm of the bar and that of the phrasing is very marked. The following examples will give an idea of the delightful variety of phrasing by means of which Bach tries to overcome the monotony of triple rhythms. Secular cantata Schleicht spielend Wellen, BG 20, aria with solo violin. Christmas Oratorio, air with flute accompaniment. Cantata Liebste Jehu, mein Verlangen, number 32, aria. A number of varieties in the phrasing are found in the prelude to an aria in the cantata Lob den Herrn, number 137, of which 3 bars may be quoted here. Footnote: the cantata Schleicht spielend Wellen, BG 20, may be specially recommended for a study of Bach's phrasing in triple times. End footnote. In 12/8 time, again, which is a combination of the triple and the quadruple, Bach varies the phrasing in several ways. Cantata Liebste Gott, wann würd ich sterben, number 8, bass aria. In the rhythms in common time, Bach does not introduce so many varieties of phrasing, though they are plentiful enough for all that, as may be seen in the alto aria Schließe mein Herz in the Christmas Oratorio, where we find passages like this in the solo violin part. Generally speaking, however, in 4/4 time, he simply differentiates the ties and indicates the natural alternations of staccato and legato. It should be noticed, however, that almost every one of his ties and dots has for its object to ensure the freedom of the phrases as against the ordinary meter of the bar, and to diminish the authority of the strong beats. A typical example of this tendency may be seen in the cross-tying of the notes in an aria in the cantata Ach Gott, wie manches Herzeleid, number 58. Certain other phrasings that alternate regularly between staccato and legato have the same end in view. There is a very significant case of this kind in an aria in the cantata Schweit still plaudert nicht, BG 29. Other movements in which the transition from legato to staccato can be studied are the arias Blüht nur du liebes Herz and Gibst mir meinen Jesum wieder in the St. Matthew Passion. The full wealth of Bach's blending of the two in semi-quaver passages is seen in the orchestral accompaniment to the first chorus of Christ unser Herr zum Jordan kam, number 7. On the whole, we may say that single notes that interrupt the natural flow of the phrases are to be played staccato, especially when they are separated from the other notes by large intervals. If they form a large group of their own, then staccato and legato must alternate within this. In rhythms of this formula, the question as to whether the second note is to be attached to or separated from the first must be settled in each case by the nature of the motive. In the aria Schlummert ein from Ich habe genug, number 82, Bach phrases thus. While he marks the violin solo in the Laudamus Te of the B minor Mass thus. If the first two notes form a large or striking interval, they must, as a rule, be played without legato. It will be generally noticed that Bach's ties and staccato points aim at bringing out as saliently as possible the rhythmic individuality or peculiarity of the phrase, while the ordinary phrasing rather tries to tone down the characteristic quality of the melody as if it were excessive. No one who has tried to understand the essence of Bach's own phrasing can ever again place unphrased parts before the orchestral players. He will mark the proper ties and dots in the works that have come down to us without them. The task is a long and weary one, but the reward is great. We meet with fewer insoluble problems than we should expect, since a little research into the original parts that have been phrased will always afford us a number of analogies that will elucidate the obscure case. These researches will convince us that Bach's phrasing is throughout deliberate and rational. His ties and dots are always explicable from the nature and the functions of the rhythms and the intervals. The conviction grows upon us that this phrasing is inevitable. Rules can even be found for the variations. His markings in the Christe eleison of the B minor Mass can astonish only those who regard this one movement alone. As soon as we collect analogous cases, we see that Bach could not, without being untrue to himself, have phrased in any other way than he has done. It is easy, again, to discover why, in the Et in Spiritum Sanctum of the Mass, he writes at one time, and at another, and a little practice will enable us to understand why, in the same movement, he phrases thus, and again thus. The difficulty in some cases will be to decide upon the correct distribution of legato and staccato. Absolute certainty is not always to be expected here. Very instructive examples of the rather rare employment of an uninterrupted staccato may be seen in the cantatas Liebster Jesu mein Verlangen, number 32, and Wo soll ich fliehen hin, number 5. Too much care cannot be taken to ensure the uptake phrasing of the basses. Our instrumentalists are so unaccustomed to it that they do not even observe it when the notes plainly indicate it, as, for example, in the credo of the B minor Mass. The conductor should not only mark the dots and ties in the parts, but should often instruct his players as to the nature of Bach's phrasing. Until the players acquire the instinct of grouping Bach's phrases according to their sense rather than according to the bar divisions, it is hopeless to expect a faithful performance of any of his works. If our instrumentalists are to bring out Bach's phrasing properly, they must understand that it goes along with a great multiplicity of accents that cannot be brought out too sharply. If our orchestras so often think they have fulfilled Bach's intentions when they have done nothing of the kind, it is because they have had regard only to the external aspects of the ties and dots, and have mostly missed the accentuation that can alone convert the separate notes into organic groups. In no composer, as was remarked in connection with the phrasing and accentuation of the clavier works, footnote, on the general principles of Bach accentuation, see Volume 1, end footnote, are the dynamic values of the notes so relative as in Bach. No one makes such play as he with light and shade, but ill luck will have it that the dogma of the dynamic equivalence of the notes in his music is hardly disposed of even yet. The importance of the right accentuation of two tied notes cannot be sufficiently strongly insisted upon. One of them must always be played comparatively heavily, so that the other seems to disappear. If the sequence of notes is in the normal rhythm of the bar, the accent must be given to the first, thus. The more we take from the second note in these cases, the closer we come to Bach's intentions. Passages like those in O Mensch bewein dein Stunde groß in the St. Matthew Passion, and the Domini qui tollis and the qui sedes of the B minor Mass are always played much too cumbrously. If the succession of the two tied notes is contrary to the normal rhythm of the bar, then the second is to be accented even more strongly, if possible, than the first was in the preceding case. In the first chorus of the B minor Mass, this cross-accentuation must place the normal 4/4 accent quite in the shade. A very instructive light on the question of the treatment of three tied notes is afforded by the introductory numbers of the cantata Es ist nichts Gesundes an meinem Leibe, number 25, and Jesus schlaft, was soll ich hoffen, number 81. The orchestral accompaniment has quite a different effect when accented thus. With a certain obtrusiveness of emphasis, instead of the notes being made practically uniform. Bach's purpose here is the same as in the orchestral accompaniment to the first Kyrie in the B minor Mass. He wants to throw a strong counter-accent onto the second and fourth beats, and by means of the antagonism between this and the natural bar accent, to ensure the animated variety of rhythm that is necessary for the elasticity of his figures. This method of treating 4/4 time is very common with him. It is one of the distinguishing characteristics of his style. A comparison of Handelian and Mozartian pieces in common time with those of Bach will show that in the two former there is hardly a trace of these continual rhythmic constraints. In Beethoven they are more frequent, but not so frequent as in Bach, who indeed always intends them where he indicates or presupposes phrasings of this kind. Or the general rule may be laid down that Bach's tie mostly means that a strong accent must fall on one of the inner notes comprised within the tie. This gives uncommon force to the correct accentuation of the uptake phrasing, a bass in a regular motion, of the outline of which the hearer is never conscious when it is accented in the ordinary way, becomes unexpectedly plastic when it is phrased and accented thus. The most instructive example in this respect is the Credo of the B minor Mass, the majestic bass figure of which is generally lost upon the hearer owing to its uptake character not being properly brought out by means of the accentuation. If, however, it is phrased in this way, it will come out clearly, without there being any necessity to strengthen the instruments. The basses in the chorus Sind Blitz, sind Donner in the St. Matthew Passion should be played in this manner. If they are to stand out prominently. The result will show that this is how Bach conceived them. There are thus innumerable cases in which Bach's fine bass figures can be made to tell by letting the hearer perceive them, as it were, through the breaks in the normal accentuation of the bar. Retardations, syncopations, and all other notes that have any rhythmical peculiarity should be brought out strongly, especially in the triple times. In this regard, however, our worthy instrumentalists are curiously coy. It costs endless trouble to get them to play such passages properly, even in the most striking rhythms. In the characteristic passage in the theme of the aria Qui sedes in the B minor Mass, it is difficult to persuade them that the natural accent of the first quaver is to be regarded only as a preliminary accent to that of the third. Motives constructed on this formula are to be accented contrary to the normal rhythm of the bar. The strong accent which we necessarily associate with the first note must be regarded as a kind of springboard to the main accent on the second note. At the commencement of the aria Ach, nun ist mein Jesu hin in the St. Matthew Passion, we should accordingly play thus. Notes of small value, especially when they precede an accent, are generally made most effective when played with a certain heaviness, as if we were afraid they might pass by unobserved. This remark holds good in particular for certain motives that are founded on the rhythm of solemnity or passion. It should be recognized that the Bach staccato means in the majority of cases not a lightening but a certain weighting of the note. These rules as to the accent in Bach, founded as they are on his own phrasing marks, are confirmed by what we know of the nature of his themes and motives. It has been already remarked in connection with the clavier works that their structure is not always clear from the natural rhythm of the bar, their real form very often only becoming apparent in the main accent that comes at the end. This is true of the themes of the cantatas to an even larger extent. They are much freer and bolder in their construction than the clavier themes, Bach having kept in view in the latter the limited possibilities of phrasing and accentuation on a keyed instrument. All the earlier notes strive, as it were, towards the principal accent. Before its entry, we have the impression of chaos. When it comes, it relieves the tension and makes everything clear in a moment. The restlessness is at an end. The theme stands before us in plastic outlines. We perceive the musical period as an organic whole. If we do not experience this sense of tension followed by relief, the theme has not been properly played. It has been phrased in the ordinary rhythm of the bars, instead of in its fundamental rhythm. It is important to observe that in the mighty periods in which Bach conceives his themes, the principal accent is led up to and from by one or more preliminary or supplementary accents. The former process, however, being as a rule longer than the latter. We must therefore emphasize the characteristic intervals and the notes that form the culminating point or the conclusion of a melodic line, whether they fall on a strong or a weak part of the bar. In general, this rule will coincide with the one previously formulated as to the accenting of retardations, syncopations, and other salient notes in the rhythm. The difference made to a Bach theme by not accenting the strong and semi-strong beats of the bar can be studied to advantage in the final chorus of the first part of the St. Matthew Passion. If the instrumentalists are allowed to play the ascending semiquaver passage in the way that seems most natural to them, they will accent the E at the commencement of the third beat, in which case the hearer will not get the sense of the interval of the seventh that is the basis of the passage. If, however, the accent is thrown on the A of the beginning of the fourth beat, the line makes its proper effect on him. In the former case, he will hear in the latter case nor should we play thus in this chorus, but thus. If we accent in this way the final points of the lines and the characteristic intervals, we get a certain rhythmical tension between the upper parts, violin, violas, oboes, and flutes, and the basses, which keep to the normal bar accentuation. Only in this way can the hearer be made conscious of the wailing motives of the upper parts. Previously they were lost in the bar rhythm. He no longer gets the impression of monotony which he could not ward off when the movement was rendered in the ordinary way. Special attention should be given to the melodic lines that Bach traces with the joy motive. Take as a typical example the splendid motive from the instrumental accompaniment to the first chorus of Was mein Gott will, das geschieht allzeit, number 111. The usual accentuation on the first and third beats does not bring out the meaning of the passage. If, however, we accent the second and fourth beats in such a way that the main emphasis falls on the last beat of the second bar, the hearer gets a sense of the heaven-storming, joyous faith that Bach desires to express in the motive. The effects that can be made by the appropriate accentuation of even small melodic lines may be seen in the first chorus of Wachet auf, number 140, by accenting according to its real nature the semiquaver motive that depicts the hurried wakening, instead of according to the normal 3/4 scheme. In this chorus, again, we can study how to bring out clearly those themes of Bach that are based on scale figures. Much can also be learned in this respect from the first chorus of Ach, wie flüchtig. The characteristic accentuation of complete themes may be illustrated by two examples from the St. Matthew Passion. The commencement of the aria, Gern will ich mich bekämen, should be played thus. This accentuation prepares the way for the principal accent in the remainder of the theme. When we accent the theme in this way, bringing out heavily the descending notes after the preliminary accent and between the main accent and the succeeding accent, the theme strikes the bearer as a connected whole, and at the same time he understands how it expresses the obeisance implied in the words Gern will ich mich bekämen, with the ordinary accentuation, both the form and the sense of the theme are completely lost. For the first period of the theme of the aria Gest mit meinem Jesu wieder, we should disregard the 4/4 meter and accent thus. The second period should be played on analogous lines. Bach's desire to have the second and fourth beats accented throughout is clearly shown by his ties and by the way in which he makes the other instruments accompany the solo violin. Footnote: the phrasing and accentuation of a number of themes have been already discussed in connection with the works in which they occur. End footnote. We need have no fear that by bringing out strongly the greater and smaller outlines, and by accenting the characteristic notes in what it often seems at first an almost unnatural way, we shall give the melody a restless and unrhythmical character. We shall always observe that when the theme is rightly accented, the bar rhythm is still felt to be implicit. When we ask for this kind of phrasing and accentuation from an orchestra with merely a superficial knowledge of Bach, the instrumentalists feel like a man who is asked to declaim instead of speaking in the ordinary way. But just as the latter comes to see in time that what seemed affected to him at first is the correct thing, and what seemed natural is merely a negligent way of speaking, so it happens with the players. What they thought unnatural at first becomes more and more self-evident to them. At the same time, they begin to realize how much Bach's music asks of them. They see that each of them must feel himself to be a soloist, and that a correct performance is impossible unless each of them realizes from moment to moment the true connection of the notes, internal as well as external. An orchestra that is merely a herd of driven beasts is of no use for playing Bach. We often hear very good orchestras play the accompaniments to the cantatas and passions in mediocre style, simply because the players have no idea of the demands that this music, which is not difficult in itself, especially as regards the strings, makes upon the musical imagination of each individual. On the other hand, we shall find that ordinary orchestras sometimes play Bach excellently when they really try to do so. A conductor with the gift of inspiring enthusiasm will not shrink even from performing the cantatas occasionally with military bands. End of chapter 35, part 1. The performance of the cantatas and passions.